Uy, ¿sí está funcionando esta huevada? Hola, probando. Uno, dos, tres. Hola. Es que no sé si ya funcionó o no. No veo nada. Estoy ciega. La puta madre. Oh, uno, dos, tres. Ah, no, 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 ya. Vale. ¿Soy yo o esta cosa va como con 20 años de delay? Chat, por favor, escriban 32 cuando me estén escuchando, please. Y es que no sé por qué chingados va como con tanto delay. O sea, estuve hablando solo un buen rato antes de poder escucharme a mí misma y saber que estábamos en Steam. ¿Qué es esta mierda? ¿Será una de las configuraciones de acá? Creo que igual no lo puedo cambiar. Habilitar inicio automático. Habilitar latencia de emisiones. Ok, ahí está el 32. Me equivoqué de canal. No te equivocaste de canal. Este era exactamente el lugar en el que debías estar, corazón. Pero bueno, chat. En ese momento ustedes se preguntarán, Mari, ¿dónde estás? ¿Qué estás haciendo? ¿Por qué estás tan hermosa? ¿Qué es ese outfit tan increíble, maravilloso y fascinante que tienes? Y yo te diré algo, la respuesta es muy sencilla, corazón. Eso te escucho bien. No way, sí tengo mi nombre en japonés. Ah, mira, puedo mandar corazones. Se escucha bien ya, no tienes delay en la voz. Es que el problema no es el delay en la voz, el problema es que con tanto delay me están escuchando. O sea, por ejemplo, digan 24 en el momento en el que escuchen esto. Escriban 24. Vale, como unos 15 segundos de delay más o menos. O sea, no es lo peor del mundo, no es el fin del mundo, pero realmente podría ser mejor. No sé por qué hay tanto delay, honestamente. ¿Alguien sabe qué hice para configurar mal el delay en YouTube? Buenas noches, hola Corco, ¿cómo estás? Hermosísimo, como 30 segundos. No son como 30, güey, son como 15 a lo mucho. Ah, bueno. ¿Qué onda, Mari? Hola, Jaso, ¿cómo estás? Hermosísimo. Podría ser peor. Sí, realmente podría ser peor. Podría ser tipo de un minuto o así. Pero bueno, vamos a ver qué tal va esto. Ya le pedí a los moxitos que dejaran una cosa esta de que estaremos aquí streameando. Hay fiesta acá, o sea, ustedes realmente no lo están viendo, pero hay una fila gigante para entrar. Hay varios creadores de contenido. Yo soy la creadora de contenido representante de Latinoamérica. Ahí al ladito está el creador de contenido, no sé qué es, Alemania. Y por allá atrás tengo unos amiguitos coreanos. Amiguitos no, porque no los conozco, jamás he hablado con ellos, pero son compañeros. Espérate, voy a colocar mi tarjeta aquí. Denme chance. Mari, te están tomando foto. Sí me di cuenta, güey. Qué falta. Qué falta, qué vergüenza. Pero bueno, ni modo, es lo que hay. ¿Sabes alemán, Mari? De hecho, güey, sí conocimos un alemán y yo le dije, oh, yo tengo el A1 de alemán. Y me dijo, ¿a poco sí, estúpida? Bueno, no me dijo estúpida, pero yo sentí que lo dijo de esa forma. ¿Piensas volver a streamear en YouTube después de esto? ¿Por qué no? Es que, güey, no sé cómo colocar esta huevada. ¿Y esto qué? Pero bueno, a ver, digan algo en alemán. Hallo, wie geht's dir? Sehr gut. Ay, espero que nadie me esté escuchando afuera, güey, porque me daría un chingo de palta, honestamente. Oli Mari, amo tu capita, super outfit. Oh, wait, miren, el outfit completo. ¡Tachán! Es como una capita muy inglesa, muy bonita. Tengo shorts debajo y tengo unas medias como con brillitos. ¡Tachán! Bonito, ¿verdad? No sé lo que dijo, pero miente. Hola, Juan, ¿cómo andas, hermoso? ¿Qué tal estás, guapísimo? Hola, Mari, buenas. Hola, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo andas? Te lo van a cobrar. Mira! Me dieron un saquito de YouTube. Está al revés. Miren, tan chan. Dice YouTube Gaming. Y es de marca Pierre Cardin. Made in Bangladesh. Ah, no mames, agarré una talla L. Bueno, no importa. A ver, buenos días, Mari Preciosa. Hola, buenos días. Ay, ¿saben por qué estoy muy emocionada? Porque me dijeron que al final me van a dar un regalo súper grande y que si no me lo puedo llevar en la maleta no pasa nada porque me lo envían. Y yo así, no mames, es tan grande que ni siquiera lo puedo meter en la maleta. ¿Qué será? A ver. La manager anda por ahí. Sí, está allá la manager. Por ahí anda. Pero, ¿a qué hora empieza la final, Mari? Técnicamente tendría que estar empezando dentro de poco. ¡Oh, wait! En la emisión hay una parte en la que aparezco yo. Miren. Esperen. O sea, se los juro, aparezco yo. Mira. A ver, está jugando Timon, campeón. Que yo solamente te hizo magos para empezar. No, está ganando en Minions, güey. Espérate. ¿Ese es el clip en el que Darik me gana con el puto Timo? ¿Por qué chingados utilizaron ese clip de todos los que tengo? Wait, what the fuck? ¡Carlos está aquí! ¡Hola, Carlos! ¿Cómo andas? Pero no entiendo, de todos los clips buenos que tengo, ¿por qué utilizan esa huevada? No lo entiendo. ¿Qué les hice yo para que me hagan esto? Pa' eso, me dice. Pa' eso. Clip de LOL del año. ¿A poco sí, mi amor? ¿A poco sí, corazón? Palta internacional. Sí soy, güey. Sí soy. Escogieron un gran clip, la verdad. Paltaza internacional. Mira, escúchame bien. Paltaza tu abuela. Pero bueno, güey, hoy hubo una pre-party allá en el estadio. Y fui yo a la pre-party, me levanté con tiempo, me arreglé bonita y fui, y pues, güey, miren, me hice un tatuaje, a partir de ahora soy drogadicta, dice World 2024. ¿Qué más? ¡Ay, güey, miren una bolsita de regalo! ¡Miren esto! Miren esto y mueran de envidia, perros. Observen. Tibers The Wars 2024. Esto no cualquiera. Tibers. ¡Mírenlo! ¡Ah! ¡Es hermoso, güey! ¡Es la cosa más linda! Va a estar haciéndole compañía al Tibers normal. Güey, tiene el hermanito. No me pueden decir que no es la cosa más hermosa que hayan visto en la vida. Está Tibers. Me dieron también una bufanda de Worlds. ¿Verdad que es súper lindo? No participo, no, nada de eso. ¿Ustedes creen que les voy a rifar mi Tibers o qué? Tengo también mi camiseta oficial de Worlds con mi nombre. Miren esto. O sea, si yo no fuera una pro player, tendría mi camiseta de Worlds con mi nombre estampado. No, ¿verdad? Entonces quiero que se coman sus palabras y me digan, así es, Mari, todo este tiempo tenías razón. Eres una pro player, eres tan pro player que ni siquiera podemos mirarte a los ojos. Así de pro player, pro player eres. Pídame disculpas, carajo. Voy a ir a tu casa a robármelo. ¿Y tus cucharas? ¿Qué cucharas? A ver, Pero tenía que ser el 32, güey. No, el 32 no. Pero miren, también tengo mi pin de World, el oficial. Y me dieron una hoja de stickers. ¡Tachán! Aunque no los he visto, ¿qué hay acá? ¿Qué es esa mamada? ¿Y ver? No entiendo este sticker. Vale, estos son como poritos, dados poros. La trampa de Kitlin. Esta creo que es... ¿Cómo es que se llama esta huevada? Güey. ¿Por qué me cuesta tanto los nombres de los campeones que no juego? Lo peor es que es el campeón que obviamente conozco porque todo el mundo lo utiliza y es súper básico. ¿Zona? ¿Ya empieza? ¿Ya empieza? Siete, 6, 5, 4. Sí, Ibai estaba en la prefiesta, pero no lo vi. Lo tenía al lado y nunca lo vi. 2, 1. ¡No seas mamón! Uy, what the fuck, ¿qué está pasando?
Oh, you want a villain? Let me show you all my evil. Oh, you think I'm difficult? I'll show you all my detail. Sharpshooter, they don't top fuji like an eagle.
También
I can
atrás,
roll you
uy,
ways
su
with some
señora
machine.
está
Teasing,
bailando.
gotta crush. Crush you all beneath me. You bitches are my pups. You truly first squeaky. Squash you like a bug. Battlefield crazy.
¿Puedo colocar el chat en pantalla?
Dead, dirty, deceased like wow. Paint the town blue, brains all around you. Paint the town blue, brains all around you. Paint the town blue, brains all around you. I go round, thorns all around. Switch my mind up like I want it, then I don't. Heads explode, my little blue clones. I blow this place up, now these ashes will explode. No good, I'm right to the core. Stimulate play when we do these on the board. Trigger warning, yeah, blood and water. Jump for your life, there's lava on the floor. Wow. Paint the town blue, rays all around you. Paint the town blue, rays all around you.
Why not? Nothing ever stays dead.
Esperen un momento, estoy tratando de colocarlo en negro. ¿Ok? Tranquilícense. Yo sé perfectamente... Oye, pero qué raro, pero si lo tengo en modo oscuro, ¿por qué no me aparece en modo oscuro acá?
Gripping with my cold hands, the shapes I used to take, hollow like a strong man, but it's easier to push away, 'cause it can all end here with a strange night like
O sea, es que yo sé que es modo oscuro, pero por alguna razón no me aparece en modo oscuro.
stretching down through all the things I left behind. It's in my blood, it's in my veins.
start what I've begun. 'Cause it could all end here, but the strange daylight caught in our eyes, and my shadow stretching out. Is it all enough this time?
Güey. ¡Ay, Dios mío! ¡Es guapísimo!
I'm still here.
¿Es Atro? Porque nunca había notado lo guapo que es. ¿Se pueden hacer apuestas en YouTube? Hagámoslas. Yo 100% jalo a hacer apuestas en YouTube. Mari, ¿vas a pasar a cantar? Sí, obviamente, güey.
It's in my blood, it's in my veins.
Por favor, que gane, no me pego un tiro. ¿Cuál vas a cantar? ¿Cuál? Eso voy a cantar. Apuesté Güey, Six Karma para la siguiente final, el próximo año. Ahí es cuando le va a hacer. Ustedes tienen que empezar a confiar. Ese es el problema. Ojalá que de verdad no me escuchaba de verdad. Bueno, si no van a pensar que estoy haciendo lo loca. Nah, igual si me escuchan no van a poder entender lo que estoy diciendo. Aunque bueno, eso creía yo, y luego el vato de la organización me dijo, yo entiendo el español y puedo hablarlo un poco, y yo, fue puta, que no me vea. Y no sabía que estaba especialmente raro. No me falo nada, güey, ellos van a estar bien. ¡Sí! Ah, dice que ok. Ahí ya se escucha mejor, chat. Mari, porfa, no moves temprano, no estoy mufando a nadie, ¿ok? T1 va a ganar por poder la amistad y ya. Pero técnicamente Six Karma, como el LOL, ya no existe y ahora es Lion. Uy, esta canción es muy buena. Sí, ya se escucha la streamer. Antes no me escuchaban. Ay, querían escucharme. Muchas gracias, mi queridísimo chat precioso y hermoso de mi corazón. Te agradezco un chingo. ¡Qué bonitos! No, güey, Linkin Park. Ya, gente, apuestas, ya saben dónde. Pero apuestas acá, güey. En Twitch. Para que oír la canción. Ay, que querían escucharme a mí también. Que no digo nada. Son unos desgraciados. Manipuladores, odiosos. Súbele a Linkin Park. Vámonos. ¡Ah! ¡Qué bonito es Keria, güey! ¡Vamos, Keria! ¡No! ¡Míralo, güey! Tiene cara de que sabe lo que hace. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué no puedo tener mi foto con él? No soy fangirl, ok, solamente lo amo y ya está. ¿Qué tiene eso de fangirl? Ya. Uy, una parte de la canción que no escuchamos, ¿o qué pedo? Los de China son más altos, ¿no? No mames, ¿y esto qué es? ¡Ah, es Londres! Es que sí, güey. O sea, vencer a Faker en Worlds. Eso tiene que ser demasiado complicado.
경기 전에 하는 명상은 제 머릿속의 생각들이
¡Oh, yo les traduzco!
그걸 좀
Me vuelvo un observador de mis propios pensamientos cuando estoy meditando.
저 자신이 어떤 생각을 하는지
Eso me permite entenderme mejor a mí mismo.
哪些瞬间让你念念不忘？
¿Cuáles son las memorias que recordamos?
我爸就是小时候家里有一个
De
电脑，
vuelta
然后
cuando
就
solo tenía una
一人玩一盘
computadora en la casa
有时
y...
候
¡Ay, no hay que
打
leer!
打不过别人，我就会帮他操作一下，就让我对英雄联盟这个游戏产生了非常大的兴趣。
No alcanza a leer.
我觉得不管是谁站在决赛的舞台上，都会承担很大的压力。
Ok, pienso que cualquier persona en la final sentiría algo de presión.
그때를 떠올려 보면 가장 먼저 드는 감정은
Tengo que escuchar, sí entiendo. Ah, bueno, entonces ya no les traduzco, güey,
여태까지
váyanse a la verga.
해왔던 것들이 뭔가 허무하게 무너지는 기분이라서 두렵습니다.
哪些回忆又让我们惶惶终日，惴惴不安？
在瑞士的时候就也想过我们会16强回家，因为那个时候感觉大家对外界的舆论压力受挺大影响。
잊혀지는 게 좀 두려운 것 같아요. 사람들한테 잊혀진다라는 게 그만큼 임팩트가 좀 없었다라는 뜻이기도 하니까.
去年我觉得世界赛非常可惜吧，
Escuchan
因为我
doble.
们也经历了一整年，结就出来 T1的那个 BO5，所以印象非常深
¿Cómo
刻
que。 escuchan doble?
어둠 속에서 갈 길을 잃었을 때
¿Ahí aún escuchan doble?
所思何处能见到斑驳星光？
儿子，一会儿你们已经住国外快1个月了，你一定要注意身体，吃好睡好。事隔4年，你又一次站在了世界赛决赛的舞台，爸妈真的为你感到骄傲。
voy a llorar.
저기 삼촌, 롤드컵 결승 가게 된 거 축하해요. 내가 삼촌 경기 영상 잘.
Güey, qué pedo, ¿por qué están haciendo esto?
大家好，我是艾克的爸爸，
我是艾克的妈妈。决赛战绩精彩也已经就绪，希望在属于你们的赛道上赛出自如。
그냥 우리 가족이 여튼을 항상 함께 있다는 거 잊지 말고 누나 런던에서도 열심히 응원할게. 파이팅! 사랑해.
罗弟，在伦敦一切
Me dio
都好，
cosa.
在伦敦一定可以拿下 S1，为 LPL 增光添彩，圆圆自己多年的梦想。
Y la familia de Fekir.
결승 진출 축하하고 아빠가 현장에 없지만 한국에서 열심히 응원하고 있어. 이제 딱 한 걸음 남았는데
无论最后结果怎么样，勋在我们心里都是值得尊敬的选手，加油，胡旭！
Ok. Vale.
希望他们在决赛的舞台上能够大放异彩，然后我也会为他们应援，加油！
항상 그랬듯이 뒤에서 응원하고 있을게. T1, 문현준, 파이팅!
金德，祝你在决赛场上敢于拼搏，展现风采。
Ay, no, se mamaron. ¿Por qué hacen eso?
마지막까지 또 행복하게 잘 했으면 좋겠습니다.
뭐든 좋아. 뭐든지 다 보여줄 수 있는 거 다 보여줬으면 좋겠어.
항상 응원하고 존경합니다.
T1, 월드 우승 가자.
파이팅!
Oh.
为你们感到非常非常的开心。
不要有遗憾，因为你已经是我的第一上路。
眼见为实 ，make them believe.
LPL 加油！
我希望当人们回想起世界赛冠军中单的时候，会有一个代表 LPL 的国产中单的名字，罗定。
T1은 LPL에게 지지 않습니다. 오늘도 마찬가지일 겁니다.
Güey, ¿por qué es tan emotivo? O sea,
赛的历史上，对于
¿era necesario hacer llorar a las personas antes de que comenzara el juego?
今天我会打破他们不可战胜的时候。
Es que mírenlo.
저희를 믿어주신 모든 분들 5번째 우승은 여러분을 위한 것입니다.
En definitiva es cine. 100% es cine.
Ladies and gentlemen and everyone else, it is our divine privilege to bring you the world's finals here in London. I'm Medic, I'm joined by Betty and by Kobe, and what a series lies ahead of us.
And what an amazing intro that was. They made us cry right before Champion Select, Bettius.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to push the emotions aside because we're getting straight into the draft. The Jack's Respect band from straight towards the mindset taken away from Elk as well. Immediately our attention is drawn towards the Yone first pick as BLG have held off on banning it so far.
These were the two main questions.
Güey, estuvo
Looking to test
increíble.
in game number 1 of this series. Will the Yone now be left up that the Jax has already been banned, taken away as that power pick from Bin?
see where BLG decide to go. The Aurora and the Vi they're banned so far.
If you do ban it, the Ashe comes up super high priority as well. These bottom lanes for T1.
Bueno, como fue en inglés, no supe qué dijeron, me perdí. Ah, claro, pero los señoritos no querían que yo les tradujera lo que estaban diciendo. Vale, lo que siempre hemos visto, un Yone, un Ashe, lo normal, o sea, nada especialmente nuevo, nada. Vale, más 3/4 de lo mismo. Creo que va a ser... ¿Ustedes creen que es una sorpresa que tú digas, no sé, de nada llegan y sacan un Ivern?
Depending on what the direction they go in the jungle, Nah likely going to be the blind pick towards the top side of the map. When we think about prevalent top lane picks, Nah is not only one of Zeus's all-time favorite champions, but also just a relatively safe blind, especially with the Jax taken away. But you leave yourself open to the Camille as well. So now BLG is going to be forced to decide whether they want to lock in mid or whether they want to give Bin a mighty counter pick on the top side.
And the AP that you bring up with the Ziggs here, definitely something that T1 have to be thinking about.
Okay,
all AP at the
vale.
moment. And they only have one left. You either go with the Sedge that we were talking about or try and get your AP early.
A ver, Mari, traduce, no entiendo. ¿Quieres que te traduzca lo que están diciendo los casters? ¿Crees que puedo hablar así de rápido o qué? Como comentarista de buen streamer. No soy comentarista, soy streamer. Ok, o sea, mira, ¿por qué no entiendes lo... Oh, una secual.
Flashing some of his great champions right now. And they go back to the side.
Está curioso, o sea, a ver, la Siwani no es como que hayan metido un Ivern de la nada, pero sí es algo que no se ve todos los días. O sea, no puedes. ¿Quieres que te traduzca lo que estás diciendo?
Knowing that he is famous for his Camille on the top side.
I think you have to. Both these teams know each other so well. They've matched up so many times. And at this last MSI, the Camille was effectively used. Double protection bans. They actually do the Renata themselves. Such a great pairing.
No, no puedo traducir esto, está demasiado rápido.
The Renata aficionado so far, well, it's the one really bringing it to the forefront of the meta.
It's also something that
a ver, inténtalo, no puedo, güey, es demasiado rápido para yo poder traducirlo.
A lot of heavy engage, a lot of melee, you don't want to play into the Renata ult.
I wonder what T1's going to be thinking about the bot lane, like Xayah, Rakan immediately as a potential, but again, they are lacking in terms of AP. What direction are they going to go? Is the Jhin now going to be taken away
bueno,
from Kubayushi
sigo aquí, pero con cuenta del trabajo.
has been very impactful, but with the Rakan taken away from On,
y estás en el trabajo, güey, te van a descubrir.
what have they prepared for us in the bot side of the map? You expect top lane to be locked in.
Si traduce mis oídos de carbón, no sabe.
The safest counterpart.
What they are saying.
Is still available alongside that, something like the Rumble that has.
Güey, yo sí sé lo que están diciendo, pero no puedo traducirles. Porque hablan demasiado rápido. No puedo seguirles simplemente el ritmo para poder traducir todo. O sea, si estuvieran hablando lento, como por ejemplo en el video que acabamos de ver, sí podría traducir, pero... Ay, güey, me acabo de acordar que me
So what direction are they thinking about?
No me acordaba.
They're using all the time available to them.
They're also thinking about so much CC here on the side of BLG. They do throw down the Caitlyn once again for Guma. All right, Keria. This time around, what will be the pairing?
It's usually Lux, right? When you want to get a pushing bot side, you get that Caitlyn Lux together. It would give you a little bit of AP
Lux
as well.
para Keria, güey. Literalmente, llevar una Lux sería la cosa más troll que pueden hacer en la vida. ¿No recuerdan esa partida donde alguien llevó una Lux ahorita en el mundial? Y valieron, y luego ya no la volvieron a sacar. Pues, literalmente sacar Lux es troll, es muy troll. Vale, una Caitlyn, a mí mira que Caitlyn me gusta mucho como ADC. Danos un resumen. El resumen es el campeón de China contra el rey demonio. Literalmente una batalla épica. Es China contra Corea. Humanos versus demonios. El bien bien contra el mal. Literalmente aquí se define todo.
They can start to lock people down. You put that equalizer down, the follow-up with the Magnet Storm with Silas coming in as well, stealing away a fate sealed from the Yone. You just have so much AoE. T1 on the other hand don't quite have that full teamfight power.
Honestly, I really love this approach from PLG.
Qué raro ver un
I feel
Brown.
like that they got everything that they wanted. Jun has been playing a ton of Skarner. Knight has had his Silas consistently banned away from him, and into this composition, I think there's a lot of great ultimates to steal. They're playing into their strengths, which is their team fighting, and T1, I think that being so heavily invested on the AD side, I worry about whether or not they're going to be, how much damage they're going to do.
El campeón que nadie sabe qué pedo con él porque no tiene lore.
For the series overall, you know, BLG being on red side wanted to test the waters in game number 1 with the Yone again being left up and having, you know, Knight confidence on either Silas or things like their Kali even to pick into it. If they cannot beat it this time around, you're not afforded that luxury later on in the series.
Remember, T1 had side selection. They won the coin toss earlier in the week, decided they wanted to start on the blue side. It has been a favorable side so far at Worlds, but BLG bringing out the big guns in game 1 to try and take that first victory of this best of 5.
And I think that shot right there was a big indicator. Some smiles on the sides of their faces, some confidence coming in.
Me preocupa que uno de esos dos sea el bien.
In Worlds Finals, pressure at the highest that it can possibly be in the entire
BLG
year.
sería
And they
los
are ready
buenos
to meet
o los
that
malos.
challenge.
This is what we all
Yo creo que serían los buenos porque tienen ese
crown
quito
heavy on
blanco.
the heads of T1,
Bueno,
not just
pero
with their
T1
own
también.
expectations, but also the expectations of the LCK, of their families. BLG trying to reignite the LPL after they've had 3 years without a Worlds title. And it's 5 games of glory, I hope, as we get into game 1 here. Elk and on, looking for Gumayushi. Knight coming in from the side as well, will land the abscond, abduct. Gumayushi still holding on to that flash.
Wait, what?
Locks him up, he flashes.
Wait, what?
BLG strike.
Güey, ¿cómo chingados? Si no pasó ni siquiera un minuto se cargaron el ADC de T1.
And get behind the red buff to come from the other side, take down Guma, take down the Caitlyn that is supposed to have some pushing ability.
They get the flash out from Guma, a very valuable summoner spell in the early game. Jun could set his sights on the bot side of the map. Remember, the thing about Caitlyn is you want to be lane dominant, you want to be leveraging the strength, which is going to be hard
No
to
sé
do.
por qué no flasheó
now that you've
antes.
conceded
Tal vez
that
tenía
summoner.
miedo de
Knights
flashear por las huevas.
debuting here with the Silas in game 1 of this
Bueno,
series, and I mean, off to a confident
ya no hay
start.
primera sangre, se la llevó BLG.
Have that same summoner on his side of that AD carry matchup.
Uy,
It's going to be normal
no
lanes,
entiendo
no
cómo es
lanes that's coming out
posible
from either of these teams. Shun wasn't spotted on his initial
que haya
path
pasado
there.
esto
Owner will be spotted
desde
when he goes over to the
literalmente
base,
antes de
board
minuto
waiting for him
1.
there.
Yep, both junglers gonna head full clears down to the bottom side of the map. One thing we've seen a lot in T1 games as well is Keria specifically roaming mid to Faker, especially in these melee matchups. You know, getting time for the Brahma is going to be more difficult now that they lost Guma's flash early. They're getting pushed in. Elk and On are not going to let him have any free roam timers.
I mean, they're certainly
No, Keria.
early laning phase, getting that early level 2 as well. And I mean, when you make that point about Carrier as well, usually he does that on things like the Bard, like the Pike, Rakan,
Pero ¿por qué
Renata,
le
on the
pegaron
board,
tanto si
it's gonna be
técnicamente
retarded.
Titin debería tener mucho más rango que los otros dos? Oye, ¿qué está pasando en bot? Güey, deja de mostrarme top, ¿qué está pasando en bot?
Starting with the first blood, the extra longsword in your inventory just feels so good and completely changes how the early map looks in this matchup.
Now BLG have already dropped pings down onto Owner. They know that he's on the bot side of his map, and the risk of a dive is very real. With Faker's pressure in the mid lane, it's going to be hard for Knight to potentially roam down and look for a dive alongside his jungler, but Jun already sending his sights on the bot lane play. See, with TPs available, there's always the possibility. Notice as well, Zeus walking back to top lane, has the TP available in the event of an early play.
Good timing here from Shun to come down and place the ward early so that Elk and On can continue applying pressure on the bottom
Uy, qué
side.
pedo, como que Billy comerá bistec de demonio 3-0.
Continually harass Guma and carry it down in this lane.
Mari, salúdame a Faker. Sí, no te preocupes, yo le digo,
CS
somos
or
amigos,
eating your damage,
imbécil.
and hopefully both of BLG on there crashing down out. Gumayushi and Carrier have been able to hold the wave just outside of their tower range.
You get the earlier recall there for Owner because he doesn't want to try and contest
¡A la
the bottom side
miércoles, que se lo carga!
So wants to trade, wants to get the top side one.
Ojo, y recién está comenzando, este 5% de cuerda
annoying
fake.
that Bin also on the rumble is pushing up, and Bin is going down to check out that scruddle.
Este está poniéndose raro.
In terms of
What?
early skirmishes, you can see how the Yone is often able to get those advantages in the 1v1, but Knight doing a fantastic job in terms of farm. Has that slight lead over Faker, going to commit the TP towards mid lane, having grabbed a few early items. Remember, you've always got to remember, Knight famous for his Mejai's purchase on pretty much every champion that he's played. Only the Dark Seal for now, but depending on how well the game is going, he may very well look to upgrade that item.
So let's talk about how the game might go from here. We're only 4 minutes in, but we do often, in about the next 30 seconds to 40 seconds, see that swap for Grubs. Knight and Faker trading in the mid lane. Faker down to half HP. He'll snap back to his soul. And overall, the trade even-ish, but slightly in Knight's favor.
People have gone wild for how confident Faker has been in laning at this tournament, and him eing in there, taking the trade that Knight offers as he goes straight for it. Faker as well, you know, it's one of the big things with T1 heading into this tournament. His lane phase was not great.
Estuvo a esto de cargar. ¡No! ¡No, Zeus!
BLG's able to find it on the top side of the map. Zeus caught unawares the wave in an awkward spot. Owner not there to provide support. And the bot side as well.
Ok, no se preocupen, chat. Nos recuperamos en late.
BLG is putting pressure down.
Tienen que empezar a confiar. Es que el problema de ustedes es que no confían. Si confiaran, ese tipo de cosas no pasarían. Hola Mariela de Adgallo, ¿cómo estás? No he bufado a nadie, ok, no he bufado absolutamente a nadie. Todo va a estar...
The hop off Bin's head right into the waiting arms of
Todo va a
Shun.
estar
Nicely
bien.
played by them. Bin really setting him up. Harpoons in, gets the slow, gets all the damage done, and they collect.
And it's a very awkward situation for Zeus to be in just because of the state of the wave. Now Owner is covering to help him get that push out. Bin still looking to try and trade as he often does, but now the swap's coming through. We know that the grub spawning in 10 seconds on.
¿Saben qué pienso? Que esto suele pasar mucho al inicio con T1 hasta que se adaptan.
Looking to contest his objective, but Carrier.
Creo que simplemente es como
esperar
a que se adapten al enemigo y ya luego les empezará a ir mucho mejor.
The full stack, Carrier caught out though, does still have the flash and the ignite, locked against the wall for now, trying to get away, the unbreakable, it's not exactly that, On secures the kill, T1 did manage to sneak away a grub, but BLG will happily accept 2.
Such a smart call from BLG, from Shun and On, to go for the engage
Todo va
on
a
the
estar
fight,
bien.
while T1 are split,
Todo va a
going
estar
for the
bien, chat.
objectives,
Tienen
as
que
well as trying to
confiar.
rotate from
O
mid.
sea,
Nos
equivocamos aquí, pero luego nos reponemos.
Nice juke.
La bufa ganó la final.
Owner coming in from the side as well, but it looks like BLG just want the pressure in mid. They're looking towards the top side though.
Uy, no puede ser. No puede ser, ¿es en serio?
Zeus has no flash. They can manage to get
Pero amigo, ¿qué pedo? Ya suelten el brazo Zeus.
Minion manages to escape.
I mean, BLG continue their pressure on the map, securing 2 grubs, finding an additional kill, now converting that pressure into plays on the top side, denying Zeus as much as possible.
Sigue hablando Mari, pues ¿qué apostaste por Bilibili o qué? Y siempre aposté en los chinos. Uy, aparte es la primera partida, tranquilos. No es como que fueran a ganar si ganan esta los de Bilibili.
To go in like that if you are Faker when he does get his ultimate available.
Yeah, Elk getting so much damage done here in the mid lane, keeping him there. Of course, they've rotated Knight down to the bottom lane, down to that side lane. And he will find so much success in, be able to push it back out after Guma had shoved. And this is going to be so nice for the setups here for BLG. Again, their team fight will be so synergistic once they're able to bring this together. You have to think that they're going to rotate over towards this dragon. They can control that objectives and you get to draw your enemy to you.
María, acabas de bufarla. Literalmente llevo días diciendo que quiero que gane T1. O sea, literalmente todo el mundo quiere que gane T1. Todos los Rioters, los Rioters quieren que gane T1. Solamente que ellos no pueden decirlo porque tienen que permanecer neutrales. Pero güey, los Rioters están como de o gana T1 o me mato.
And you see the smiles on their faces, the confidence there. They're looking aggressive in their
No tengo
level 1.
ningún poder de
They
bufar,
find
¿ok?
reward
No
in
es
their
mi culpa
level
que
1,
les esté yendo
and they
así.
continue to force so many plays here. see if they
Es
can
que, güey,
keep it
¿cómo es
up
posible
as
que
the
no le han
game
conseguido
goes on,
ni
though.
una sola
You
kill?
know,
Aunque
T1
igual la
are
diferencia de oro
very
tampoco es
difficult,
tanta, a ver.
to
Son
actually
solamente
finish off
1000 de
these
oro,
games.
minuto 8, realmente podría ser peor.
That's the biggest strength. Their composition just spells.
Marí sigue
We're ready to
Bilibili
fight,
intentando
fight,
buscar
fight,
tijeras
strong.
para el
T1 are gonna have to find
cabello.
ways to either usurp that or navigate their way around that, because they found a lot of success with pin comps, but with the Braum, Caitlyn, they're going to very rely on Ona to be that initiation tool and find good flanks or angles, which is going to rely on good vision control, which right now BLG is not giving them. Look at this vision setup on the bot side of the map. The river is very much in control of BLG, and they're putting extra pressure onto Ona's jump.
9 minutes in, it's already a 1.4k.
Bueno, yo que tú me voy alistando. ¿Para qué? Para quedarme calma cuando si llegan a perder los de T1.
Series, a lot of us looked at how T1 play the early game, who tends to be in the advantage, and T1 tend to be a little bit more aggressive in the early game, getting out to those leads.
A la
BLG here,
verga.
assessing the apple cart, so to speak.
Knight has just been exceptional this tournament, and especially in their previous series, styling on his Syndra, styling on his Ahri, here styling on his Silas, stealing Faker's own ultimate, and this pressure, you even see the hover there for Owner, drawing a little bit of time, Sejuani not immediately going over to Grom, kind of hovering around, see if Faker's going to need anything else, and it'll also kind of extrapolate towards the extra wards around mid lane. If you start to see the
No pasa nada,
mid lane
siempre
pressure
puedes
here
usar la
kind of
peluca y
spill
quitarle las
over
tijeras a
into
Mari.
other
No me
lanes
voy a
as
quedar
well for
calva,
BLG.
¿ok? Y tampoco va a perder T1. Mira, lo que va a pasar es esto, T1 va a ganar, yo no me voy a cortar el pelo y todo va a estar bien. ¿Vieron eso? No le puedo pegar porque es Faker. Bueno, sí le pegó, pero le pegó poquito.
Where has actually been gone? Just those subtle bits of pressure on the map that force T1 to hesitate before they make a decision. That control ward at the entrance of the top side to try and spot out some of these players.
T1 do have the vision around the second spawn of the grubs first. You can see BLG on Elk and Shun all making a beeline towards those grubs. Trying to get 2, obviously when you get 4, those mites begin to spawn.
All right, so BLG, you can see they've got the early lead on timing on this map. With the
Mari,
push
sé
on
consciente
bottom
de
side
tus
for Knight there, a
poderes.
couple of those minions dying
Si
to
no
the tower, he
gana,
gets his
Mari,
recall
si gana
into
Faker
a
te tiñes de
Murchison
rubio.
and has his
¿Qué
teleport
tiene que
ready
ver Faker con
if
teñirme
they
de
decide to
rubio
fight this grub
exactamente?
fight. Currently, Faker as well, collecting the minion wave now, his teleport ready to answer.
Ok, creo que van a tratar de pelear
This
acá.
rush that Keria is standing in is incredibly
Están
important for
esperando,
these teamfights,
van a
but he's
pelear
gonna
ese
have to give it
cangrejo.
up.
Van a cargarse a Keria. Keria tiene que escapar. Vale, no, Uner quedó muy mal parado, pero muy mal parado. Vale, no pasa nada, no lo mataron, todo está bien. ¿Van a pelear los bacularvas? No, no van a pelear los bacularvas. ¡Oh, qué bueno! ¡Dios mío, buenísimo! Bueno, una de 3 no está mal, yo siento que está bastante bien. No sé, pero si ganas lo haces. Me lo voy a pensar, ¿ok?
So collecting a bit of standing gold that's hovering around the map right now. Little that BLG can really do to contest. Instead, they're committing towards the top side, trying to secure this top tower, and they will secure themselves that second plate as well.
Right, on Guma trying to get away from this. Carrier coming in as well with the Winter's Bite. Shun's on the chase with that Ishtal's impact, but locked up with the Glacial Fissure will be slowed. And Carrier protects his AD carry.
Look at the confidence that Knight is playing with right now. Every time he sees someone on his screen, he's going in for a play. And I love the fact that BLG, they spot out Ona in the river, isolated, and immediately all collapse onto him. They tried to stagger that CC as well to keep him locked down as long as possible. Zeus should be fine.
No, Zeus, ¡no mames, se los hacen solo! ¡Zeus está loquísimo! ¡Oh, por Dios, a la verga! ¡A la verga! ¡Ay, ese es mi Faker!
What a play! Zeus strikes here. Wait, Shun is trying to hold off
Es que es
until Knight arrives
buenísimo.
to defend this
Y mira,
tower.
ya se recuperaron prácticamente en oro. La diferencia no es prácticamente nada. Son 500 de oro de diferencia, un poquito más.
Zeus recognizing that in the face of the bot lane, he was actually stronger. He knew that he had the Mega Gnar on
Es
its
curioso
way.
que Mari va
He
en
knew
ningún
that the
equipo de
TP was
W
available
juega
for
hoy
Faker,
de
and they set
local.
up for a very nice collapse.
Pues para empezar, yo no recuerdo que ningún equipo de Europa haya llegado a una final desde hace como ¿cuántos años? ¿Más de 10?
Of the extra cooldowns and recognizing that they're going to need some money to be able to fight in these fights.
Mira, ayer hablando con los Rioters, escuché que solamente han ganado una vez la final Europa y es porque solamente habían 2 equipos.
and then they make the call, teleport in, got Megan on, perfect
Gracias.
timing, flashes forward
Ay,
against
me
the
trajeron
wall.
un cafecito, pero estoy bebiendo.
And I mean, even without the TP, he likely could have just gone on by himself. He gets the summoners out from Elk as well. And those are going to be crucial as we set up for the second dragon of the game. T1 should feel a lot more confident about being ready to fight for that objective.
As you're seeing on the mini-map, though, extra gold going back there, the side of BLG.
Ok, chat, ya con esto se recuperan. Confíen. Miren, lo más importante de un equipo. Díganme qué es lo más importante de un equipo y yo luego les digo si están bien o mal. Yo hablaba de fútbol, Mari.
And gold is one thing, but really it is about the item completions. And before Faker does get his Blade of the Ruined King, you know, already Knight sitting on the Proto Belt, that playmaking item for himself, gives you a lot of that
Queremos
confidence.
mucho a la manager. Yo también, güey.
A bit of setup around that top side objective. You can see Faker fishing for information. Looks like that no one's going to be sounding on the side of BLG. Dragon is available, but really no setup on either side towards that objective. Resets have come through, items looking to be further
No ser
completed.
mancos.
As you rightly said, Kobe, I imagine that Faker is incredibly
Que Mari no
close
los
to that
apoye.
right
¿A
position.
poco sí, güey? ¿A poco sí?
And it is crucial, it is a game
No, no, dígame lo que realmente es lo más importante de un
Another
equipo.
thing that is oftentimes hard for, as we start up the Rift Trail
Es
here,
el amor heterosexual.
Another thing that's kind of hard for fans to track usually is information
No
that
jugar
the teams
solo
have,
dos
which is not
campeones.
necessarily shown on the scoreboard,
Ojo.
but it is critical
Dragón para
to the
T1.
success of these types of teams that they have set up here. And so without the extra vision, looks like it is just going to be the trade. Dragon for Herald, no problem. But I will say, Knight staying on this outer turret and getting the outer turret gold himself, again, more money funneled into this Silas. The Silas that does scale so well.
Yeah, notice that, again, it kind of, while T1 did find that TP play, now they're behind in terms of TP. The arrow connects mid.
Zeus able to walk away for now. Shadowing Strike will get the stun. The Magnus Storm coming in as well as BOG look to collapse. Already they've locked up T1 in the middle of the meat grinder, and one has gone down. Zeus falls. Faker getting chased down as well. And Ben smashing forward.
¡Oh, qué buena salva de Faker!
Just cross towards the red pit.
No!
Miyushi does not have that same luxury. BLG find 3, all of them sitting on Elk.
A triple kill for the AD carry of BLG. A nice arrow to set up the whole play. T1 saw an angle to secure that mid tower and immediately get punished.
And BLG is so quick with it. Elk's arrow snipes him right out
Wait,
of the
what?
air
¿Ya le
for
están
the 2
tirando la
kills
torre
with
tier
the
2?
arrows. Immediately
Wait,
turn it
what?
into gold. Liquid gold here for BLG. They shoot ahead on the
¡Uy!
map.
¡Otra torre! Van 4 torres contra solamente una que ha tirado T1.
4.5k the lead now for BLG.
And it's a situation where the cross map, right? You see Knight on the top side
Me
of the
pregunto
map,
cómo
but the
llegamos
arrow
a
comes through
esto.
just as Zeus is jumping past. Nice sidestep from On, he
Así
connects the
llegamos
stun,
a esto.
and then a beautiful multi-man
Es que, güey,
ulti
claro,
comes through from On
fue
with
una
the
buena
follow-up
ulti.
as T1's forced to retreat.
And now the Impale's going to land on Campeon as well, and he has no place to get out of this, nowhere
Pero
to go.
quería, ¿qué mierda estabas haciendo
Back to the
ahí?
fountain in a body bag. BLG now 7-2.
Por favor, ya, chaval, alguien apague esto.
Game number 1 from BLG. The undisputed best team in the LPL coming out firing on
Iba a decir
all
que lo más
cylinders.
importante
They're
de un
not
equipo es el
giving
soporte.
T1 a moment.
Pero, y que no se preocuparan porque
regroup
Kenji es
at
el
all.
mejor.
Faker now,
Eso era lo que iba a decir
even
hace
under
rato.
attack, he's slowed in the pit.
No,
TP's
Faker,
coming behind
no,
here as they look to
Faker,
try and
no,
turn this play
Faker,
around.
Faker,
Bin trying to get the
Faker.
damage down onto Faker here, hit him with the harpoons.
No,
Faker
es...
crosses away with
¡Ah,
the
se
juice.
salva! ¡Se salva! ¡Es buenísimo!
Through the Leandries.
¡Es buenísimo!
Find some semblance of hope in the bottom side, but BLG are
Es
not
el amor de
stopping
mi
their
vida.
advance on top. Owner locked up with a glacial
Sí,
prison, and he's sent
ahí
backing.
está, su
BLG
chingada
are
madre.
ripping this map to shreds.
It is often a play that Faker teams have tried to collapse on him on a side lane, and it's
Espérate,
resulted
¿por
in
qué
their
Faker está
demise.
muerto?
They
¿Qué
do
pasó?
the chase of that star mid laner, but BLG don't care.
Porque la que
Keep it
reacciona
from
no
the top
hace
side.
nada.
T1
Estoy
members
haciendo
can't
lo
stop
mejor
the
que
block,
puedo.
but it costs them greatly as they lose 2 towers top.
And we're only 18 minutes into the game.
Güey, no
and BLG have
mames, ya hay
already
prácticamente
opened the
5,000 de
doorway
diferencia
into
de
the
oro.
T1
No,
base.
no creo que
You
T1,
lose the tier
por
2
muy
in the
buenos
bottom
que
side for
sean,
BLG. I'm in the
sean
driver's
capaces
seat,
de
and
darle
they
la
are not
vuelta a
letting go
5,000
of
de
their
diferencia de
steering wheel.
oro a
T1 need to
minuto
find some way
20
back into this, 'cause now
prácticamente.
their inhibitors open in the top side. They do have these hex gates to work with. 2 minutes on the next Drake. Baron up in a minute 50. We've seen T1 sneak them in the past to get back into games.
And we said it in the draft when we saw this BLG composition.
Es que no hay forma,
it really
no hay forma
is a
100%.
comfort pick and playstyle for BLG. You look at the champions, and while you wouldn't typically in the past
Y en menos de 20 minutos, es que ese es el problema, ¿sabes? Que en menos de 20 minutos ya le sacan prácticamente 5,000 de diferencia de oro. Eso es un montón para hacer solamente 20 minutos. Porque la que narra la partida no hace nada. Porque no quiero, no me da la gana.
Beeline straight for that tower. Oh, we didn't see that. Cross-map arrow actually hit.
That's insane.
Elk the sniper again.
We weren't looking at the arrow. That was our job. Oh my god, beautiful arrow, and then the collapse comes through from BLG.
That is just beautiful. Even though Bin went down, they saw the last bit of vision of Faker, of the recall spot.
He used the hawk shot to spot it out. Oh, hawk shot comes in, and the arrow. That is
y si en realidad el problema no es Faker, y si en realidad el problema es que yo lo estoy apoyando.
From BLG, T1 trying to get anything they can on the other side of the map, but look at that explosion
Sí,
in terms of gold
cinco,
advantage for BLG past the 15-minute mark.
And I mean, it all stems from that level 1 play. The fact that they got that flash out on the bot side of the map, Elk and On had consistent pressure on the bot side. Knight was able to trade very effectively and hold his lane in the 1v1. Even later on in the lane, out trading Faker.
Mira, por más que odie admitirlo, la verdad es que BLG ya está jugando demasiado bien. Pero es que demasiado bien.
Slowly but surely dominating the map.
T1 trying to set up something sneaky on the top side. BLG aware that T1 do like to do this. Carrier.
Güey, quería quedar atrapado. ¿No lo vieron?
In the end, it's much ado about nothing. The Drake up in 20 seconds time. BLG pinging it. They know they can keep the stacking going. Obviously want to end the game before they get to Soul, but if you can make the Soul a possibility, it puts more pressure on T1.
Yeah, BLG, they're so far ahead, they don't need to give anything over to T1, so all you have to do is keep one little bit of vision on the Baron, then go collect the Dragon, make sure that T1 aren't able to get any sort of trade on the map, because they don't have the ability to fight you, so
¿Pero te diste cuenta de que el fuerte de Inglaterra no es su gastronomía? Mira, yo no voy a decir nada porque no quiero que me deporten del país. Si hablo me banean.
BLG with a strong start.
Otro dragón para BLG, nada que puedan hacer los del T1.
BLG have all the
¿Están
tools
preparando,
to
varón?
secure the first game of this series.
No creo, ¿verdad?
We need to remind you again. BLG.
Aunque bueno, T1 es muy hacer dragones así a lo
XD. In best of fives. And last year at MSI, they definitely have shown that they have what it takes, and they are definitely showing that in game number 1.
I mean, you could even go back to 2022 when Bin beat him on RNG in the MSI finals as well. I mean, T1, the World Championship has definitely been their tournament, but when it comes to MSI, that is where the LPL have been able to
¿Cómo que dice acaba la mentira de T1? ¡Fue mentira! No es una mentira. Es una verdad escrita por los dioses.
And this becomes a big point of contention. It's an opportunity for T1 to turn the game around. They have had some spectacular Baron plays so far at this World Championship, whether it be sneaking them, whether it be finding incredible team fights around this objective. It is a point in the game that BLG will have to be cautious and respect T1.
T1 just trying to get towards those second, third items, lock it on Ona, but the Blade of the Ruin King yet to see second item for Faker. It really comes online when you get up towards 2-3. The Yone is so powerful in teamfights, so powerful in side lanes right now, but he can't even step past where his Crux would be because he doesn't know if BLG are on that bottom side of the map, so he has to accept the pressure much deeper on towards his side of the map.
Look at that, Knight even hovering in the brush, waiting until he collects all the information. The rest of BLG here, just keeping tabs on the Baron as we wait for Elk to arrive on the map. He head-skates out with his 3-item power spike already completed. His Lord Doms.
Es que no sé, güey, me puse a pensar en eso, ¿sabes? Tipo, imagínense que Faker viene a hacer un campamento en Latinoamérica. Como los que hacen los jugadores de Latinoamérica, pero en Corea.
He would just throw games from time to time. We haven't seen that in years. He has been so consistent for BLG. And now with 5 kills to his name, you have to expect that BLG will protect him in these upcoming teamfights, just allowing him to rip through T1.
So far, his arrows have been great as well. Sniping Zeus in the hop in mid lane. Of course, the kill onto Faker as well. And it looks like, again, you don't have to give T1 anything. BLG are so far ahead, and they have so many pick tools. Not to mention just the arrow, but also...
Ahí está muy mal parado, pero muy mal parado. Si lo agarran, valió verga.
Does have that passive as well to avoid that slow.
Yeah, they're just going to chase them out of that jungle. Make sure that the entire pathway leading to Baron...
Ojo!
You'll notice as well, Elk quite happy to solo push on this mid wave at times, just because he knows the only real threat.
Lo que iba a decir que tuvieran cuidado porque son 4 versus 5, pero ahí ya llegó el NAR.
Because if the Sejuani ult comes out, he has the cleanse, and that's really the only.
Se volvería manco, dice. O sea, estás diciendo que en Latinoamérica no puedes aprender, amigo. No mames, el varón. Güey, ¿qué van a hacer? ¿Lo van a pelear? No, mierda, los encerraron. ¡No, mierda! ¡Carajo! Es que les llegó justo por detrás, güey, justo. La puta madre.
The beautiful positioning from him on Silas 2, coming from the mid lane. T1, they don't expect it. Now without Guma, they try and fight them.
So almost spotted as he walked towards that razor big pit. The Baron down to 2,000. Knight on the front line. Owner trying to get in. Base Shield goes in as well with the Magnet Storms already locked up 2 members of T1. The Impale grabs 3 and they're burned to a crisp in the river. The ammo has to be flashed away by Zeus, but BLG are taking everything and giving T1 nothing.
It's complete annihilation. BLG are going to try and chase him down as well.
Zeus able to jump across the wall just before he got hit with the shadow.
Sorry,
Buff on them. BLG can advance down mid. The TP in from Knight as they look to close this one out.
I mean, they're knocking down the inhibitor towers. The Baron buff BLG. The respawn time is still about 10 seconds. They're going to respect it. They're going to back away. But the damage has been done to the base of T1. And I mean, the kills are going to help, but the plays from Knight are phenomenal.
Si tuvieran fe como un granito de mostaza, eso dice Faker. Confíen.
And he finds that execution
Esto le gana el
late
late.
in the Baron. He also body blocks Owner. Look at the position right here. Gets in the way of the engage. Makes sure that Owner cannot get into the pit. He sidesteps Faker's ultimate. And Knight is just, he's spectacular.
Faker's trying to get away from Knight, but the Knight wants the throne! And Faker's been pushed off it. BLG are on fine form today, and T1 just can't keep up.
The golden left hand of the LPL strikes down the GOAT in the side lane, and BLG will collect their 3rd dragon. They might collect the entire base before we see the 4th.
Knight has had an incredible tournament, and he's not going to slow down here in the finals. BLG have steamrolled T1 here in game 1. They're looking for another inhibitor, and they're looking for the game.
Guma, Yushi, Owner, and Kemi are trying to defend the arrow once again from Elk. It hits Guma! He's got flash, but he's still done.
Esa Ashe tira las mejores flechas que yo he visto en mi perra vida.
Doing everything he can to keep Knight away. But BLG continue to advance. The first Nexus tower's down. Faker's back up. Trying to find something out of this game, trying to find some defense against BLG, but the oncoming masses are just too damn strong. An arm into the wall. Baker's fate is sealed as he dives the backline and dies for it. BLG come out swinging and take game 1.
The coordination from BLG in this first game was exquisite.
I mean, what else is there to say? Just incredible play from BLG. Just absolutely phenomenal.
All right, for the TFT players, the Teamfight Tactics Macau Open, this year's biggest TFT event, is just around the corner. And Chunk is already celebrating at the China Regional Finals in Wuhan.
No me demoro nada, ¿dónde están
The
mis
Tactician's
zapatos?
crown, we are heading to Macau. And we're
El
thrilled to bring you
momento de la
along.
remontada a la final no iba a ser fácil como el año pasado.
Arcane is on the horizon, promising big
Ojalá,
game-changing
ojalá
moments.
ya. O sea, yo tampoco quería que fuera una final completamente fácil y que Iwan ganara 3-0, pero me da un poco de ansiedad que hayan perdido justo la primera. Ojalá que T1 invite al baby shower. ¿Qué estás tratando de decir? Ah, que se los cogieron. Eso jamás pasó y no sé de qué estás hablando. Para no esta masacre, llamada de María, posee la pensión de una universidad igual, deja de bufarlos. Pero yo no soy. Pero bueno, les estaba contando. Hubo una pre-party que era como una especie de brunch de desayuno. Y fuimos y estábamos ahí comiendo y me dieron mi camiseta. Y cuando ya me iba a ir, Ari me dijo, qué lástima que Ibai se fue súper rápido. Y yo así de, ¿cómo que Ibai? ¿Ibai estaba ahí? Y dijo, ¿de qué hablas, pendeja? Estaba justo al lado nuestro. O sea, nosotros estábamos acá e Ibai estaba acá. Y yo así de... Yo no vi a Ibai. Creo que habría reconocido a Ibai si lo hubiera visto. Y pues esa es la anécdota. Ibai estaba al lado mío y no lo reconocí. ¿Cómo lo sabías? No me di cuenta de que era Ibai, o sea... Yo generalmente no me pongo a analizarla. Rubius llegó y de hecho sí. Ari me envió una foto y me dijo, también llegó Rubius. O sea, yo me fui y Rubius llegó. O sea, no vi ni a Ibai ni a Rubius. Pude haber tenido dos fotos buenísimas con Rubius, con Ibai, pero no vi a ninguno. Mari, ¿por qué le escondiste las manos a Faker? No te puedo decir, es secreto. Igual con el cambio físico y el corte de pelo, capaz no lo reconociste. O de pronto yo creo que fue más bien que no lo vi porque no me pongo a analizar las caras de las personas cuando las veo. O sea, muy de vez en cuando. Tendrían que hablarme para que yo mire la cara de una persona.
Bailey battles Nia Jax in a WWE Women's Championship Steel Cage match.
This is incredible! This, my friends, is must-see.
Tickets on sale now.
Seguro Mari le dio la mano, le dijimos que se espera hasta el final. Yo ni siquiera pude verlo. Mira, si hubiera visto Faker, le habría pedido mi foto. Oye, qué buenas están estas papas, ¿eh? Hace stream Snake para pedirles una foto. Dudo mucho que estén en stream, de hecho. A ver, espérate, déjame ver algo, que no está fuera la cosa. Es que estoy pensando en prender IRL en Twitch como para mostrarles un poco el lugar, un poco como cómo está toda la fiesta aquí alrededor, quiénes están, mostrarles un poquito las otras cabinas. Aunque igual no hay tantas cabinas porque solamente somos 3 creadores de contenido. ¿Qué chingados es él? El alemán y los coreanos de atrás. Ya Mari deja la mufa de Faker. Y también preparan alberjas verdes, Dios mío. Pero no tienes contrato ahorita con YouTube. No, me dijeron que, o sea, si yo quería podía simplemente aprenderme un stream. Podría aprender en Twitch y en YouTube al mismo tiempo, pero para no separar los chats, me pareció mejor simplemente en YouTube. Porque voy a hacer un evento de YouTube, no sé, me pareció como un poco culero ponerle más atención al chat de Twitch que al chat de YouTube. Y aparte iba a haber mucho menos gente acá en YouTube si prendía en Twitch. Pues mientras unos besos, ¿no? De broma, pero si quieres no es broma. Media hora esperamos en Twitch y Kik no estabas en YouTube. ¿Y qué hacemos en YouTube? Pues güey, me pareció mejor, o sea, es que siento que haber aprendido en Twitch como que habría quedado un poquito mal con YouTube. Aparte fueron los de YouTube los que me invitaron a la cabina, el avión, el viaje. Así que si tengo que darle prioridad a una plataforma, pues le voy a dar prioridad a YouTube. Mi Kick se está mosqueando. Ok, cálmese. Prometo hacer stream. Ay, es que ya desconecté Kick. En Kick apenas acabe World. Y luego apago el After Party. Porque, a ver, obviamente no voy a aprender el After Party. No mames. Pondría bien incómodo a todo el mundo. Mari, hoy concluye el arco de relleno de Londres, falta más. No, güey, a mí no me vuelven a ver hasta el 5. O sea, más o menos por ahí el 6 vuelvo a aparecer en el mapa. Luego el 9 se vienen ahora sí los streams God con los peruanos. ¿Ya? ¿A poco sí? Sí. Y lo que ya se hizo canon, ya tengo como 3.
BLG choke slam T1 in this very first game. I mean, what an entree into a best of 5 grand final when you have that Summoner's Cup looking at you as you are playing. It wasn't on my bingo card that this was going to be 1, so convincing, and maybe even 2 for BLG because they started on the red side. What happened?
Well, you might notice I sound a little bit congested. You could think that was because of the amazing teaser, but as it turns out, it was because of the level of play of T1 in that game 1, because they got slammed. And we can talk about a draft a little bit later, but to me, this was mostly just about the gameplay that came through from BLG.
Yeah, and it starts at level 1, right? Like where they do have the level 1 collapse here, as you see.
Desde el minuto 1 los hicieron. Mario, es verdad que varios peruanos cancelaron viaje.
This also could have been what potentially might have stopped a lane swap, because I did talk about how I did think T1 would look potentially for something like that.
And it's something you just always have to be aware of.
¿Cómo? ¿Cuándo? Oye, espérate, ¿qué pasó con la transmisión? ¿Hola? ¿Hola? Soy yo, me escucho a mí misma. Uy, what the fuck, ¿qué pasó? ¿Hola? Ok, vale, estamos salvados. Ok, no se preocupen, todo va a estar bien, confíen. Baneada. Yo dije, no, ya valió verga.
We are heading to Macau, and we're thrilled to bring you along. With Magic and Mayhem winding down a new
Güey, yo no toqué nada, o sea, y me da pena salir a llamar ayuda, menos mal no llamé a nadie. Y dije que se me quedaba solo. Tal vez el otro año vamos a hacer otro evento mundial de League of Legends, pero en 2025. Puede ser, o sea, igualmente yo voy a seguir haciendo co-streams, voy a tratar de seguir colaborando con Riot en lo que quieran. O sea, tengo ahorita otras 2 campañas con Riot. Me mandaron como 2 paquetes de Arcane. Mari, tienes una transmisión atrás. ¿De qué hablas? Con live. Como que pon live. Dale al live. No entiendo.
Experience. Knight really showcased his skill in this 1v1.
And his class. Yeah.
Both. New word.
And we heard it from him.
Es que no puedo moverlo porque no es como que yo esté capturando una ventana.
What a phenomenal showing from Knight in this first game. Insane set.
No estoy capturando una ventana, esto es como...
A lot of these BLG collapses.
No es el stream de LOL, es la transmisión de YouTube.
Yeah, and here we see T1, they're getting back to the stage. Of course, we've seen this before. Teams don't necessarily drop more than one game if they start by
I mean, BLG of all teams know about the first game. I do want to highlight, though, that T1 selected blue side and playable from draw. This was just gameplay. I do think, though, that T1 in the next game has an opportunity to set themselves up better because we got to talk about it. When that Braum was locked in, I can guarantee you that every single T1 fan let out a collective groan because this player on the Braum just doesn't have the same magic he does on other champions.
Absolutely, and they did have that Yone Gambit that we have seen in so many different series where, you go on red side, if you are not playing against a mid laner who is known for his melee champions, who is known for an exceptional Yone, you can say, all right, let's give it over to Faker, let's see what happens in game number 1. Now they lose with it, so that can put the pressure on T1 to have to ban Yone on blue side, which really is a disadvantage for the rest of the series, and it's something we've seen happen a number of times at Worlds.
Do you know what the people really want?
In YouTube.
To hear us talk a little more. Oh, we do have a little bit more time. There is a PC swap on stage. Didn't get any boost, that's good. So they actually don't get it. They don't hate it.
You, crowd.
They don't hate it that much.
Tú estás manejando el archivos ahora mismo. No, ese live de YouTube.
This is actually something we saw just last week as well. The exact situation with kind of Keria on the Braum, and I think when you think about Keria as a player in the context of the World's runs that T1 has done, we always said about pushing the meta forward, about making it happen. Braum just doesn't do it.
Well, yeah, and you might look at this and go, man, that's not bad. I want you to keep in mind which team this is. This is a team that has, particularly domestically, even though they haven't won, they win a whole lot. Yep. So this really isn't by itself already a great recommendation for that Braum. But it's when you look at the actual gameplay, compare this to his Rakan game.
Exactly, that is the big thing to me. It's not, the point is, Keria a bad Braum. Sometimes when a team, you can pilot, okay, well, maybe you disagree. But to me, it's more about how exceptional he is on some of these playmaking champions and how he enables the rest of the team, right? And there are players like this. You were talking about Mako earlier, we were talking about Core JJ, and players who can play, enchanters can play different styles, but sometimes, they are more well-suited, for what the team needs, playing something different.
And I also think in the context of this match specifically, we didn't really get to it, Emily, at the start of in the countdown. The expectation was that Keria has been having a much better tournament. He has been one of the pillars that T1 has built on and on. It's a meme about the on and off, but generally, right, he hasn't always been as present in
Sí, ahorita llego.
When you talked about BLG
Va, lo liqueo. Ok, chat, anoten. La after party es en...
making sure that he's with his jungler, with his mid laner, wherever he needs to be, is a good sign for the series for BLG.
Yeah, and that's why I'm really curious to see what T1 ended up doing in this draft, right? Because they did target on with the Renata and Rakan coming through on 4-5 in their bans in the first game. And then the Yone test, as you already mentioned, Zale. The big thing for me for Keria, though, is that, again, I did expect T1 and the level 1 kind of ruin this. I did expect T1 to go for some sort of swap, not want to face BLG in standard lanes necessarily.
La after party es al lado del coso este en vivo, al lado del estadio.
Everyone's going to talk about his kite games because they were so
fun. Es súper cerca de allá donde está todo el mundo, yo estoy lejos.
For example, example.
Oigan, pero ¿saben de qué me he dado cuenta aquí en Londres? Que todo el mundo se queja de Ciudad de México, de Bogotá, que por Dios, que el tráfico, que qué mierda. Y la movilidad aquí en Londres es una mierda. O sea, el transporte público es muy bueno. Pero si tú quieres ir, no sé, a la tienda de la esquina en un Uber, te toma 3 horas. Es una huevada. Lo que el metro te toma solamente media hora, en un carro normal te toma hora y media.
All around the world. We have Thailand, Wuhan, New York City, and many, many, many more. And that is so cool to see because sometimes I feel like we are kind of in our bubble, right? And we only see what's happening right here. But to
el
know
sistema de
that
tren
all
está
of
muy
Korea,
bueno,
all
pero
of China is watching
ir
as well
en
as
Uber es
everywhere across
imposible.
the world. People care so
Aparte,
much.
los Ubers acá son carísimos. Literalmente ir a cualquier lugar es como más por encima de $50. Todo.
Happen from our studios. It's really hard to connect that, but then you see moments like this. You see the fans both here in the arena. I went out to get a coffee with my dad early this morning. The lines were already in. This was a
For you?
Yeah, this. No.
For the coffee.
Yeah, no. For the, are you crazy? Come on,
Wait,
I'm not
¿por
going
qué
to do
hay un
that
vato
to
con una máscara
like that.
de oveja?
I think that particularly seeing just in person how passionate people are always gets me excited.
Yes, and we are so lucky that that we get to talk about these matches as well, and of course the hope that we have a T1 striking back here so we get at least 4 games. Give me one key word that we need to see from T1 as I toss it to the casters, Maurits.
No tienes tarjeta de metro, es baratísimo. No es necesario una tarjeta de metro, puedo simplemente pagar con la tarjeta directamente ya.
You need to have more impact. Do you agree with that, Medic?
I think Carrier, one of the best supports in the world, if not the best
O
support.
sea, lo mejor de Londres es que absolutamente todo el mundo acepta tarjeta, todo el mundo. O sea, las cafeterías, los puestitos pequeños, el metro, el bus se paga con tarjeta, no puedes pagar con dinero físico. Iba yo en el subway y había una señora tocando, no recuerdo qué era, digamos el violín. Y güey, tenía una terminal para que colocaras la tarjeta y le dieras de propina como 3 libras. O sea, ¿cuánto sería eso? ¿400 bits? Y yo sí, la verga, güey, a las vergas. O sea, hasta las personas que piden dinero en el subway tienen para terminal, tienen para tarjeta. Ya agregaste tu tarjeta wallet, ¿qué es eso? Ahora sí tienen, allá sí tienen tecnología, no como en tu pueblo. ¿Qué es wallet? Ah, bueno. Si corres ahorita donde Faker, darle un abrazo, sería buen show. Y no te preocupes, ya justo ahora voy a ir, ¿ok? Dame 5 segundos. Estoy yendo.
From T1. Yep, that's exactly what we're talking about. The knock-on effects of that game.
Okay, ¿qué creen que pase en esta?
Response as well, not wanting to hand that one over. This means that we're going to see Jun on something different. We've been seeing a lot of Skarner from him recently.
Everyone keeps giving it to him.
I mean, it's true, and I mean, he's going to ban it on his side. So let's see what direction they now go in. T1, what are you going to look to remove? Is Knight Silas something that you don't want to have to deal with? Or perhaps something like the Callista, once again, is something that you think is worthy taking off the board.
Yeah, bottom lane has been terrifying.
Buen show desde prisión, ¿cómo que desde prisión? ¿Por
Maybe they
qué?
would even consider first picking and stealing it away.
Perhaps now the Ash and
Las terminales ya casi las regalan, la verdad te sacan más de la comisión. Sí, el problema es ese, la comisión de las terminales.
Partially why we see the Varus ban. There's a solid answer into the Callista. They're going to take away the Vi instead, so all AD carries are available. The Callista going to be the lock-in.
Vale, que nos banearon. Me sorprende que
Actually, a
no
really
banearon
good response
Johnny.
into the Callista, always an annoying one.
Vale,
So
el
that's
Skarner
one
sí
that
tiene mucho
T1
sentido
will
que
also
banearan,
be
esa cosa es
expecting though coming
terriblemente
into this.
molesta.
Now, will they immediately pair it, you know, with like a Renata or something like that, or are they going to try and grab their jungle first?
¿O no saben qué banear?
Well, the Ash is the obvious lock-in
Vale,
for
la
BLG,
vi.
isn't it? What are they going to pair alongside it is the question.
Vale, sale la Calista.
We'll see if they decide to go towards their jungle or whether you are looking at something like
Vale,
the Renata to make sure
otra vez
that
la
T1
Ashe de la
can't
anterior
have the Callista
partida, que
Renata
fue
on
muy
side.
buena.
There's a possibility. I think, well, in my head I was thinking maybe the The Rumble is also a strong possibility for Bin. We've seen it prioritized heavily. It looks like that's the direction that they're going to go in. So he's going to continue with this power pick on the top side of the map. He's found a lot of success with it over the last year. We saw it introduced last year, but now that means the Renata is available for carrier. We often see him play towards the AD carry that Gumayushi has locked in, and his, you talked about it in the previous game, carrier loves to roam mid, Kobe. On this champion, he especially loves to roam.
Será el niño
So
que
there we go. They
sobrevivió.
are stealing away the Silas. Take it, get it in the hands of Baker.
Espérate, ¿dónde
Knight,
está
what do you
Abby?
have?
Ah, mírala. ¿Por qué me está
Always look
viendo?
towards the Ari.
Yeah, or Galio. Okay, so if they do Galio,
it's a Kindred game potentially.
Exactly. Are we in for a Shun Kindred? Because they're like, oh, he just keeps getting Skarner. Well, some
Consejo, raza, si quieren que les fíen en su pueblito, vayan a pagar con un billete grande. Y cuando nos de cambio dejan que van a pagar con tarjeta, una de dos, o los mandan a muy derechito a la verga o les fían. Creo que yo nunca he pedido fiado en ningún lugar. ¿Es en serio, güey?
So maybe T1 will ban it away.
I don't want
Maybe not. He could still just play like Xin Zhao or something.
I don't want to overcook, but there's always the world where the Rumble goes bot lane, and then there's still a counter pick top for Bin. For now, we'll assume that it's on the top side of the map, given that we're seeing
Por
these
cierto, hola Mari, casi no descubro que estabas aquí. Podrías dejar de cambiar la plataforma por solo 5 minutos.
I wonder if I'd actually be very surprised if they go for something like the Nidalee.
Mods, pueden mandar un mensaje en Discord de que estamos aquí en YouTube. Creo que avisé en todas partes menos en Discord.
On these high damage threats, with the Sejuani taken away, the pool in the jungle is getting much narrower.
No, esperen, no lo manden, mejor lo mando yo.
See if T1 decide to ban that away. Alongside that, you have the fringe picks like the Graves, even the
¿Dónde está mi celular, güey?
I mean, Poppy into Silas
No seas mamón, ¿y mi celular? Ah, míralo. ¿Por qué no me dijeron que estaba en la pierna, chat? Ya lo hicieron. ¿Cómo que ya lo hicieron? ¿Cuándo? La copa de los 3 magos de Harry Potter te falló en Twitter. Pero si lo puse en Twitter, güey. Si puse en
I think
Twitter.
Galio plus Xin is a great combo. You have that utility in the mid lane provided by the carry threat that the Xin Zhao provides, and an easy engage tool to follow up on any Ashe.
Ah, no mames, recién se acaba de enviar.
This is so good for those team fights as well. They have a lot of synergy here that they could combine. Now on the side of T1 though, the pairing with the Callista. We do get the Ornn lock-in first.
Okay, T1 is responding with some team.
¡A la mierda! ¡Un Sylas!
Ornn ultimates knocked
Ahora sí, güey, ahora sí se puso buena esta mierda.
Trying to combat some
¡Vámonos! Güey, se vienen los putazos. Este es un equipo que me gusta. Un Nocturne, una Calista, un Sylas. Esto, güey, esto era lo que yo quería ver en el mundial.
It's his most played, it has a 73% win rate. He's battling against Guma.
Los mods se avisaron, ellos se chambean. Yo también me sé la de chambear, güey. Yo también me la sé. Solamente que medio que me falló acá, pero sí me la sé, te lo juro.
I just think the Rakan is such a good delivery for the Galio as well.
And I just think it's hilarious that here in the World Finals, these players have high win rates on a lot of champions, right? They tend to win a lot, and it's fantastic to see. Game 1, BLG just came out swinging. A phenomenal performance from them straight from the level 1. T1, you have to imagine they've adapted. Their draft is very different. Their bot side of the map is a lot more confident, faking out on an AP damage threat, and it's going to have a lot of agency with the Silas to steal away Ashe, Arrow, Galio ultimate, along with the Rumble red carpet. It's going to be an interesting matchup for sure.
That it is, and it's going to be the 50th World's Finals game.
Busca Rubius y Chocas. ¿Qué? ¿Chocas también está acá?
To be able to watch a best of 5 between these two teams. I think a lot of people
¿Me estás diciendo que Ibai, Rubius y Chocas están acá?
can fight back and take us all the way.
Por favor, que estén en el after party o me mato. No puede ser, güey. Literalmente, Ari se encontró a Rubius, se encontró a Ibai. Y yo no he podido ver a ninguno. Porque Fers es el único sin mod acá, es porque es peruano. Oye, ¿cómo supiste, güey? Literalmente cuando leí la primera parte dije, voy a decir que es porque es peruano. Y luego tú dices que es porque es peruano. ¿Cómo supiste?
All the way back, BLG did buy super teams. They were looking for this incredible roster of 5 superstars, but the addition of Bin, Elk, On, Shun, they were looking at a team that would grow into a super team, and that's exactly what they've done, as you say, with the addition of Night this year.
peleen. ¡No! ¡Keria! ¡No pelees! ¡Quítate! ¡Keria, vete de ahí, mierda! No, como voy. No, seas mamón, vete a la verga otra vez.
Are you kidding me? Another one! Level 1 first blood for Elk!
In the exact same spot as game 1, Gumayushi will lose his life. Summoners blown. And T1, they were just trying to get some vision, get a bit of early information, maybe even drop a ward into BLG's bot side jungle. But the collapse from On and Elk, the chase down of the Ashe, means that PLG draw first blood.
Gracias, Mari, este mes mi familia comerá carbón.
Both his summoner spells, I mean, a lot of summoner spells were also used offensively by BLG, but it is still going to be the lane swap after the first blood here. T1 will go topside.
Mira, yo estoy haciendo lo mejor que puedo con lo que tengo.
Obviously, Ornn good in lane swaps as well, can absorb a lot of pressure, pretty tanky. He's going to get knocked up here though, and Zeus might have to burn the flash to get away. Elk with the slows, just going to chip him down to about 190 HP.
And Zeus couldn't get the timing there. He's trying to get in range for experience on those minions. Takes a lot of damage for it, and now we have Bin going mid to soak experience and do a lot of damage.
Baker taunted up, the Electro Harpoons go into him, but he's able to hold on to the flash for now. Will catch this wave as he crashes towards his tower.
Bin making a beeline towards the bot lane. I mean, I really think they need to set up for a dive onto Zeus. He actually hasn't gone back to base. He's at about 50% HP. You'll notice Shun still on the top side of the map, pathing towards his bot side. Typically, you'd see this split map situation, but both junglers have had access to their side of the map.
And actually, because Keria cancels his recall there, they might make the call to go for the extra pressure on Bin, who teleported in, but it doesn't look like it. Level 2, he acquires it. Meanwhile, Zeus?
He's level 1. He's about 1 minion away from level 2, so 2 tower shots should be enough to tick him over. On here.
Mierda, Zeus está muy mal ahí, o sea, le vienen 3, es un tanque, bueno, no es tanque exactamente. Aguanta bastante bien, pero... ¡No seas mamón, Zeus es buenísimo! ¡Te amo, güey! Vale, fue un 1 por 1, todo está bien, güey, todo está bien, todo está 10 de 10. Mari, te van a funar por mufarlos. No me pueden funar, güey, yo soy inmortal. Yo soy challenger. Dale, Faker, demuestra por qué eres el rey demonio.
His level now on the Rumble before getting chased out.
Campeon on here, Gumayushi here as well. On just trying to shepherd Bin in towards the tower.
Ok, vale, estamos viendo un TP.
Guma, still no flash, no
Mierda.
Ninja's gonna get a knock up. Knife flash just got
Mierda.
Shield of Durant for the double sword, and now the flame spitter.
Doble mierda, no, triple mierda. ¡Ojo! ¡Ojo! ¡Y sigue! ¡Y sigue! ¡Ojo! ¡Se lo carga! ¡Es buenísimo ese Nocturne! ¡Vale! ¡Está muertísimo el Bumble! ¡Vamos! ¡Vamos!
T1 answered back so well on the top side of the map. Tries to punish the flash, the spot lane of T1, but they just don't quite have the damage to take down Gumayushi, and that allows T1 to find the turnaround.
Yeah, look at this.
¿Por qué es tanta mufa? ¿Cómo que tanta mufa, güey? Esto es lo que tenía que pasar, mierda. ¡Vamos! Eso, güey, es que esto, güey, esto era lo que yo quería ver, carajo.
Nocturne gets the kill and the chase down.
Guma as well in that skirmish recognizes On, tries to get that last auto attack, and takes a quick sidestep backwards to avoid that last auto. Beautifully played by him, and T1 find themselves with the kill lead here in game 2. This is what we wanted to see. Not going down without a fight. Gumayushi not able to secure those early kills, but Faker and Ona in a prime position to carry.
But it's also why we talked so heavily about this Renata as
Y
a
ella cagó por
possibility
dejarle
for
la
carrying.
kill.
You can see not only the handshake, but also the bailout doing so much work when you have the map split like this. Alongside that, the hostile
Por
takeover
eso,
just stops any team from really being able to dive you as the game goes on. Carrier is absolutely sublime.
Lo que yo siempre hago cuando soy soporte es llevarme la kill, asegurarla, para evitar que, no sé, güey, le hagan daño a mi equipo, para que no se vaya a perder la kill. O sea, yo creo que es algo muy importante llevarte la kill.
And I wonder how
No
impactful
importa
that's gonna
si
be,
eres
because
el soporte.
do you really want to try and fight a
Yo
Xin
siempre me las llevo.
early on over the grubs, but T1 do have a lot of pressure on the top side of the map.
Yeah, you can see Knight moving up the river now already on the Galio, transitioning over to the objective.
Estaba que quería dormir mientras escuchaba, pero haces mucha bulla. Haces mucha bulla. Vale, hay bacularvas. ¿Qué van a hacer?
Yep, soaks it in mid lane here.
Vale,
this could
ya
be
lo
dangerous for
vieron.
T1.
BLG going to start up the grubs. Shun on them.
Ahí está llegando Faker.
As they heal, they'll get one with the smite. Handshake pulls on back, but he can dance.
Ok, muy buena, se robaron la primera y se llevan las otras dos.
Of this top lane tribe, which T1 will find two
¡Ese es mi T1! ¡Los amo, por Dios!
Also able to walk up. He just barely got his level 6 on that Ornn, so big Ornn ultimate coming through.
Sí, seguro es por eso. Pues sí, güey,
One of the
obviamente.
kind of hangover effects of the lane swap is that Bin is going to be down in experience here in the 1v152 matchup, but they see them.
Almost out of vision, but they do get spotted. You can see On trying to dance in there. Elk immediately using the cleanse because he knows T1 can continue to advance. Area holding the handshake there to get rid of that summoner from BLG.
Knight hovering around the top side jungle, ready to leap in at a moment's notice. No TP available for Bin. Bear in mind, he's still only level 4. He's being denied a lot of experience. With Zeus having the ultimate available, the threat of a dive is a real possibility. Faker keeping his pressure up.
Creo que
in
acá se
mid lane,
viene
about to take over to
peleita,
level
eh.
7.
T1 will be able to get the first plate of this.
Tal vez no, tal vez simplemente no quieren pelear contra nadie y solamente quieren tirar la
I
torre.
think it's a good defense there from BLG. They make the call, they
Sí, en
sacrifice
eso son mucho más
bottom lane.
cómodos,
It's
obviamente.
okay.
Es que
Bin rotate
en el
over
anterior
towards mid,
empezaron
catch that
mal,
wave, so
siguieron
you can
mal,
safely
nunca
get some
estuvieron, o sea,
experience while the rest of
realmente
BLG
en el
trying
anterior
to defend
nunca
on the
tuvieron
top
ni
tower.
siquiera
Big
100 de
wave
ventaja
on
de
bottom
oro,
side,
nada
crash on
tenían.
Monsoon, though. Bin has to go.
Yeah, Bin has to go, but that leaves room for
Tenía
Faker
más
to run
oro
up
yo
top.
después
Now
de
they
mi
can
mudanza
numbers
que
advantage,
ellos
and they can set the sights
durante
on
toda
the
la
tower.
partida
Big shows
anterior.
now. Do T1
Ay, güey, me pedí una hamburguesa, pero la verdad es que no me la quiero
go for the
comer.
fight. Zeus was trying to hold the weight. They
Me
can
comí
quite
las
good.
papitas,
BLG
pero la
enough
hamburguesa no me
numbers
apetece
to force
mucho.
him away. The equalizer that Faker stole away does a little bit of chip damage, but not much else. Unlocked up for the moment as Faker looks for that.
Ay, güey, las personas que acabo de saludar me suenan mucho de algo, pero no sé de qué.
Paranoia coming out.
Los
Call the
conozco.
board is stopped. Zeus dashing forward. The shield is around for the taunt, blocked by Ona.
¡Ojo! ¡Muy buena esa! ¡Qué buena, mamacaches! ¡Ah, muy buena, mamacaches! ¡Así se hace! ¡Así se hace, carajo! ¡No! ¡No! Wait, what the fuck? Amigo, ¿qué pedo? ¿Por qué no lo escucho?
Connects onto Zeus, meaning that he can't follow up with his ulti, but he gets a flash away, a nice spell shield from Ona. The two-man knockup from Zeus was crucial.
Vale, nos colocaron la
allowing Guba to just
repetición,
free-fire
nice.
onto the back line.
Yeah, the start of it, Guba had taken 2 tower shots while trying to walk to the rest of the team. Then goes for the ult into flash, follow, and then the repeat on the dive here. Shun trying to do something.
Muy buena.
It's only going to be Guma, the sacrifice on the other side. Him not having flash from the earlier play.
¿En dónde está Mari? La maté.
I want to keep track of the experience and the levels that people find themselves at, because right now I feel like T1 have a big advantage. Level 7 on the top side, so Bin has been able to catch up in the mid lane. Knight has also been able to close that gap. Elk, though, with actually a full level lead over Gumayushi, while Carrier has now ticked over to level 6. So BLG have done a good job being able to close that experience gap.
A ver, tampoco nos vayamos a emocionar mucho porque literalmente realmente no hay mucha diferencia de oro. ¿Cuánto vamos? Como un poquito más de 1000 de diferencia de oro. Aunque bueno, o sea, vamos al minuto 10, 1000 de diferencia de oro no está tan mal. Hola Mari, hola Facundo, ¿cómo estás? ¿En qué lugar estás? ¡En Londres! Estoy en Londres. Mari, ¿quién va ganando? Dime algo. O sea, es que no te puedo decir quién va ganando exactamente. Pero, a ver, si... Yo creo que la respuesta sería T1. T1 va ganando porque tiene más oro, y más oro significa más ítems significa más daño y más de todo, pero es difícil. Bueno, pues que aparte también tienen 4 bacularvas, 5 bacularvas, 6 bacularvas. A ver, no hay nada decidido aún, pero T1 va mejor. Doxiada. Sí, estoy doxiadísima. Estoy en Londres, en un lugar llamado Play Social, algo así. A ver, qué buen análisis, Marillo, porque eres co-streamer. Cállate, Moradín, estás celoso porque tú no eres co-streamer. Pensé que estabas en Perú. Sí, güey. Mira, allá está Gloglo. Dio la Gloglo. Ah, mierda. Allá, dio la Gloglo.
And T1, they're not going to alleviate that pressure. Look at the positioning of Carry.
¿Puedo ir a Perú? No, güey, a Perú solamente pueden ir los peruanos.
He is not afraid, he knows he has the mechanics
¡Vamos! ¡Primera torre para T1! ¿Cómo va el torneo? A ver, perdió el primero, pero igual no está tan mal, o sea, falta ser co-streamer. ¿A poco sí, güey? ¿A poco sí? Celoso de que no le paguen nada, what the fuck. Uy, me pagaron todo el viaje a Londres. Bueno, y un poquito más para comprar huevadas también. Mira, honestamente, con lo del viaje ya saqué muchísimo, pero muchísimo más de lo que esperaba. O sea, y un viaje a Londres no es nada barato. Incluso yo creo que me sobra para comprar mis huevadas. De hecho, también me compré por ahí un saquito. Mejor nada, ¿a poco, güey?
Underneath the wave, he just volleys away the minions instead.
But you see the confidence the carrier has?
La verdad, si cualquiera de los dos queda 0-3 sería aburrido. Sí, o sea, por eso está bueno que haya ganado en el anterior BLG y que en esta gane T1 y luego las otras dos gane T1 y al final gane T1 y todos contentos y felices. Ahora para Perú. Sí. Apenas acabe el juego me voy directamente para Perú 100%. Qué ganas que tengo de aparecer allá. Bueno, al menos conociste en Londres. Sí. Y era un viaje que tenía muchas ganas de hacer. De hecho, yo creo que voy a reservar hoy para ir mañana al Ojo de Londres y temprano voy al museo. ¿Cómo se llamaba el museo de Londres? Como un final feliz. Pues sí, güey.
But this is where T1 want to focus. Should knows that the objective is
O sea,
and the bot lane of BLG now regrouping with the rest of the team.
A veces en la vida te toca comenzar desde bien abajo, culero, donde a lo mucho vas a recibir patadas y que alguien te escupa, para que luego, con esfuerzo y dedicación, puedas conseguir cosas más chidas. Así como por ejemplo le está pasando a T1 ahora. Miren, en la partida anterior literalmente les hicieron cosas muy feas. Y ahorita, míralos. 3000 de diferencia de oro a su favor prácticamente. Hola Mari, la mejor co-streamer con moño, gracias. Pues ¿cuántos tienen?
Those side lane trades are so interesting because Knight's trying to make the trade as quick as possible, get use out of the
Güey,
aftershock.
me da pero un chingo, un vergo de ansiedad cuando la gente se pone a mirar a través de la cabina. Es como de, ¿qué estás viendo, güey? ¿Qué quieres? ¡Ojo!
T1 still looking for a bit of a battle around this Rift Tower. The question is, will BLG acquiesce to their request to take a fight?
¿Quién ganó World 2023? T1. O sea, técnicamente T1 son los reyes actuales, pues son los campeones actuales. Entonces, literalmente esto es como tratar de derrotar al... ¡A la verga! Y lo que salvo fue que ¡a la verga! ¡Es buenísimo! No se salva ni en pedo, no se salva ni en pedo, ¡vámonos!
It's just a bloody brilliant re-engage, isn't it, from T1? Just as BLG find that nice knockup.
Se están viendo, sí, ya sé que los que están afuera me ven y me... ¡Oh, Dios mío, lo odio, güey! Lo odio, me da un chingo de cosas. Cuando se queda la gente parada viendo directamente a la ventana, como que ¿qué estoy haciendo? Me da un chingo de güey, ¿qué pedo? ¿Por qué me estás viendo? ¿Qué quieres de mí? ¿Te debo o qué, loca? Es que mírenlo, miren la entrada de Faker, es buenísimo, cómo se salva, cómo vuelve a entrar, cómo se lleva una kill. ¿Será que a lo mejor soy demasiado fangirl?
This is the T1 and their ability to find these plays. They didn't have that in game 1, but in game 2, they are finding them now with a 4K gold lead 17 minutes in.
It's the power of the paranoia as well. Like BLG are just advancing into darkness. Like, okay, we got Faker,
Es
but
como
you're
era
so
eso
far away, I
lógico.
can't even see you anymore. I don't know how to follow up.
Con testatura seguro están viendo a través de la cabina simplemente. Uy, estoy sentado, es claro que me ven a mí. Ay, yo no soy tan fangirl, o sea, ¿les parece que es demasiado?
Becomes pretty problematic for BLG on those sides, and so T1, they're just going to force down the dragon, immediately rotate everybody over to this outer tower. Wait, lying in the fog of war. If anyone from BLG steps up, have to be a little bit careful there. So sacrifice the tower initially, and then as you said, they have the Rift still in pocket.
No soy, técnicamente nosotros también te estamos viendo, Mari. Sí, pero realmente ustedes no, ni siquiera existen, güey. Son solamente una imaginación de mi mente enferma y esquizofrénica. O sea, a ustedes no los veo, solamente los escucho en mi cabeza. Pero a las demás personas que sí son reales, los veo y me da miedo.
Yeah, BLG have to be so careful when they're collecting these waves. Look at
Justificas un pinche a veces las cagadas que hace T1. Mira, me podrían decir que come... Que Faker cometió un crimen de odio y aún así lo defendería. Ustedes no lo entienden, güey, ustedes no lo entienden. Es que, güey, esa planta que está allá al lado me da ansiedad. Siento que es una persona que me está viendo. O tal vez solamente es mi esquizofrenia.
But he's crucially drawing members to the top side.
Mari, salúdame, soy el de atrás. Hola David, ¿cómo estás?
They have the push in mid, they have another wave that they can catch on bot, and then they can start putting pressure on the tier 2 tower, and if Knight overstays, there's the threat of a dive.
Hola Mari, hola Henry, ¿cómo estás, hermosísimo?
T1 in game number 2 with 6 scrubs. Remember how quickly they can take these towers. They're just gonna siege up at this turret, try and spawn those scrubs, and they rotate Faker down after pushing topside. Again, you see Bin having to collect those minion waves at the tower, and it's always the first move there for T1. Again, the power of Nocturne here lurking in the jungle means that BLG constantly have to defend at towers.
That's the thing you've got to be careful of. He's gonna ride that one into the tower. And they're going for the dive.
Watcher coming out as well. Elk locked up towards the top side. The Rift Tower did charge in. Half the tower
A ver, vamos a ser honestos, esa ulti estuvo meh. No estuvo buena, no estuvo mala, estuvo meh. Como por las huevas también.
You've got to keep an eye on when it comes to T1. It's actually just the individual sitting on a side lane, whether it be Guma, Ona, Faker, or Zeus.
Tú con stream, con tu trabajo con streamer pagado. Mira, todo valió la pena solamente para estar acá el día de hoy en Londres. Nosotros no somos imaginarios.
And the 6 grubs is so nice for them.
So powerful.
When they're
Una
constantly
terapia con
rotating
lo que te
between
pagaron
these
de
towers, even though
Worms.
T1 have a very
Y
short
de hecho
range
podría.
composition, they just kind of go up into range, spawn their little grub mites, and get little bits of chip damage on those towers. Meanwhile, On trying desperately to get the
Uy, me
first
acabo de
step of
acordar
the
de lo que
play,
cuesta la
the
terapia.
early
Qué
vision, the advanced
costoso,
warning,
güey,
the
qué
extra
costoso.
information for BLG to try and
Oye, ¿y
craft
por
the
qué toda la
comeback.
ropa allá está como tan costosa? Me acabo de comprar un saco de lana, 80% de lana real, de ovejitas que hacen B, como a 60 libras. Y un pinche saco de poliéster todo culero allá en Bershka me cuesta como 50. Y cuando vuelves a Ciudad de México,
It is something that T1 has shown so much success at.
ahora me voy a mudar a Perú.
Just denying your opponents a vision and then making picks, making these plays, being very quick.
Si soy imaginaria, qué imaginación tan culera ahí nomás.
Step number 1
Uy, pero ¿por qué te
accomplished.
tratas así?
Step number 2 now. Try and draw out
Voy a pedir
BLG
mi heladito.
to that
Le voy a
dangerous
pedir a la
open
mamá
area
manager
of the
que me
map.
traiga.
Dragon will arrive shortly,
Uy, me di cuenta
of
de
which
que
they
estoy
can
mal
try and
manager.
utilize
Estoy
that, but
manager.
once again, you see T1 first
Hoy
on
le
the
voy a pedir a la
sideboards,
mamá
pushing
manager
those ones
que
in.
me traiga mi
They have
heladito.
their double teleports ready, plus Nocturne ultimate.
Again, the sideways are so annoying for BLG now. It's constantly catching and catching and catching. And it's T1 that always get that push out onto mid. Holding this mid tier 1 is so valuable as well. Dragon, 20 seconds. Of course.
No, me quedé sin internet, vete a la verga, yo no puedo pedir mi helado.
For either side. T1 set their sights on the enemy camps.
Le vas a pedir una foto faker. Oh, si lo veo, 100%.
All right, BLG.
Oh, the flank.
Zeus.
Yo creo que BLG ya... No, qué buena ulti, güey, esa sí estuvo muy buena. ¡Es buenísimo! ¡Uy, qué bueno que es Faker!
His support T1 though find one and they'll turn their eyes towards the Drake.
Ornn and Nocturne, it is just
Manager esclavo, respeta.
to the map, out in front of any of your towers, and as soon as they do, T1 closes
Configuraste
the
el
trap
bot
shut.
acá.
They get their extra kill.
El de las alertas de Twitch, no.
I understand why. Like, what's the point?
He's like,
When
yeah,
you
Me
can
siento
have
pendejo
it,
sin mis emotes.
I'd rather
¿Qué
save it
quieres
for
que
the
haga,
incoming
güey?
fight.
Estamos
He knows
acá.
there's no wasteland to come back into the game. Knight, I think,
Nah,
is a little
BLG
too
ya sabe
tanky
que esto no se
to
puede
fall to
ganar,
this
o
little
sea,
skirmish in the mid lane.
son que más de 6.000 de diferencia de oro a minuto 23. No hay forma en que puedan darle la vuelta a esto. No hay forma. No han logrado ni siquiera tirarle una sola torre a T1. No tienen una sola bacularva. Para mí, que los de BLG ya saben que esta está perdida. Ya tienes tu maleta tamaño Faker, apenas acabando el juego lo capturas. ¿Qué crees que es Faker, un Pokémon? ¿Crees que necesito secuestrar a alguien para... No, Faker. A la verdad, ¿qué pasó? ¿Por qué chingados están corriendo 3 personas de un solo vato?
Global aggro debuff that we've all known him to have.
Him and Timo, the two.
Yeah, BLG not going to be baited in or.
¡Ah, la mierda! Ah, claro, porque te quiero... ¡No! ¡Sí lo atraparon, güey! ¡Ah, la mierda! Pero aguanta un montón, Faker. ¡No, Faker, no mueras! ¡No mueras! ¡Corazón! ¡Vamos! ¡Vamos! ¡Ese es el rey demonio, carajo!
But Faker does not fall that easily. His team is quick to react, and just like that, 4 members down. T1 will secure the Baron.
BLG knew we are falling behind. We have to make an attempt at a pick ourselves. They try and go
Ay,
Faker, but
esto
T1 counts in
es
response.
calidad,
It's
carajo.
just the one player that is so hard to catch. And that is not because he is an individual.
¿Cómo aguanta? No puedo, es que no entiendo cómo no se murió. ¿Cómo es posible que Faker no se haya muerto? Literalmente todo el tiempo estuvo como como ¿a cuánto? ¿10 de vida?
Heel comes through from Gumayushi, and then the turnaround, and Faker crucially sticks around. He applies the slow on tonight. He gets a bit of a heal as
Mírenlo, mírenlo, nunca tuvo vida y aún así no importa. De todas formas no podían matarlo.
All right, back to live. You can already see the ramifications of that play. The Baron buff in the hands of T1. Walking up these towers, they just fall over in front of them. This series here, very likely to get evened up. The response in game number 2 for T1, taking back the Silas.
They are 12,000 gold ahead or thereabouts, and T1 advance on 2 lanes. Faker in mid has stolen away Elk's ultimate and has used it to great effect so far this game. Gumayushi has a masterworked Blade of the Ruin King alongside a Terminus and a Ginsu's. Elk still about half an item behind. T1 continue to pile the pressure on. On looks for Owner, can't find him. BLG just trying to find some semblance of an engage, trying to find some way to break through the armor of T1 right now.
No pueden defender esto
that they
ni
want, but he dives
pedo.
back in onto Shun. Half HP now on the Shun channel.
O sea,
T1
ese
taking
cañón
away. That's all they need to do.
solito
They
se
have
va a
the Baron
cargar
buff
la
for another
torre.
minute's time.
Again, Baron buff and 6 grubs just solve so many
Están
siege
pushando
problems.
2 líneas al tiempo. Es que el varón les ayuda muchísimo. Y esa torre va a caer en prácticamente 0, vale, muy buena. Aprovecha que va a caer la torre. Se lanza. Tira la torre. GG. GG, chat. Ya fue. Easy peasy, corazón. Easy peasy.
In game number 2 to even it up here in London.
Try as you might, T1. I'm on home turf, and we're going to a best of 3.
Lethal efficiency
Es que sí,
from
son los
T1
verdaderos
as
protas.
they change up the
Se dejaron
draft.
ganar al inicio
Even
para
though they can see first blood, they're able to bounce back
para
with some
que los
incredible
enemigos se
teamfights.
confiaran.
Both teams have been so good at snowballing their lead, so good when they get ahead.
They really have. It's been a seesaw so far, BLG.
¡Ah, miren esto!
T1 showed up very solidly in game.
Soy influencer VIP.
Continue to swing the way it
Influencer,
has. We'll
güey.
see
Significa
BLG
que
maybe go to the
influyo a la
blue side
gente
for the first
a
time
consumir
in
droga.
the
Digo,
World's Finals.
a tatuarse. Digo, cometer delitos. A ver, son más poderosos que tú. Aplaude, Mari. ¿Para qué o qué, güey? Mari, es tu oportunidad. Atrápalo. Espérate, y mi helado, güey. ¿Qué es eso? ¿Están diciendo qué personaje les gusta más de Arcane? Teamfight Star Tactics into the Arcane. Güey, es que veo a Vi con Jinx, se me dan ganas de llorar. Ellas no merecían ese final. Ellas no merecen terminar así. Ellas merecen quedarse como hermanas. TFT God. Mira, no voy a decir nada porque estoy en un evento de Riot y bueno, técnicamente de YouTube. Pero que tiene que ver con Riot, así que si hablo me banean. Cada quien, yo soy no de LOL. ¿Cómo no spoiler? No mames, hay una temporada de Arcane en TFT. Parece que la va a ver. Llora. No quiero llorar, güey. No quiero llorar. ¿Ustedes por quién apostaron, chat, que ganaba? ¿Billy o T1? ¿Quién creen que gane? Pero de veras, de veritas, de verdad. ¿Lo de YouTube tiene algo que ver con Riot o fue coincidencia? No, fue coincidencia, bueno, no fue coincidencia. Los de YouTube les preguntaron a Riot, así como de, oigan, queremos traernos a un huevón de esos que ustedes tienen por allá. ¿A cuál de esos pendejos nos recomiendan? Y uno de Riot llegó y les dijo como de, esa pinche MaryBlog a la verga, ya sácanla de Latinoamérica, no queremos tenerla acá, chinga su madre. Y los de YouTube dijeron, bueno, está bien, y me contrataron a mí. Había apuestas, ta madre. Yo aposté por Taiwán. Ya reiniciamos apuestas en la morada, nomás apostaron 10. ¿Quieren que les prenda streaming RL en Twitch? O sea, no les voy a mostrar el juego, pero para que sepan que estamos acá en YouTube y para que puedan hacer las apuestas allá. ¿Cuánto te pagan? Pagan los viáticos del viaje. O sea, me pagaron cierta cantidad de dinero, que no les voy a decir cuál es, por estar aquí streameando y para cubrir los viáticos. IRL en búsqueda de Faker. Ok, esperen un momento, ya voy a aprender entonces. Voy a colocarles esto por acá. De hecho, sí, porque no hice eso desde el inicio. Colocarlos directamente en Twitch y no mostrar el juego, pero sí mostrar que estamos acá en YouTube y hacer las apuestas desde allá. Y para, o sea, solamente que me escuchen desde allá. No sé por qué no lo hice antes, honestamente. A veces soy huevona. Pero ustedes no me vayan a decir nada, chat. O sea, tú les pagaste. Güey, no seas chismoso, hijo de puta. ¿Y regresa a Colombia también o te lo pagas tú? No, ellos pagan todo, o sea... Con el dinero que me dieron, pagué hotel, vuelos, transporte, comida, huevadas, más huevadas. De pronto ahorro algo y también me lo llevo para Colombia. Un saquito de lana, unos jueguitos de té. Oigan, ¿alguien sabe dónde puedo comprar un juego de té bien acá en Londres? Es que compré tés, pero no... Mierda, ¿verdad que no estoy conectada a internet acá técnicamente? Ay, pero me va a ir re mal si lo conecto ahora. A ver, déjame reviso. ¿Verdad que Abby me envió la contraseña del internet? ¿Quieren que se las pase, chat? Pero será la contraseña de qué internet exactamente. Players, quizá. A ver. No es. Abby. ¿Dónde está Abby? ¿Sabes dónde está Abby? Abby. Ahí está Abby. Oye, una pregunta. ¿Cómo se llama la red de la contraseña que les pasaste? Abby dice que los odia y que les cagan. Dice que solamente me quiere a mí. En Twitch sí se ve el directo porque si no se escuchará el ruido de fondo. Probablemente. Vale, conectó bien. Ahora me voy a conectar acá. HWCY.
In a similar fashion like BLG dealt that first blow in game 1, and that's what we love to see. With that I mean that we get at least 4
El sentimiento es mutuo. Por lo menos es más amable que el streamer. Pero si yo siempre he sido amable con ustedes. ¿Cuándo no he sido amables, pinches animales?
Yeah, it's actually really cool because me and Chronicler were talking about how both of these teams are so good when they're
Qué
ahead,
falta
right?
de
Like, they know
respeto que
exactly
piensen
what
que yo
they
no soy
wanna do
amable.
with their leads, which is why I
Siempre
think
los he
it's
tratado
been
bien, con
two
amabilidad,
very well done games,
con amor. Y ustedes me tratan de esta forma. Mods, ¿podrían por favor cambiar el título de Twitch y colocar final de League of Legends en YouTube o algo así, por favor? Mientras tanto, pues voy a ir iniciando también acá. O sea, solamente voy a aprender en Twitch para que hagamos las apuestas mientras la gente lo vea acá en YouTube.
Other teams that sit back, they play the macro game a little bit more, talking about you, Genji, and it doesn't always work out, as we see.
Both teams subscribe to the theory, when you're ahead, you have the advantage, you should team play. And when you fall behind, the only way to come back is also team play.
Excellent, we love it. So, level 1-wise though, again, the same story as game 1.
And
Listo, ya tendría que haber funcionado bien. Esperen un momento, chat.
Back to game number 1. And this to me felt like such a, again, credit
Hola.
to BLG for the amount of prep that they do and how confident they are on these level 1s. They clearly have done a really good job of knowing what the movements for T1 are.
Yeah, makes sense, but if you're T1, how the hell are you falling into this trap twice?
I don't know, and I do hope they don't fall for it a third time. I imagine they had a expectation that BLG was going to play on the opposite side of the map, maybe opt into a swap to deny that Renata Kalista combo.
Ahora sí, se está muriendo en directo de Twitch. ¿Cómo? ¿En serio? Pero ya debería estar conectado al Wi-Fi y debería estar chévere y todo. ¿Qué hacías en YouTube? ¿En serio se ve muy mal? Bueno, chat, o sea, si se ve mal, vayan a YouTube, la calidad está mejor. Acá solamente prendimos stream como para las alertas. En serio está muy lag. Déjenme ver cuál es la velocidad de esta red que me pasaron.
13-18. That's special because that's around the time that On got level 6. He was so far set behind and it really looked like BLG.
Creo que es porque estamos en esta pinche caja, güey, o sea,
particularly well in certain situations in this lane swap, so credit to T1.
And it's such a big thing for T1.
Está diciendo Abby, güey. O sea, sé que me dijo algo, pero creo que me dijo que estoy loca o algo así. Lag, guajajaja. En serio está muy mal. Ok, chat de Twitch. Si me ven culero, digan. Me gusta el pen, digo. Me gusta el pan. A ver, continuar en la web. Vamos a probar la velocidad de esta red. ¡A la mierda! Ah, bueno, 11%, bueno, 11 megabytes, no está tan mal. 14, 15, ok, podría estar mucho peor realmente. Me gusta el pan, güey, me gusta el pan, me gusta el pan. Me gusta el pan. Ustedes no, los de YouTube no tienen que decir esa huevada, ustedes me están viendo bien. Los que tienen que decirlo son los de Twitch, que no me están viendo en YouTube. Y los clips. Me gusta el pan. Ah, por cierto, mods, pueden colocar el stream de Twitch en IRL, por favor. No sé si ya está en IRL, pero la idea es que el stream de Twitch esté como en
much better. And I do think as
en
we go to the
IRL
blue
y
side,
el de
I do expect it to
YouTube
swap up
esté
because T1
en League of
100%
Legends.
has to ban that Yone and that
Que te
Aurora,
gusta
which
que
really
el
limits the
pan,
scope
güey.
of some
Pero
possibilities
siempre
for
te vemos
BLG.
mal, Mari.
Make it
Claro
so
que no,
interesting, right?
güey.
Because we have that swap, and now
Estoy
this is where we get to see the
bien. Déjame
adaptations
verme en el
coming into their
espejo.
game. Do they identify that, hey, we need to enable bin more in the 1v1, or are they confident that if they execute in 5v5s, the Rumble
¿Qué
is still
hablas?
going
Me
to be
veo
all
10 de
right? I
10.
really think that this game is going to set the tone
Debería
for the rest of the
hacerme la
series.
línea más grande, ¿verdad? Para que se vea más chévere. Espérate, me voy a echar un poquito de labial. Un FPS en el stream a la verga.
1-1 both slaughters so far. I would like a close game. I'm gonna be honest. I think it's,
A ver, esperen un momento, chat. Voy a quitarles el stream un segundo para revisar.
They've got their wins. Now just give us a close one. We don't really mind who wins.
Fair is fair. Each got to stomp once. Now we get to see a close couple of games.
Exactly.
Let's get into it though. Of course, the level ones have resulted in first bloods both times around. So we'll keep we'll keep an eye on that as well.
We have seen BLG actually swap to the blue side for this game as well. So it's the first time we'll be seeing them on the blue side this series. Do you guys think there's much that changes with that?
Well, this time round, we know that T1 will likely be forced to both ban Aurora and Yone, which means that BLG kind of like free up a ban. I'm
Thank you,
interested to
Bobby.
see what their priority is based on the sound effects. That does sound like a different first ban. Forest going to be banned on the side of BLG. I wonder if they're going to look to implement a similar approach. No, they're going to ban
Yo creo
the
que tal vez es por la
This is
caja. Aquí
definitely
casi no
screaming
llega la
at the
señal.
first pick for BLG.
Yeah, because T1 kept on giving BLG the Ashe over to them when they are on red side, so they don't want to do the same thing. Definitely knowing the power of that. I think the real question here for T1 is, in addition to Yone and Aurora bans, is Jax still going to be like your
Avisa del
target banner? Are you
streamer.
still
Ay, vete a la verga, Moradín. Déjame en paz.
Do you feel confident?
Aparte, ni siquiera me están viendo bien. No he conectado.
Or the Gnar into it, or Zeus, or even
Vale, por ahora lo voy a dejar así y ya cuando tengamos una mejor red lo cambio o pues no lo cambio, no lo sé, dependerá de qué podamos hacer. Igual, déjenme, voy a revisar qué tan mal se ve en Twitch. Si realmente está tan mal como dicen o si solamente son unos pinches exagerados que les gusta hacer bulla por todo.
My Silas Prio is also really high here, so Jax Prio, Silas Prio, as well as Callista Prio.
These are the three that spring to mind. 41 as well.
Sí estoy viendo el mundial, pero estoy en
Looks
YouTube
like it is
viéndolo.
going to be Callista first for BLG.
Uy, no me actualiza esta mierda.
Zeus, even though we know Bin for the champion, Zeus is no stranger to it himself, and I wouldn't be surprised to see the Jax plus the Vi locked in here for T1.
¡La mierda, se ve horrible!
Why not? It's been such a fantastic pick for Carrier.
And you do not
Literalmente son
Callista
diapositivas.
Renata. The pairing is terrifying here. Pretty good response, honestly, I would say, from T1. Of course, Elk on the Callista is such a fearsome bottom lane. We'll see what they can end up pairing it with. Likely going to try and get picked here before this next round of bans come.
Looks like Bin's just going to play
No,
the
y
same
aparte
game he's
directamente se
played
quitó,
every game so far.
Es que es demasiado lag, demasiado lag.
To Ben also, because he's put so
Está
much work in on this
imposible.
Rumble. He spammed it.
La dinámica es subir la calidad con bits. Sí, cada bit es un pixel más.
On it in Champions queue as well.
Are we going to get this locked in? Blitzcrank for On as an answer to the Renata. I think it can be a great.
Mira, voy a utilizarlo también para colocar las alertas, ¿está bien?
The ballista combo. I love this combo. This is one of the most funny combos you could possibly have for the mega grabs. This
O
would
sea,
be
si
such
quieren
a
decir alguna
big
huevada,
step
que
up.
sea
Though,
por
so much
alertas de
flaming
Twitch,
pressure on a
y ahí
Blitzcrank
ya
to
los voy a
really
escuchar
be
yo.
effective and find value.
Also so reliant on having good vision control through the game because Blitzcrank is basically impossible to play if the enemy sees you all of the time. All you're doing is running at them and hoping that they don't manage to dodge away from your hook.
Listo, ya creo que lo puse al máximo. ¿Alguien puede probar una alerta para ver si funcionan, por favor?
The ultimates are always what your key Rumble.
Mario, hay un poco de stream en tu lag.
But also the juiced
Estoy
up.
haciendo lo mejor que puedo, ¿ok? Estoy haciendo lo mejor que puedo. Veo un frame cada 5 minutos, me dice.
wonder what else they could be thinking of. Maybe the Syndra, even a possibility.
Hola?
The problem with Knight
Hola,
is he
hola,
has
hola,
such a deep champion pool. At least he showcased. Like, do you also ban the Ahri away? We've seen Silas used from both mid laners. Isn't even
No, se desconectaron los audífonos de esta huevada.
They want to potentially deny is Sejuani taken away on the side of BLG.
Yeah, trying to focus.
No.
But you were talking about the vibe earlier as well, Vedius. That is something that Owner has played a lot at this tournament. In fact, the most at this tournament, and has been critical in them getting those picks.
¿Se desconectaron? ¿Cómo que Bluetooth pairing mode?
There's already a bunch of dashes. You can put Poppy into the jungle.
¿Y cuáles eran?
Look for just some of that control into T1.
The thing that stands out to me was that Draven ban from PLG recognizing that what's a good pairing with the Renata? Oh yeah.
Ooh, there we go. It was banned out in the second round of bans last game. Now we get to see
La
the
puta madre
combination from Shun and Knight. Shun is one of these players that has the signature Kindred as well as Nidalee. It was such a big pick for him at the MSI meta as well, and very, very excited to see him on it. It's with double AP solo laners as well. It's with playmakers in a blitzkrieg.
La cagué.
So while the Rumble and Galio for PLG remain the same, the other components are vastly different. And I mean, a lot of faith is being put in Shun and Elk here, especially when you think of the superstars of this roster, and this BLG roster are not big players that everyone talks about. They're the individuals that when you look at the immaculate carry performances, it's not like Elk is a stranger to it, but those two are the historical players that are expected to make it.
Y no es inglés de Duolingo, ¿ok? Yo sé perfectamente lo que estoy haciendo.
Gonna be falling on Shun, gonna be falling on Elk. We'll see how they perform.
I think it's so incredible for Shun's story as well. You know, splitting time at this
Okay, ya se conectaron.
To do as a professional player.
Ay, qué bueno, güey, qué bueno.
But coming in on this type of pick, BLG are saying we have confidence in you to not only be in here and play with us, but also play off of our picks. It's incredibly important for Kindred to have strong lanes to play off of. Galio has so much setup. You can try and go there for kills, plenty of CC for you, but also help you control the marks. And the Galio ultimate is just such a nice layer on top of Kindred ultimates here. So tons of synergy and tons of faith here, BLG in their jungler.
Hola, manager Cubito. Sí, ya sé que no se ve bien, ya lo sé. Miren, hagamos algo. Twitch solamente se va a usar para las alertas. ¿Alguien podría probar las alertas en Twitch, por favor? Twitch va a ser solamente para las alertas y para las apuestas. Nada más.
Icons and capsules. If you haven't done it already, you should definitely do it, because we're going to have 3 more games of this. Calling it now.
Hope so.
All the way to 5. BLG on the blue side for the first time. They're level 1.
No deseo, me dice.
To behold so far here.
No, gracias.
Up, ready and waiting.
¿Creen que es una pregunta o qué?
And I already love what BLG have done here, getting the ward in there onto the blue buff to make sure that you know which side Owner is starting on.
Vénganse a YouTube para tener 5 pesos de HD. En YouTube se ve perfecto. A ver, es que no me tienen que ver acá, me tienen que ver en YouTube. Esa es la cosa. Denle-chan, mandé una sola alerta para probar si funciona o no, no sean culeros. Ah, no mames, ya comenzó el tercer partido.
It is going to be Kindred actually starting on technically their weak side.
And just path up towards the top side. Last time we saw a lane swap, both the junglers could just do full clears. We didn't see that in vain, that often you do see. Elkin on here going to be able to deny.
Así eran las videollamadas en el año 2000. Y ustedes quejándose.
Umayushi out this way, Knight going in already, hit the level 2. Faker takes a chunk of his HP for the pleasure of stepping up in the lane.
Soy pobre, dice.
In the bot lane, he is hiding just off in the fog of war, but close enough to actually get a bit of experience as well.
Nah, yo creo que les voy a pagar en Twitch por ahora si se ve tan mal.
No. I'm going to deny that experience.
Nos vemos solamente en YouTube.
This is different from the typical lane swaps we've seen a lot at the World Championship. Similar to what we saw in the previous game, rather than splitting the map as you guys were highlighting, it is going to be these jungle full clears, pathing away from their weak side of the map, which means the threat of a dive is a little bit lower. but I'm keeping my eye on Ona right now. The pings have come down from Shun that Ona is likely on his wolves. With the pressure the Knight has in mid lane, it becomes harder for Faker to be able to roam down to join a potential early game dive.
BLG also pushed their wave quickly here, while T1 actually just the last hitting, just the slowly building, pushing wave. And so
no, Mari piensa en las rachas. Ni modo, se
he's still going to be
jodieron.
able to get his level 2 though, and Owner still being on Grump means he's not currently under the extra pressure just yet. Plenty of time for the swap back here. Elganon, they go for the recall after quickly pushing the wave like we talked about on top side into the rotation over.
See if Shun does win out on the coin flip that happens with the first Scuttle Crabs when you're playing on this Kindred. You can see all-time 35 and 15 on this pick, but it is a lot of weight to be put on his shoulders. Remember, coming into LPL Summer Playoffs, it was Wei who was the first pick jungler for BLG. Coming into Worlds, it was Wei who was the first pick jungler. Ever since Shun came in, the team seems to have that little bit more coordination, but it's still a lot of weight of expectation when you get given a pick like this.
And since the Kindred mark for the very first spawn is just on Scuttle Crabs, he can just wait.
True.
As long as the other Scuttle Crab already taken there, you just wait and it will pop up eventually here on your Scuttle Crab as well. Just don't rush it down, but Zeus goes down for a little ward on it as well.
It's going to land here onto Carry. You can see the damage
Mira,
already going
Keria!
down. Gumi usually putting the feathers out. The Blade Caller doesn't connect with the root onto Elk.
Now we're going to see
Enamorada Ripio.
skirmish.
Sí, ahora solamente soy youtuber.
Because a ward was placed by Zeus to spot it out. You can see Ona making his way towards it. Faker has to base though, has no mana. Going to be forced to
Stream de calidad en Twitch, dice.
And here we go, the mark is there.
Can he burst it down here? He has smite.
He does. Ona manages to stop it from happening. But Shun is looking for more. He flashes forward. Knight on the flank as well. Ona's going to flash away. Counter-strike out from Zeus. Not quite able to connect the shooter Durant with the stun. His first blood again. The third time in 2 games.
¡Madre!
A nice punish from BLG. Shun saying, I'm not going to let you get away.
Porque esto siempre le pasa a T1, güey. Porque siempre terminan regalando.
This trick for Kindred players because you're like, oh no, you technically
No,
stole away my first mark. Guess what? You were marked.
And we got the kill.
Está bien, no pasa nada, güey, no pasa nada. Es una estrategia, es para que se confíen y luego simplemente lleguen y ¡pam, güey! ¿Sabes? Es solamente para que se confíen y ya está. Mari, prende y Pero si estaba desprendido todo el tiempo.
I just love to see
Es un infiltrado, dice.
Everybody in solo queue when you're playing against Kindred, you always focus so much on denying them their marks, stealing them your marks.
Errar es humano. ¿Y por qué siempre tienen que errar primero? No tiene sentido. Güey, ¿por qué siempre terminan matándolos primero? Siempre regalan la primera sangre.
I will say, BLG burnt 3 flashes.
¿Cómo te atreves a llamarle sobrevalorado al Rey Demonio? Al literalmente actual campeón, al ganador de 4 mundiales. Y le dices sobrevalorado a tu trasero.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that, Medic, because the bot lane of T1 have moved to the top side, knowing that the
Es que si no le juegan agresiva a T1 no le ganas. Es cierto, o sea, la primera partida la ganaron porque les jugaron súper agresivo. Por favor, coloquen el más 18 en el título.
That's all you really need out of the first pack.
A Faker le hicieron innombrable entre 3 personas.
I mean, the good news from Faker's perspective is the kill went down to On. Bit of a mistiming
¡Qué
on the
respeta, güey!
execution from Elk, meaning that he didn't quite have the damage to get the kill, so the Ignite ended up finishing it off. And Faker also didn't burn any summoners in that trade. He's now going to path up towards top, catch that wave as the bot lane of T1 transitions over to mid lane to match that of Elk and On.
En YouTube no creo. No podemos. Pero porque es ilegal o porque no pueden cambiar el título. Le hicieron el... No, güey, Mari nomás bufa. Y realmente no estoy haciendo nada, güey. Es que mira lo que le hicieron.
I love the flash rocket punch because it
Pobrecito, alguien por favor detenga esto porque el que graba no hace nada, no entiendo. Mira, hasta ahora no sé quién es Faker, yo te voy a explicar quién es Faker. Faker es el ganador de 4 mundiales hasta la fecha. El conocido Rey Demonio. el prota de los protas, la persona más influyente dentro del mundo de los esports, el jugador más importante de todos, la leyenda. Ese es Faker. Pero por tu canal es normal. ¿De qué hablas? Es por el canal, debe ser más 18. ¿Para qué? ¿Para colocar más 18 en el título? Más embarazado lo dejaron. 4 nomás. Así que ¿cuántos mundiales has ganado, Adrián? Dale, dime. Ay, no mames, no le pagué a Adrián. Ayer estaba a punto de pagarle, hice las cuentas de cuánto tenía que pagarle y todo y se me olvidó. Oye, Adrián, ¿crees en Dios?
I wonder if he's going to path back up towards mid or if he sets his sights back on top lane. It looks like top lane is his plan.
And I want to see BLG continue with these aggressive looks. Because they are running the Galio here for Knight, it really enables the aggressive positioning from either Shun or on here, constantly looking for plays on T1 members in rotations, you know, between those.
Pero si crees en Dios, no.
So let's see if they can actually make use of it. Currently, keeping on an elk through mid lane here, trying to deny this cannon.
Lo mismo decía con los TikToks y no me pasó nada. Ah, no mames, güey, es cierto, acuérdame, ¿cuánto te debo? Mándame un mensaje, please. Tengo que pagarle a Fers, tengo que pagarle a Adrián, tengo que pagarle... Creo que con los otros editores sí estoy al día.
So until we get past 15 minutes... I'm going to
be optimistic, Medic.
Cool. You want to be optimistic, I can understand
¿Sí
that.
It
is relatively even right now, but often the game starts to explode around that 15-minute mark.
Certainly does.
Es que el problema es que yo abro los mensajes, los leo y luego se me olvida.
Get that item completed as quickly as possible. Something that we often see on these rumbles, whereas the early prioritization on the Merc Treads from Zeus makes a lot of sense. Both the Galio and the Rumble, very valuable things to have Merc Treads against.
Lo que quiero es contenido para editar y bueno, también la plata. El contenido te lo quedo debiendo, pero la plata sí te lo pago esta noche cuando esté arreglando cositas. Güey, a Faker no le sueltan el brazo. Igual solamente hay 1000 de diferencia de oro. Se pueden recuperar. Güey, ya sueltan el brazo, déjalo vaquear.
And now you got to check those reset timers actually just before the second pack of grubs. A little interruption there, and now Faker cancels his recall on the bot side, so he's not going for his base preemptively. He goes back to deal with the wave that Knight is pushing up.
Getting a nice push here. Is sitting on just short of 1,000 gold right now. He has the Rumble ultimate as well. He's going to use it to clear the wave. They're looking for a dive.
TP coming in, might just be looking for another plate here as well. Knight going in with the taunt pin, doesn't really have much left. Put the damage down, Shun on his way across them and will have that Lamb's Respite. Zeus already down to 300 HP, looking for a leap strike away, but Zeus falls, Knight takes the tower. Meanwhile, the hostile takeover goes just short of it as he flashes to safety. BLG able to survive down towards the bottom side.
Beautiful reward there for BLG getting their first.
Boom. Flash hook from on, they look for more. Faker goes back in, but the
No, Faker!
Will bring Knight coming.
¡Corre, güey! ¡Corre, mierda!
Now has that flank position and the Leandri's complete. Owner jumps onto him with the bolt breaker and is able to keep him away from Faker for the moment. Faker
¡Amigo, corre!
Carrier's life will be...
¡No, Carrier!
Keep Faker alive, brings out the bailout, but falls immediately after. Faker trying to escape, Knight still on the chase.
Se sacrificó para protegerlo.
From BLG, as you say, they're not done yet.
Yo lo habría dejado morir.
He didn't spot him. He doesn't actually know if he interrupted him or not.
Dios mío, qué buen soporte, mierda.
Now he's seen him. Where are you going to go,
No.
Faker? Already absconded, already abducted. Elk is on his way to try and accept this kill as a tribute to him. Knight comes in from the side.
No, mierda, dijo que le pegaran. El sacrificio de Keria fue para nada. No debió haber tratado de vaquear, era obvio que te estaban viendo ahí, debió simplemente haberse suicidado y ya estaba.
A well-executed dive on the top side converted into a nice setup on the grubs. The BLG are once again outplaying T1.
And I want to highlight how BLG did it. They took over the jungle
que era
first,
demasiado arriesgado estar
towards
ahí.
the objective, and then they got the early route through your jungle with the extra wards there, and being able to pull off that dive with the teleport.
¿Cómo que ya saben que de quién es la culpa y de quién? ¿Mía?
Are we in store for a
Yo
third
no hice
stop in
nada.
this game?
This is why you don't talk at 10 minutes, Betty. Yeah, 12 minutes in, it is a massive lead now for BLG. 1,000 gold ahead. They're getting those first items complete as well. It's an opportunity first for Elk. Faker has managed to get himself a rocket belt, so he is kind of equivalent with Knight, but Knight has 1,000 gold lead and is starting to build up towards those next items.
And what's fascinating is it's a quiet game for Knight, but his impact has been instrumental. Yeah. You'll see it in a lot of the trades that he has against Faker, but he's just out pushing Faker in the side lane, building a CS lead, building an experience lead that we didn't get to see in game 2, but then that converted pressure is working wonders on the map.
And that battle in the mid lane is one that has been raging for years. Knight, domestically a Titan, has the tied most domestic titles of any mid laner in the LPL. Obviously, Faker stands above all, stands atop the mountain.
Ahí patinaste un poco, ahí patinaste un poco. Sí hay una buena diferencia de oro. Son más de 3.000 de diferencia de oro y eso a minuto 13 se siente. O sea, ya saben lo que dicen sobre el número 13. Que es un minuto muy importante en la partida. Y dependiendo de lo que pase acá, pues...
Yeah, T1 have to leave because Knight is in mid lane threatening that
Ese es el
Galio
problema,
ultimate.
güey.
This mid laner you're talking about that does so much for
Ahora
your
sí,
team
yo apoyando a T1, por favor, tengo una casa que ganar.
Especially some of these team fights, people were popping off. Elk, oh my god, insane play in these team fights, but that actually created so much space for him. Carrier actually, Renata ultimate.
Oh my god, I mean, this is such a crazy thing that's happening right now. T1 committed the teleport to the bot side knowing
Oye, ¿cómo es posible que no le podido conseguir ni siquiera una sola kill en todo este rato? Vale, pero les tiraron mid. Mid está muy bien. Ah, bueno, pero les tiraron a la torre tier 2.
Knight doesn't quite interrupt the reset from Faker. And now T1 can convert this into a dragon, but I think BLG is still more than happy with how things have played out.
Yeah, they want to keep on snowballing here, get the Rift Tail, keep on taking down these towers, open up more space on the map for you to position so aggressively.
Se intentó.
Backed up by the threat of a Galio ultimate. The invades coming from Kindred, so much more fearsome.
Me gustaría una pinza para agarrarme el pelo un poco más así.
Coming through, or even the long range of Rumble ultimates.
¿A ustedes les gusta
so BLG, again, resetting after the Rift Herald as Knight pushes up once again, but they can immediately send that Rift Herald and everybody towards...
Según Mari, perder es parte de la estrategia. No, perder no. Hacer como que van a perder y luego no perder. Pero es que T1 son tan buenos fingiendo que creo que se le está pasando un poquito la mano.
4,500 gold ahead, and they are forcing T1 out of their jungle. T1
Mira, hay una chica
thankfully for them
sospechosa viendo por tu
managed to pick up
ventana.
these camps before BLG were able to make their advance, but
Creo que es la que está a cargo
BLG
de
will use
YouTube.
that pressure to push through bot. They still have the Rift
O bueno,
out of
del
the pocket
evento
as
en
well
general.
if they want to look for a tier 2 down here, or if they do want to open up mid.
I mean,
¿cuánto van? 1-1. T1 ha ganado uno y BLG ha ganado otra. Y creo que esta 100% va a ser también para BLG. Güey, este mundial está muy peleado, o sea...
And all the towers are not equal value. The outer tower is 550 gold for your team. The secondary towers on the side lanes only.
Si no gana T1 me corto una chichi.
So even bigger
broma, no tengo. Me corto el pelo y me dejo calva.
Rift Herald into those tier 2s. So many of the towers already wiped clean.
Top 15 personas que vieron que estaban actuando. Son tan buenos que casi parece que de verdad pierden.
Leaving Yone open, BLG were able to find a way in which they could shut down T1. Not only did T1 get the Silas, Ona got his Vi, Gumiyushi got his hands on the Zaya, and Carrier got Renata. Like, you look at this draft, T1 is like, there's a lot of very comfort picks here. Zeus, also a very good Jax player. And BLG are just running rings around them. The way that they're finding these picks, the way that they're executing upon these plays, to see T1 being put under this kind of pressure is something that we really haven't seen any team do at this World Championship.
Yeah, specifically at this World Championship, though, because in the LCK Summer, we saw this a lot. We saw T1 struggling to have the coordination that we've seen from them in Worlds. Remember, they were only just the 4th seed from the LCK, one game away from it being KT, who perhaps would be here today. BLG, though, have been like this the entire year. From spring to MSI and now into Worlds, they are a dominant team. And when they get a lead at 15 minutes, they have about an 88% win rate. And we've seen that so far at this tournament. Heroes Entrance coming out. T1 trying to defend this mid-tier 1. Nightlock underneath the tower, but he is damn tanky right now. And already, Oda is down. The counter Heroes Entrance coming out.
Okay.
He stole one away just
Fue
to
uno
escape
por
the
uno,
play.
no está tan mal.
BLG lose
Pero es que ellos perdieron la torre de mid.
Ooh, that was very aggressive on under tower. They go for the Blitzcrank ult and they start to play very, very early. They still get it.
Ya lo hiciste, tu flequillo, Mari, si te pones más a la derecha parecería que tienes una aureola.
T1 did a good job of clearing out the wave first before then turning their attention onto BLG, and it felt like that their focus was divided
Por favor, que
between
gane
the tower
T1.
and the fight. But somehow they get away with a 1-for-1 along with securing the objective.
Yeah, again, and the extra objective you talk about, yeah, the outer tower at 500 gold plus the kills. But
apenas le decía el LOL, me quedo por la mufa de Mari los puntos, dice.
So they're still tanking tower a bit. They're fine with it. Galio ult comes down. Renata does delay them under it. Then they're trying to both get their kills, but then also finish off the tower.
Ends up being Knight falling in exchange for Ona. Faker steals away the Galio ultimate to help with the disengage. You can feel
Uy, ¿ese es un disfraz de invocador?
Their backs are getting closer and
De los,
closer to
no
the wall.
es un disfraz de niño.
To extend the gold lead, Dragon spawns in 55 seconds. You imagine the T1 is going to look to concede.
¿De qué estaba disfrazada esa persona?
They're not really in a position to win a fight.
Importantly for Shun, he was able to pick up a mark in that fight on Ona and also take
El
away
diablo fue Ángel antes.
Ona's jungle. So now he is at 4 marks. It was a very long time coming off the UC, especially in solo queue. You know, you see Kindred's really get those marks.
Más de 6,000
racked
de
up
diferencia
early,
de
but
oro.
not having as much action, it's
A
harder to
minuto
find them. When the
20.
team is playing around taking those camps away, obviously
Bueno,
a little bit longer, but that Kindred
igual yo les doy la bendición, pero no creo que de esta salgan muy bien librados. Fue bonito mientras duró. Un placer haberlos visto en esta partida. Pero no hay nada que puedan hacer para remontarla. Y es que absolutamente nada. O sea, BLG tendría que cagarla durísimo para que siquiera T1 tuviera la más mínima oportunidad de ganar esta partida. Y es que no la tienen. Y se acaban de chingar a Faker. Pero hey, hicimos lo que pudimos.
Often we talk about how when teams commit into collapsing onto Faker, something
¡Vamos, Zeus! No sé qué chingados está haciendo, pero vamos, Zeus.
And there's nowhere else on the map that T1 can really put pressure down towards. So BLG,
¿Y BLG se lleva el dragón?
They're going to secure the dragon uncontested, kind of as we
Tu
expected.
bendición nos llevó a eso, Mari.
Look for is vision
Es
on
que la
top
bufa es
side.
demasiado poderosa. Yo les dije que yo no mufo. Yo solamente quiero apoyar a mi
All
equipo.
of the rewards. I mean, Ben just kind of walked up to him on the side lane and take away the jungle camps, take away their lives. Another mark here for Shun. 6 now on the Kindred, really accelerated.
BLG in a commanding position. I was the one that said I expected a closer game here. I was looking forward to some very close fights, but after that top lane tower dive, BLG have just
Hicimos los mufaste porque le hago caso a Mari. Debí apostar a BLG.
their tools, their option.
Porque tenemos que apoyar a T1. ¿Ok? Sí, BLG son muy buenos. Tal vez más buenos de lo que cualquiera de nosotros esperábamos. Pero escúchenme. Faker tiene algo que nadie más tiene. Bueno, T1 en especial. Tienen el poder de la amistad, güey. Así que yo sé que gracias a eso es que van a ganar. Hoy jubilen el Rey Demonio, ni se te ocurra. Yo sé que el Rey Demonio puede aguantar. Yo aposté por error a T1 y ese error en realidad... Ah, bueno, en esta sí cagaste. Pero maybe en la siguiente todo vaya a estar bien. Mierda. A la madre, lo que aguanta, o sea... Eso es buenísimo lo que aguanta ese Galio. Ya está, ya valieron verga.
Doesn't want to give him an opportunity to leave. BLG by 4, and Baron is on the menu.
They go at night, but he's too tanky, and BLG are going to respond in kind. The Baron will be theirs.
They were limited on their options, but the TP flank was a great
Bueno, hicieron lo mejor que pudieron.
The problem is the damage.
Qué gran mentira es tu leyenda. Tú cállate, pendejo.
They didn't have enough.
La siguiente es la buena, chat. La siguiente es la buena. Ustedes calmados, tranquilos. No enloquezcan.
We're gonna get another one-sided game in this series, back and forth. BLG here kind of on the precipice, winning this one, pushing them to a match point in the series. Here's another look at it. As you say, T1 know that they are falling so far behind in this game. They've got to try and make one of these overloaded plays to the side lane. So they try and get the jump on tonight, but it's so difficult. The defense there, Bin immediately arrives, Shun right afterwards, and so they don't even have to use a Kindred ultimate. Didn't even force anything out of BLG there, just too far ahead.
And look at the damage that's going to come through from Elk as well. Going for the lethality build, that Q just tore Gumayushi apart. And, I mean, BLG, now with the lead that they have, they'll be setting their
Lo hacen
sights.
por el show, dice Mari. Exacto. Lo están haciendo por el show porque acabar en un 3-0 es demasiado aburrido. Entonces van a dejar que ganen 2 para que se confíen y luego van a ganar ellos 2.
Put the final nail in the coffin.
Eso es lo que va a pasar. Ustedes confíen, chat. ¿Cuánto me he equivocado? Literalmente, güey, esa planta me da mucho miedo. Porque siempre siento que esa planta me está mirando.
0-4-1 in this game has been well and truly shut out by BLG, who are now advancing through the top side.
Uy, se los juro.
Has the hero's entrance
Tiene
to
como
join the
una
play,
vibe
doesn't
toda
hurt.
rara.
BLG though can just step forward. T1 really can't find an avenue to approach this next fight on. Looking for the Hex Flash.
Pobre, sigue en negación. Confíen.
Knight though doesn't have a wave in the mid lane, could go across towards bot. The next wave's still about 20 seconds away from crashing into that mid lane inhibitor tower. And here's the engage. Knight locked up, tried to justice punch away, but once again, T1 are engaging on the tankiest member of BLG, and they can't find anything with it. That's a Fate's Call used. That's the hostile takeover invested as well from Carrier, and BLG shrug it off, shrug their shoulders, and begin the advance once again.
Nah, aquí la acaban, güey. Aquí la acaban, aquí la acaban.
And not much they can do.
O van a romper el inhibidor, se van a retirar y van a ir por otra torre.
They're gonna have to watch 2 inhibitors go down. And still,
I don't think they're going to stop at 2.
Still, they've got another 30.
Aunque bueno, igual solamente les queda una para tirar, ¿no? La de bot lane.
Pushing this one down as well.
I mean, all I'm thinking of right now is what a great
Entonces por el show me reembolsan mis puntos. Chris, ¿crees en Dios?
Income of Weber to bring out the Kindred now. Once again, the TP flank.
Hook going down, cease and desist. They look at the lockdown.
No!
Kerry already fallen as the hero's entrance will block Shun from taking in more damage alongside that for Lamb's respite. T1 have lost their support, but can they find the fight? Zeus sponsors.
¡Oh, vamos, Sonic! ¡Qué buena! ¡Sabes correr!
Gumayushi down to half HP. Zeus has already
Ok, es un 3 versus 3.
BLG continue to advance. Ona, Gumayushi, and Faker trying to hold the line here. They managed to find something. They got 2 kills
Nah,
out
pero
of
les
it, but they
faltan
lost
3
3
inhibidores. Hay dragón.
T1 have been able to find so far in this game, but the problem is they're too far behind.
Espérate, son 13,000 de diferencia de oro. ¿Cómo Faker y los demás pueden estar tan tranquilos?
BLG, 3 inhibitors secured, Dragon as well.
Here's another look at it. The teleport very deep in the jungle. Oh, that was quite
Porque la que reacciona no hace nada.
Able to still stay connected, but they have the emergency buttons of the Galio and
Esto es lo máximo que puedo hacer. Perdón, es hasta donde llegan mis capacidades.
Guma throws out the ulti to secure the kill onto On. Zeus, though, he'd already committed everything to try and getting a kill. Means that on the retreat, it ends up being a trade back. And Guma, with no flash, leaves
Clear
it more
Minor,
susceptible. But I mean,
siguiente
right now,
juego.
T1, they're just left with the scraps of their base. As BLG walk
¿En
away.
qué momento subió de 3,000 a 13,000 de oro? Impresionante, ¿no? Yo tampoco me di cuenta en qué momento pasó eso.
4 years ago on Suning,
Ahí está tu rey demonio. No te metas con el rey demonio, estúpido. Dale chance, güey, dale chance. Esta partida es para que los de Bilibili se confíen, ¿ok? La siguiente es la buena. Ya van a ver por qué le dicen el rey demonio. Ahí me acordé que yo leo puro manga que dice reencarné como la esposa del rey demonio. Tengo que dejar de leer huevadas también. A la verga, ¿qué está pasando? No, a la mierda. Pero qué pedo con el daño que tiene BLG. Solamente quedó Faker. No hay forma en que Faker pueda defender eso.
A convincing Game 3 victory from BLG. Bin calm and cool as he walks off the stage. But BLG have come into this series looking nothing but confident.
You can say that again. Straight from draft, straight from the level ones, in game, clean.
¿Han notado que los que ganan se van más rápido que los que pierden? Como que se levantan con un paso más decidido y más firme. En la partida anterior, que ganó T1, ellos bajaron más rápido que los de BLG, que iban un poco más cabizbajos y lentos. ¿Cómo se queda mirando ese Faker el rey frío? Será, déjalo en paz, carajo. No me gustan las looks. ¿Ese jugador de LoL tenía novia? No se apega a la realidad. Todo el mundo sabe que no puedes tener pareja y jugar LoL al mismo tiempo. Mari, si tenías tus soles en Interbank, tienes que sacarlos. ¿Qué putas es Interbank? La cara siempre fue BLG. No, yo le sigo teniendo fe a T1. Por más que me quieran decir, no, es que BLG esto y la chingadera. Yo confío en T1 y siempre lo haré y no me importa lo que digan. Mi corazón con T1, siempre. Tengo novia pero dejé el LOL. Tienes novia pero ¿a qué costo? ¿A qué costo, Fideo? ¿A qué costo? La cal siempre. ¿Y Faker qué? ¿Faker qué? ¿De qué hablas? ¡Yo tengo esa camisa! ¿Y si me la pongo? A ver. Es que aún no me la pruebo, a ver qué tal me queda. Ya, y tú cállate, pendejo. Uy. ¿Listo? A ver, vamos a probarnos. ¡Tachán! Dice MaryBlog. Bonito, ¿no? Mari sigue mufando a T1, que yo no mufo a nadie, ya les dije, carajo. Uy. Vale. Entonces, así queda. Pues queda bastante bonita, ¿no? A mí me gustó. Y acá dice MaryBlog. Me gusta, me gusta. Nah, así me veo más profesional. ¿Qué tal, chat? Qué falta de respeto que no lo escriba bien. Es MaryBlog. Es MaryBlog. Con... ¿Ok? Apuestas abiertas. Mari sigue mufando a T1, súper linda. Gracias, Eric, se agradece mucho. Asa, debería decir MaryBlogs. Oye, güey, ahora que lo pienso, si alcanzo a escuchar un poco el exterior, ¿será que la gente me escucha gritando aquí adentro? Espero que no. Con GDA. Sí, así es como supiste. Le escribieron mal. Hola, hola, hola. Ay, ¿por qué me escucho a mí misma? Ay, Mari, no te había visto bien, súper linda como siempre. Ay, muchas gracias, Eric. Crees en Dios que Dios la pague. María de los vlogs, pero no pasa nada, te irás del país pronto. ¿Qué tiene que ver? Espérate, tengamos a Tivers acá, estamos uniformados. ¿Tú qué opinas de todo esto, Tivers? Le voy a quitar esta huevada. Sácate la verdad. Bueno, ahora sí. Tivers, ¿tú qué opinas de la partida que acaba de pasar y lo que le hicieron a T1? Ajá. Ajá. Tivers, no podemos decir ese tipo de cosas acá, por Dios. Ajá. Verga, Tivers. Pero estás seguro. No, Tivers, por Dios. Ok, chat, no le hagan caso a Tivers. Está un poco esquizofrénico, pero lo importante es seguir teniendo fe en que todo va a salir bien. Fuertes declaraciones por parte de Tivers. Tivers, un último comentario. Ajá. Ajá. Ya veo. Oh, maravilloso. Muchas gracias, Tivers, por esas palabras tan conmovedoras que nos acabas de regalar. Le agradecemos mucho. Linda camisa, Vlogs. Muchas gracias, Dead Gallo. Pero muy conmovedoras palabras de parte de Tivers. Dice que les ve que se brazo. Eso no fue lo que dijo Tivers. Tivers está contentísimo de estar acá. ¿Verdad que sí, Tivers?
It's also, with every passing minute and passing game in this series, so funny to see.
Que funen a Tivers,
what do we
dice.
do when we're behind? Because
Pues
so
sí.
much of the problem solving is rooted
A ver,
in
inténtenlo.
just going in face first. But you see, with the big deficits that are being created in these mid games
Ahorita no me
consistently,
vengan, terminan
you don't
así.
have that opportunity.
Así
And
como,
neither
yo
team
estoy
then is really
bien.
able to set up the cross maps to try and stay relevant in the game.
And that's where, of course, I have to press you a little bit, Maurits, as the aficionado from the LCK. Isn't T1 the team that always
Mari,
goes out
bájalo
from back
lentamente,
games?
podemos
Isn't T1
hablarlo.
the team that when we were
Güey,
watching
déjame,
versus Gen G
déjame
in
ser
that first
feliz.
game and they
Tivers
were
también es
behind,
feliz.
we said the Baron is about to come. I've seen none of that today.
At Worlds, yes, but
Cambio este
what we're
Terry
now
por eso.
slowly seeing, particularly with
We
all
are
these-
Worlds. We're in the
Ah, no,
final.
gracias, estoy
Hear
bien.
me out, but for the entirety of summer, or even going back to spring, there were a lot more moments like this, and I think, unfortunately,
Está bien.
particularly with the performance of Faker, we saw.
A ver, espérate un momento, parece que me envió un mensaje la manager. Creo que estaba ofreciéndome comida. Te consigo boneless. Ah.
Behind in these series, neither team seems to be able to deal with.
That flag is getting closer and closer to you.
All right, I really like this.
¿Cómo así, Fers? O sea, ¿Adrián es tu novio? A la verga, no sabía que eran pareja. ¡Ah, no mames! Me mandaron los premios para sortearles hoy. Les puedo sortear 3 skins y 3 cofres hashtag. Vale, chat. Entonces, el que responda la siguiente pregunta se va a llevar un skin de 975 RPs. ¿Están listos? La pregunta es la siguiente. Tienen que ser muy rápidos porque es solamente para el primero. ¿Cuál es el mejor co-streamer que conocen? Oh, su co-streamer favorito. Pero, Faker. MaryBlog. Ok, perfecto. Leonardo, escribe tu Riot ID en el chat y los mods te anotarán para mandarte tu skin de 975 RP. Mira, chat, si lo hubieran escrito antes, se habrían llevado el skin. Pero el que dijo Faker perdió. Ahora, la siguiente pregunta. Por un cofre. Ay no, güey, voy a hacer una bien complicada. El que me responda esta huevada, es que realmente está muy atento a todo porque, a ver, ¿cómo se llama el co-streamer alemán que está al lado y que también fue invitado por YouTube Gaming? Me mamé. Unas papas a la francesa, Ansi. Espera, no estoy apuntando nombre, fui al baño. Por ahí tuvieron que haber mandado el Riot ID. A ver, fui que era alemán, Hans. Está bien, tal vez ahí me pasé un poquito con la dificultad de la pregunta. Solo te conozco a ti. Ay, qué bonito. Ok, esa ya no. A ver, Tibers, dime una pregunta. Ajá. Ya veo. Seguro, güey. A mí se me hace que eso está muy fácil. Ok, para un cofre. Va, entonces que sea para cofre y no para skin. Vale. ¿Cómo se llama el soporte de T1? Faker de nuevo. Mari, me preocupa si ganas. Salió la esquizofrenia. Tomaste tus medicamentos. No. Ya la perdimos. Riot. ¿Qué? Juan. Duki. Keria. Muy bien. Juan, manda tu Riot ID al chat para que los mods puedan anotarte y mandarte tu cofrecito hashtag. ¿Está bien? A ver, ¿qué otra pregunta puedo hacer? Una difícil que sea como para skin. Es que estoy pensando, güey. ¿Se te ocurrió otra pregunta, Titiverse? Sí, es que está complicado esto. Ya he hecho demasiadas preguntas durante todo este tiempo. Vale, esto es algo que yo dije durante el stream, así que los que estuvieron desde el inicio se acordarán, o tal vez no sé, no me acuerdo. Pero bueno, ¿cuáles son las nacionalidades de los invitados de YouTube Gaming? Son 3. Yo les dije 3 nacionalidades. El que me diga las 3 nacionalidades invitadas el día de hoy se lleva la skin. Latinos, Corea, España, mexicano. Ya, hip hop, tú no estás participando ya. Estás diciendo puras huevadas. Perú y Venezuela, no. Me tienen que decir los 3 en el mismo alemán. Sí, güey, pero los 3 me tienen que decir en el mismo mensaje. Si no me dicen los 3 en el mismo mensaje, se cagaron. Alemán, Perú y México. ¡Qué mierda! Alemanes, latinos, ¿qué? No. Perú, Colombia y México, ¡no! Colombia, España y Alemán, ¿qué? ¡No! México, Colombia y Argentina. Canadiense, mexicano y francés, alemano, Europa y latinos. Eso no es una nacionalidad, güey, pendejo. Arequipa, alemanes, Perú, Arequipa, Colombia, Alemania y Corea. Felicidades, Adrián, te ganaste una skin. El único que puso cuidado, carajo. Nadie más me escucha en este puto stream. Adrián, mándale tu Riot ID a los mods para que te anoten para una skin de 975 RP. Güey, yo dije nacionalidad y dice latinos y europeos. Pendejo. Ya van a Fer, por favor. Es carajo, es. ¿Quién es de Colombia? pues yo, ¿quién más va a ser de Colombia? O sea, pues ¿de dónde crees que soy? ¿Peruana? A ver, haga otro. No avisaron que había examen. Ustedes siempre tienen que estar atentos a lo que yo les digo. Vale, voy a hacer otra pregunta. Oye, qué pedo, porque no estoy escuchando el stream. Porque de vez en cuando como que se chinga esto.
Grab the Vi for themselves. Even though it didn't work out last time, Ona's still an exceptional Vi player.
A ver.
Gives you that lockdown. Also, just it synergizes really nicely with the Ashe. Instead, they're gonna pick the Silas. Makes sense. Ziggs.
Una más fácil para que sea un cofre.
Ultimates to steal.
BLG likely going to look towards their mid here. Makes sense. Get the Smolder in the night.
¿Cómo se llama este oso?
It's a controversial champion. Yes, does have to scale a lot and stack up dragon stacks, but we've also seen
No, ¿qué pasó con el
the lane
chat?
phase against a lot of these melee matchups be pretty oppressive in itself. So let's take a look as the bans come through. Definitely target jungle. The value mentioned take away from owner, and then on T1
Mari,
side,
Faker, MaryBlog. Oye, pero ¿qué les pasa? ¿Cómo no saben el nombre? Ahí está, Tivers, pero creo que ese vato lo escribió mal porque no es con Y. Creo que Letaltoxo fue el primero en escribirlo bien. Letaltoxo, anótate para recibir un cofre. ¿Cómo mierda no saben cómo se llama Tivers? Qué falta de respeto, no, mi Tivers.
Game 2.
Es que mira,
really, not much of a. I mean, now that Nocturne's gone, T1
¿Quién
could
es
still
un
go for the
buenosito?
E1 once more, but the blind Pignar kind of deters that again.
Un mod ganando, pues sí es el único que pone atención. ¿Qué quieres que le hagamos? Qué raro. Solo preguntas difíciles. A ver, hagamos otra pregunta pero más complicada, ¿listo?
That's going to be locked in. And a pretty good denial pick. Don't want owner providing that synergy to his solo laners with the Silas also already locked in.
Alto nepotismo. Es un peluche, no es real. ¿Cómo te atreves a decirle eso a Tivers? Ok. Otra pregunta. No, espérate. Otra pregunta fácil. ¿Listo? ¿Cómo se llama la dueña de Tivers? La verdadera dueña de Tivers, no yo. Mari, que no, pendejo. Gragas dice. Julieta estaba en vivo, durmió 2 horas, se fue al baño, se quedó dormida porque 15 minutos que no sale en directo. Ah, por cierto, la primera persona que dijo Annie, ese fue el vato que ganó, espérate, pero ¿quién fue? Mari, Gragas, MaryBlogs, Annie. El primero en escribirlo bien fue Marco. Marco Untiverios. Manda tu nick al stream, tu Riot ID al stream para que los mods te anoten, listo, y puedas tener tu skin.
The previous games in this series have been a
¿Estaba rifando un skin o un cofre?
Who's going to find success in the grubs and get at least 4 to 6 grubs for their team, and then be able to push down a bunch of towers and snowball their leads that way. In this setup in Champ Select, I would definitely prefer to be the T1 side, at least for grub fights. So maybe this game will put to the test, you know, is RBLG going to be able to outscale that later with some smolder value?
Pero no se ve fácil. No juego LOL, duplícaselo al siguiente. ¿Y cómo mierda sabías que se llamaba Annie si no juegas LOL? O sea, ¿me explicas cómo chingados tienes esa información? ¿Por qué sabes que se llama Annie? Tampoco quiero cofre. ¿Y cómo sabes la información?
Ashe plus Kalista, such a strong combination for them. As you said, excuse me, Renata.
Aparte, ¿cómo verlo bien.
But yeah, I mean, backs against the wall now for T1, our reigning world champions.
O sea que yo gané, no sé, güey, déselo al siguiente mods, ustedes escojan quién ganó y pídanle su rayo de ID, please. Tal vez ya dejo esa vida, Mari, respeta, puede ser. Bueno, vamos 2-1. Esta es la de T1, o no, no sé. ¡Me da miedo!
Dorman's ring and a health potion, but even the infallible make mistakes here on the grandest stage of them all, the grandest stage in esports. Faker fumbles at the start, obviously. Just a small mistake, just a small misstep, but that is all that can define a whole series like this. BLG just one win away from that World Championship. For the LPL to return to being the best team in the world, or having the best team in the world for the first time in 3 years. To take that title away from the defending world champions. The T1, it all rests on this game. BLG, they will have another opportunity if they end up losing. T1 poke their noses in, but doesn't look like anyone is going to get too much out of this level 1.
The tiny bit of ward experience is currently still in the game on this Worlds patch. Not taken out quite yet as on live, so that will remain for Faker there. As T1 go for their invade, get their ward down, Bin will just be forced to watch on.
And for the first time this series, we'll see the split map. Bin is hovering around. I wonder if he's trying for... Nah, okay, no steal for him. The ward in the brush as well will spot out if Ben tries to do anything cheeky. But we haven't seen this split map swap so far.
Han pasado 2 minutos y T1 aún no ha regalado la primera kill. Creo que estamos bastante bien. Estamos 10 de 10.
Sharing experience with Faker, getting ready for the potential dive, because the thing is, Jun is going to be trapped on the bottom side of the map, which means that Zeus is very susceptible to an incoming dive, and with Bin on the way, T1 have to be ready to stop this from panning out for BLG.
Yep, they're going to bring all 4 here. Bin helping Shun accelerate his jungle clear.
Yo dije desde el inicio que se van 3-1.
That wave and head on over.
Now Carrier, level 2.
3-1 ganando BLG. Nah. Va a ser un 3-2 ganando T1 contra BLG. Eso es lo que va a pasar. Ah, pues puta, que gonorrea.
Ready for the oncoming dive.
And the risk for Carrier is him trying to
Se
get
van a
back
coger
into
a
this
Zeus.
lane. He may just be cut off by Shun and Bin. He'll be seen on that water.
Porque el Kera no hace nada.
The tower flashes away from the grand entrance, but the damage continues to rain down from Bin. Shun
¡Ojo! ¡Ah, Kera, buenísimo! ¡Ese es mi soporte, carajo!
Though when BLG can look for a redive, if they so decide to. Zeus taken down. Bin
Qué
flashes
puta.
away on tanking the tower.
Qué
And BLG
gonorrea.
will escape with a kill and their lives.
Nice, just the tip of the W there from Shun, able to get
No veas eso, Tivers.
They're able to finish it off. Elk here cashes in once again. So many games we've had Elk getting first blood.
Porque hay una cuenta
They'll be
regresiva
rich on
de
the Ziggs again.
330.
I mean, in terms of XP, Bin hasn't really been able to catch much. He's not even going to TP to the top wave.
No
He's
fue
just going to
tan
run
malo.
towards it. Ultimately, though, BLG
Podría haber
secured
sido
themselves
peor
the kill.
realmente, si
I'm
lo
not sure I'd say
piensan.
that it was a huge advantage gained.
¿Tú qué
As
opinas,
Zeus
Tivers?
TPs back into the bot side, is able to catch a lot of the remaining
Sí,
wave.
yo sé, pero no podemos
and the
decir
gold
esas
still
cosas.
remains even.
The big thing affecting these lane swaps, though, is that Ziggs also takes teleport here. So not only did Elk get the first blood money there with the cash-in, but then teleports right back down to the bottom lane.
Zeus has no flash to really threaten him if it is a 1v1. Elk has a flash and of course the satchel to escape any precarious situations. Carrier's working his way up towards the top side. Bin without that summoner himself. Perhaps we'll see a dive materializing because Owner's on his way
Mierda,
towards that top lane too.
miércoles.
Faker forced away, 150 HP.
Es que
Make it very difficult for him to stay around.
la va a
Carrier
tener
looking for
muy
the handshake
difícil en
here.
los
Bin
primeros
jumps away.
niveles, especialmente
Handshake
contra
is just short of a full
un
agreement.
campeón
And they're
a
actually calling Shin
distancia.
over back to the bottom side once again.
No, en serio otra vez, güey. Ya, suelten el brazo a Zeus, carajo. La puta madre.
BLG find their second.
An easy execute for BLG. Bin reads that the dive is likely coming top, and he's out of there before a play is even set up. Meanwhile, Zeus sticks around a little too long and loses his life once
En
more.
momentos
Still,
como
though, you can see he's
estos
300
solamente
gold
se
up on
puede
Bin. He's
decir
still level 4 to the level
que
2 of
gonorrea.
Bin. And so while he is conceding gold, ultimately he still finds himself ahead of his top lane counterpart.
Yep, dying for experience. Sticking
Mari
around
será así
down
fuera de
on the
stream.
bottom side.
Nah. ¿Te
Meanwhile,
crees que yo hablo fuera de
finishing up with the
stream?
rest
¡Qué
of
horror!
this, split map jungle camp.
Yo soy más de quedarme calladita.
Take away the rest of the Raptors before swapping over. BLG feeling pretty good
Por
about
favor,
this
que
one
ese no
because
sea el
in
día
the mid lane, Knight has
que
just been
T1 entregue la
pushing it
corona
constantly
porque
with this
no es
smolder,
justo, güey.
stacking up,
Mi
scaling
primera
quite
vez que
nicely,
streameando
working away
Wars y
at his
justo
own
pierde mi
turret play.
equipo. Mi equipo favorito. Por supuesto, después de Lions Gaming, que ahora es mi 9 equipo. Ah, qué puta, qué pedo, ¿qué está pasando?
Minion takes the highway express to get towards this rumble, who goes over here to flame spitter going down, but Zeus is going
Amigo, ya suelten el brazo a Zeus, por favor. Amigo, suelten. Están jugando con él directamente. Literalmente están jugando con él.
BLG now 3-0 up, a 700 gold lead, only 6 minutes into
Sí,
this
mi equipo
game.
es Karma, pero lo que pasa es que es Karma, el equipo de LoL se unió a R7 y ahora se llama Lions Gaming.
You can see Shun with a 300 gold lead over his jungle counterpart. That Ziggs is being accelerated so much and been able to close that gold gap that had previously been built up in favor of Zeus.
On's on the warpath here, passes through mid, and T1 are trying to stick to that game plan of taking down the grubs to be able to snowball.
Se me olvidó que le iba a enviar unas cosas a mi equipo.
BLG with so many early kills
A ver, la noche que llegue a la casa lo envío.
Shun has just been so active throughout this series, constantly looking for ganks, and is a core part of why BLG is even here. The turnaround in the Swiss stage that he brought to the team, and just his playmaking in the early game.
¿Creen en Dios?
has been
Karma fue su primera víctima. ¿Cómo que mi primera víctima?
3 of BLG's early game kills.
Elkin on with their synergy with this Rakan and Ziggs as well. You know, knockups into satchel charges. So far, nicely executed from their side. We will see as far as the mega stacking continues. The tier picked up there for Knight. Continually stacking that up as well.
¡Eso!
Baker goes for another trade.
Ay. Las manos hacia arriba, las manos hacia abajo. Y cómodos los gorilas.
Give you a bit of health regeneration when it hits the middle of it. Faker now passing down towards that bottom side. Owner's on his way down there as well. Gumayushi and Carrier able to take the plate in the top lane. Elk only level 5 right now, does have the flash.
Va a tocar que pongan alarmas. Linkin Park predijo el futuro. A ver, yo no creo que les quede difícil defender la corona, ¿sabes? Yo creo, a ver, T1 sí la está sufriendo un poquito, pero yo creo que se pueden recuperar.
So On actually gets in and they're kind of funneling extra experience there into him, but now Elk is finally able to make his way.
Si pierden me mato.
For the last 2 minions though, so did lose a bunch of XP there. You can see Elk still not level 6, while Gumayushi's almost towards level 7. T1 will use the pressure they have in the top side and the push to
Vale, mira eso, dragón para T1, nada mal.
3 grubs.
A ver, claro, perdieron las vacularvas, pero al menos algo. Ah, no, ellos sí agarraron las vacularvas. Vacularvas y parte del dragón. Oye, esto les viene re bien, prácticamente ya no hay diferencia de oro. O sea, las 3 kills valen verga. Pues no verga, pero no es tanto.
BLG having this advantage in the early game just better sets them up for scaling later. Baker face checking.
Straight into Shun, the Glacial Prison hits, but Baker heals up with that Kingslayer. Ona's going to force Shun away for now. On does have the quickness, but doesn't want to dash in to bolster the attack of Shun. In the end, Faker does manage to escape, doesn't burn the flash, and holds on to that.
Tienes mucho por qué vivir, así como que...
Things can look good from the perspective of BLG. T1 have been able to secure all these early objectives. Kobe was already highlighting the fact that the early investment in the grubs, their skirmish potential of the composition, and the fact that Zeus is actually, even with all that pressure, is still a level up and he has a huge stacked wave on the bottom side of the map. He's very comfortable in terms of goals.
Tomando vodka. Sí, como supiste que era vodka, parece agua.
Things aren't looking great for them in the early game.
Yeah, in the 1 versus 1 down there. Had a huge wave for himself at the tower as well to collect, so even though the rest of BLG getting kills onto him in the 1 versus 1 feels pretty decent for himself.
Ta madre, lo pones difícil también. ¿Por qué no me dices por qué tengo que vivir exactamente?
Equalizer, you have Faker jumping in with the abscond that duck just like this. Elk doesn't sidestep.
Está bien, Faker, no te preocupes, eso nos pasa a todos. A mí también me pasó una vez. ¡Oh! ¡Ojo! ¡Ah! ¡Ah! ¡Sí, mierda! pendejos. Ese es mi rey demonio. Y ustedes dudaban de las habilidades del rey.
I mean,
what a confidence booster for T1 as well. To see Faker getting a solo kill on the side lane has to reignite the T1 members and the T1 fandom as Carrier now in danger.
Caught out with quickness alongside that glacial prison.
No, quería.
Hostile takeover only hits onto Shun. Guma starts to open up and put the arrows in the back of that ball. Shun able to walk away, though Guma really doesn't have too much damage yet.
And we've come back
Mi amiga la menos fangir. ¿Me perdonas?
Want to stack these void grubs, get that bonus to be able to take
No era
down
rey de
all the towers,
hielo.
open up areas to then.
No sé, no, creo que no es el demonio. Es literalmente el boss que debes pasar si quieres ganar el mundial. Es como el último boss, el boss final.
Stops any dashes in its area, and so On has to burn the flash, use the blink instead of one of Rakan's many dashes.
Knight too far away from the play, now making his way down, but Faker controlling the river, trying to force On back. The arrow isn't quite going to connect, and that is looking to be 6 grubs for T1, so part 1 of the plan coming true, Kobe.
Exactly. Even though BLG getting some extra early kills in the lane.
El sobrevalorado, por favor, Fers. ¿Cuántos mundiales has ganado tú? Vale, 5 baculardas, 6 baculardas para T1. Está muy bueno. Ojo, ¿se van a encontrar?
Zeus on the rumble, but there's no way for him to really play through. Instead, the rest of T1 is going to look to reset. You can see the Elk benefiting from finding those early kills onto Zeus, but after losing his life from Gumayushi, kind of playing the map well.
Zeus? Lo está esperando.
The CS advantage that he's been able to find. And we find ourselves
quiere que piense que ya se fue.
12.5 minutes into game 4.
Tiny gold lead for BLG. You can see shown about 500 gold ahead. The bot side about 200 gold.
El rey del Polo Norte dice.
As close to neutral as you can get.
Ay, es cierto, Fers no es mod, es pobre.
The neutrals themselves, those 6 grubs and the Drake next Drake up in 40 seconds time. You see Carrier pathing through that bot side jungle, hoping to get vision towards that dragon pit. They'll use the mid prio and then they'll move T1 down towards that bottom side to make sure they can control that bot side river.
And BLG, they have so much wave control. Ziggs in the mid lane, have the Smolderverse silence on top side.
Listo, Fers, ya eres mod, chambéate. No, dale, sobrevive, mierda. Muy buena. Chambea, Fers, ¿qué caso de chambear no te la sabes o qué? Ese no es Fers, ¿cómo no, güey? Aquí se lo vi entonces. ¡Sí! ¡No! ¡No, es lo que quedó! ¡Oh, vamos! ¡Keria! Eso es lo que hace un soporte. Asegurar la kill, carajo.
Not only does Carrier flash to get the kill there,
yes,
but he also bailed out Owner for T1. Big Renata play.
Güey, y luego, claro, si Keria se lleva una kill, asegura una kill, es un excelente jugador. Pero si yo aseguro una kill, soy una soporte de mierda, ¿verdad? Me caga la doble moral que tienen todos ustedes.
T1 looking strong here in game 4.
BLG off there, resets off
sí.
Deaths immediately trying
Apenas van 14 minutos. Qué bien lo jugaron, la puta madre. La verdad es que sí, van 14 minutos y van prácticamente igualados en oro. Esto podría ser para cualquiera. Vale, van a pelear ese Heraldo, llega Faker. Se lo lleva T1.
T1 don't waste any moments. Securing the Rift Herald, forcing BLG back.
¿Estás segura aquí con el ADC al lado y el básico en camino? Porque me lo merezco.
Come back to a crucial point. BLG's composition have a lot of tools to stall, so securing that Rift Herald is going to help T1 unlock these towers and keep the pressure up.
Game plan moving ahead here. Faker deep into enemy territory.
Nunca dudé.
Glasgow will get on to safety. Faker just dashes back.
Tú lo haces con malicia. Yo jamás lo he hecho con malicia. Nunca. Siempre he asegurado la kill por el bien del equipo. Y por el bien del equipo me refiero a mis propios intereses. Keria, no te dejes quitar ese ward, ¿viste? Literalmente quitarle un ward a un soporte es destruir su orgullo. Ok, nice. Aún me sobrevive Owner. No, güey, van a atrapar a Keria. Faker se está sacrificando por Keria. ¿Qué pedo? ¿Qué está pasando? No, traté de ralentizarlos un poco y no pudo. ¿Tú qué opinas de todo esto, Tibers? Valieron verga, la verdad, por supuesto que sí. Pero no pasa nada, güey. Esto se recupera en late. Soy yo, te pareces antigua diva. Diva pero en drogas o algo así. Me parezco más a Leona por lo musculosa.
Getting away with his life to deny Ona coming back to life thanks to the Renata passive as well. The mid tower
sí, también
still
que
not gonna fall
íbamos.
just because of the wave flip from Elk. Carrier tries his best. The Mites should be able to secure this. No!
Eso lleva diciendo desde la partida anterior. Porque siempre hay que tener fe en el late game. Siempre, chat. Es que mira, ahí realmente la jugaron muy mal al pelearla ahí bajo torre. Ese fue el problema. Literalmente se lo bajaron de puros tarretazos.
And BLG, I mean, we have seen Smolder scale into terrifying areas for a long time.
Mira los de BLG celebrando. Mira su carita. Él no merece esto.
Tense situation. The gold finds itself even once more. We'll check out the itemization once we get back. But 2 dragons in the favor of T1. 6 scrubs to the name. 3rd dragon of the game going to be spawning soon. And ultimately it becomes a question of how strong will this Smolder get? Can T1 accelerate the game quickly enough before Knight becomes a serious problem? Or can BLG stall the game long enough to get to a point where T1 will run out of options?
Might already be a serious problem as we'll see him continue to scale. I mean, when you accelerate at the beginning, then you get to even stack much quicker. And so we'll start to see the execute and the burn really come in.
Se confiaron porque no vieron a los demás del equipo enemigo. Es que no debieron confiarse tanto, güey, y aún más estando bajo torre enemiga. ¿Verdad que sí, Tibers? Es que yo pienso exactamente lo mismo, te lo juro. ¿Cómo que vamos, BLG, pinche traidor?
Gumayushi caught with the Mega Inferno Bomb. The wave cleared out in mid as well by Elk. T1 will use the time they have to pressure in towards this blue side jungle. Drake up in 10 seconds. It doesn't look like BLG really want to fight it.
Not necessary for them to do so. Of course, just number 3 here for T1. I think the correct call is we keep on scaling. We got to get our Smolder.
Vale, no está mal un dragón más. ¡Oh, güey! Yo creo que serían 3 dragones y solamente les faltaría uno para el alma. Aparte no pasa nada porque de todas formas van igualados en oro. Hay un chingo de fe, pero un montón de fe aún, o sea, 6 bacularvas, 3 dragones, es un montón, está re bien. BLG igual a Blog, piensa pues. No, güey. Yo sacrificaría todo para que el rey demonio siguiera vivo. Es que ustedes no entienden lo que yo no quiero. Tú sí lo entiendes, ¿verdad, Tiber? A la verga, ¿dónde iba esa flecha? ¡Vamos! ¡Qué buena entrada de Faker! ¡Oh, qué buen combo! ¡Se mueren todos! No, se mueren 3, lo cual está bastante bien.
Exceptional play from T1. You think that the play falls short because the arrow doesn't connect, but Faker will find a way.
¡Ah! ¡Sí! Faker encontró una manera. Ahora entienden por qué le dice Rey Demonio, ¿no? Porque es demasiado bueno. Esa flecha le dio a Javier. Pobre Javier. Es que, güey, esa entrada fue magistral. No se lo esperaban para nada. Uf, qué bueno. Un varón. Ah, pero los quieren atrapar. Están bajos de vida. Faker casi no tiene vida, está nada de morir, tiene que escapar. No peleen. Sacrifíquenlo y escapen. Déjenlo ser. Lo importante es que al menos 3 tengan el varón. Eso lo he visto en mis rankeds. ¿A poco sí, güey? ¿A poco sí lo viste en tus rankeds de hierro? Neta, ¿me lo juras, Jacobo? ¿En hierro también hacen eso? Qué chido, güey, qué chida. Es que miren eso.
The wombo combo is exceptional, and T1 finds some much needed kills onto the crew.
Concuerdo completamente con el caster. El wombo combo estuvo buenísimo. Ahí no había nada más que hacer que sacrificar a Zeus y correr. O sea, si se hubieran quedado a pelear eso teniendo varón y lo hubieran perdido todo, habría sido una mamada.
But it was Zeus, and he did have to sacrifice his life up towards the top side of the map. T1 though immediately back out on the map, and look.
Sí, esta partida está muy buena.
Pushing in top, pushing in mids. And Kobe, you said quite confidently that this game isn't going to end in 27
minutes. Es que
minutes.
mira los daños que están haciendo. Ok.
To use it afterwards, Ona couldn't quite get in range. To engage any further, Faker's taken out the tier 2 in the top lane. Shun goes in with the Glacial Prism on there with the follow-up. Campeon though, an incredible hostile takeover. Puts on
Dale, se muere, ¡qué buena! ¡Qué buena ulti, Faker! ¡No! Ok, no pasa, Gomaguchi es muy bueno, es buenísimo. Dios mío, Gomaguchi es Dios.
Knight forced to flash away. Out trying to put the damage down as well. He won't land it on Cammy as a fancy feeder out in force as T1 begin to push up bot side.
Yeah, T1 are taking another tower with the 6 Void Grubs as well as the Rift Zone. They keep on forcing these Venias even when BLG try and construct their counter. T1 rebuff it. The Renata is just too much defense. Charging into that ultimate seems like suicide.
I mean, I just feel like we're feeling the Faker effect here. He's not the start of this play. The arrow connected, forcing the summoners out. Then when the range gauge comes through, the TP is quick to follow. Carrier with a fantastic ultimate to force BLG to disengage. When Faker arrives, he does not hesitate to dive past the tower and set up the play for him and Gumayushi to
¡Qué
take
demonios, Oscar!
At the end, some slim margins there as well. Knight being forced to flash away a critical summoner spell, but T1 are doing a good job, I think, pushing the pace of this game because, as you mentioned, one of the reasons I was confident in saying that I didn't think it would end in 27 minutes, Ziggs and Smolder is such a good combo, and Ziggs wave clear plus the Smolder wave clear and scaling itself in that champion. But because T1 got those 6 Void Grubs that we have been so probably too hyper-focused on, the pushing power that they have shown in really accelerating this game and being able to get their Dragon Soul as well in a very timely manner means we are still on course for that T1 game plan.
And credit to Zeus.
Tienen los ojos de papitas. ¿Cómo que tienen los ojos de papitas? ¿A qué te refieres? ¿Quién tiene los ojos de papitas? Tivers.
Important Rumble ultimates, and he's going to be important in the upcoming sieges. That tool is great for zoning away the Rumble, for zoning away the Smolder and the Ziggs from providing that wave clear and protecting their towers.
That's so vital they managed to put that damage down on tonight to keep him away from the battle, because he has hit that 225 mark, now sitting at 230 stacks. That doomsday clock has ticked over to midnight for T1.
LOL World Championship official after party.
Woo!
No había leído que decía mi manilla. Ah, bueno, me voy a quitar esta que es la de ayer y vale verga.
They also are on championship points, so even if they lose this game, they have another to battle back against T1. Owner forced away with the satchel, but doesn't really take too much damage. The Mega Inferno bomb only clipping onto Carrier as well.
Say the next like 4-ish minutes of this game will be so critical, because Smolder working towards the rapid fire, that's when you really start to get scared, when you have the poke of the rapid fire Smolder plus the Ziggs. T1, they've got a nice little window here though, with a very, very sizable advantage with Dragon Soul plus Baron coming up, which they can try and use to bait BLG out and look for their engages. So many snap engage angles. Faker with a stolen Rakan ultimate at the moment.
Mari, ¿qué dice Tivers?
Looking for Shun. Makes sure President Faker dodges. He knew something was up.
Wait, what?
The sense was tingling.
Good check there. Good reactions from him.
¿Cuánto que la deportan? Maybe. Güey, no mames. Vale, se viene. ¿Esto podría ser la última?
Hostile takeover coming out. Shun cleansed away by that Mikhail's.
Oh no.
In the end, just an investment of ultimates from T1. Mikhail's used. Flash handshake. Pulls back Elk. Faker trying to get the quickness off the back line. Gumayushi unable to open up quite yet. Been doing the damage on top of the but already Elk is down to 100 HP.
Se muere Six.
Shun is down.
Se muere ese Juani.
Zeus will save Owner's life.
Ahí no se murió el Six. Pero ahí algo es algo. Y con el jungla muerto y con el varón vivo.
Still has his ultimate up, but with that, Faker secures his 500th kill at the World Championship.
Casi 5,000 de diferencia de oro. Muy buena. Tiene el varón. Sálganse de ahí. ¡No! ¿Qué? ¡Faker! ¿Qué estás haciendo? ¡Estás loquísimo! ¡A la mierda y sobrevive!
BLG are unable to find purchase on the game.
Baker plays a dangerous game. They're so close to the execution, but he's able
Güey, literalmente llegó Faker. Entró, les hizo y se fue. Los cacheteó y se fue en sus caras. Y no se muere. Literalmente, esto es la razón por la que es el rey demonio, 100%.
BLG really got to just keep focusing on their defense here. They do have flashes on both Knight and Elk, so as long as they
solo le costó el flash y el Sonias, pero se murió. No, ¿verdad? Entonces cállate.
If they focus on their wave clear and defense at towers, then T1 really are going to have to make use of this 2 minutes of Baron buff to crack inside and get to those inhibs.
T1 need to get someone in the mid lane. They're going to send Faker over. Rumble is actually going to stay top to catch that wave.
Mari, estoy viendo este stream solo por Tivers, la buena estrella, la verdadera estrella. Si los Tivers no debería estar viendo esto, es demasiado violento.
Buy a little bit more time for BLG. Again, the wave clear looking to be strong here from the side of BLG. Knight's chipping away. Doing a huge amount of damage to Owner, but for now, all they need to do is stall.
They're doing exactly that. 90 seconds before the Elder Dragon comes to bear. BLG yet to pick up a Drake in this game, but if they get the Elder, their fortunes may change. They're just trying to defend right now. T1 have been unable to break the base, break that inhibitor line with this Red Bull Baron power play. A minute left on it, but it looks like T1 are going to just look for the resets here, get back out onto the map, get that vision control down once again, and then try and pull BLG into a fight at Elder, because they've got to. You can't just give the Elder away to T1. You have to make your final stand there if you are BLG, and if you win that fight, you might just win Worlds, you might just win the championship. That's how much of a game decider Elder Dragon can be.
I mean, Kobe already talked about the animation. BLG is strong enough to fight. Their carries are in a position. It ultimately comes down to execution and finding access to this Dragon Pit. Right now, T1 are denying all vision on, doing what he can to find that.
MaryBlog, que no, güey, que... ¡Sí! ¡Dios! Lo atraparon muy mal parado. No, y aparte, ahora tienen uno menos y ellos tienen varón. Literalmente tienen todo para hacer lo que se les dé la gana en este momento. Ay, no, es frenar que estaba haciendo ahí, pobre. ¡No! Y aparte estos también. Faker no va a soltar ese Nar ni en pedo. ¡Vamos! ¡Sí! Ok, ojo, esto se termina ya. Esto se termina ya, chat. ¡Sí! ¡Sí, mierda! Ya, termínenla. Se les acabó el varón, no importa, igualmente tienen un verbo de daño. Muy buenos. Y eso que esta partida estuvo difícil, ¿eh? ¡Dios mío, cómo lo quiero! ¡Quiero mi foto con Fake! Qué buen partido, qué buen partido. Literalmente vamos un 2-2 y en la siguiente se define todo. La siguiente es la buena, chat. ¿Qué opinas de todo esto, Tivers? Sí, yo también pienso que va a estar bastante complicado, ¿sabes? Porque es que, mira, honestamente tenemos que ser bastante sinceros al respecto. La verdad es que BLG está jugando increíble. Realmente creo que están dando mucho el nivel y la talla para enfrentarse a T1. Y sí, exactamente opino lo mismo que tú. O sea, la siguiente la podría ganar cualquiera. Es que siempre tienes la razón, Tivers. ¿Cómo eres tan sabio, güey? Apuestas abiertas en la morada. Buenísima la serie. Tiber carreando el stream. ¿Qué te puedo decir? Soy yo o el alemán está bailando. Él está viendo otra cosa, güey. ¿Qué está viendo en su pantalla? Ah, creo que colocó música. Tiber, ya suéltame, loca. ¿Por qué él es feliz conmigo? ¿Verdad que sí, Tiber? Dice que él es muy feliz conmigo. Terriblemente feliz. Por eso, mira, estamos vestidos a juego. Wars. Pero él no tiene su nombre atrás como yo. ¿Qué dice Tivers? Que baneen a Oscar. Baneame este oso. Ay, qué bonito, todo el mundo feliz, celebrando, hablando. Pero no pasa nada, chat, porque ellos no tienen lo que yo tengo. Porque yo tengo algo mucho más valioso que hablar con otros seres vivos. Los tengo a ustedes. A ver, ¿qué ataca Tivers? Ustedes que son parte de mi imaginación esquizofrénica. Oh, rayos, le gusta la loca, dice, que hijo de puta. Yo no les vuelvo a decir nada bueno, váyanse a la mierda. Voy a servirme un poquito más de vodka y ya está. Chinga a su madre. Ay. gracias, ya comí. Al final de manga, Tiber es rescatada y Mari es arrestada. Pero ¿por qué? ¿De qué lo van a rescatar, güey? Si eres feliz conmigo. No lo dije por eso, pero aplica. ¿A qué exactamente? Ah, es que me gustaría mostrarles lo lleno que está esto. O sea, literalmente hoy hay una pantalla gigante con un montón de mesas y la gente viendo y apoyando a T1. Literalmente T1 hace una kill y veo un montón de globitos levantándose así y agitándolos. Es bien bonito, deja así, me agradas más como amiga. Verga, güey, pues ¿qué pregunté? ¿Qué caso dije que me quería casar contigo? ¿Qué chingados? Tomando tan temprano, ¿quién te hizo tanto daño? Mi ex. Ay, no lo había mencionado desde que llegué a Londres. Ya extrañaba decirlo. Esos son los efectos secundarios de verlo. Mari socializa. No, gracias. La verdad es que estoy muy feliz de estar en una caja aislada del mundo sin tener que hablar con absolutamente nadie. Es lo mejor del mundo. ¿Ustedes saben lo que es tener que hablar en inglés? Es la cosa más fastidiosa, o sea, como que puedo hacerlo, no hay problema, no pasa nada si hablo en inglés, pero como que mi trabajo tiene que, como que mi cerebro tiene que trabajar el triple para recordar lo que quiero decir y todo eso, y no me gusta tanto, ¿sabes? No quiero tener que trabajar triple para poder hablar, para poder pensar. A ver, Tiber, ¿dónde te coloco y que te veas chévere? Acá yo creo. Ya, ahí se ve chévere. Acá. Hablar en inglés es muy inglés. Trabajo celebrando. Estas neuronas lo sufren. O sea, sí, de por sí es difícil. Socializar en español. Socializar en inglés es una mamada. Bueno, chat. Ahora se viene el último juego, el de verdad, el bueno, el que gana esta, gana todas.
We get silver scrapes, we get a game 5, and we get it all between BLG and T1.
It just doesn't get any better than this. It's going to be an incredible finish to such an exciting series. It's all coming down to this one moment that will decide how people talk about you for the rest of your careers.
And I love both these teams so much. Like, they're just so fun to watch. Like, when I first saw the iteration of this T1 roster, previously T1 had this reputation for, like, they're the boring
Sí, gana T1 está arreglado.
This team
¿A
wants
poco
to
sí,
kick your
bebé?
teeth.
¿A poco sí?
BLG always want to kick your teeth in. This is delivering. We got our game 5. It's great.
And this game, there was actually a little bit more punching back.
Finally!
Vamos.
Finally, it wasn't as much of a blowout. There was the top lane moment, but crucially...
Ese era Faker siquiera, sí, obviamente el que estaba atrás, pendejo. ¿Cómo mierda no lo vas a reconocer? Si es el más increíble, maravilloso, fascinante, más 2000 de aura que hay. Hay dos que se parecen. Eres un estúpido, Fred.
To a great play, to a GOAT play.
Absolutely, and it was so funny when we were watching this. I turned across there and I said,
¿Cómo vas a confundir al gran Faker?
If they're going to win this game. Not 10 seconds
Pobrecito, lo hace una ronda más con ella. Una ronda y toda la vida, porque esta belleza se va conmigo a México. ¿A poco sí, Tivers? ¿Verdad que sí, Tivers? Míralo, nunca lo había visto tan feliz. Güey, me encanta coleccionar ositos de eventos. Tengo 2 de Twitch y ahorita voy a tener 2 de LOL. El original y este especial de Worlds. De Twitch tengo el osito original y el especial de París. Tengo ositos de cada país. A ver, yo sé por qué no lo reconoció, pero no quiero ban. Dale de tu huevada para que te podamos bañar de una vez, por favor. Debería probar la hamburguesa esta que me trajeron.
We've talked a lot about Faker. This is also Zeus's redemption arc, I think. I said before, I think he's gotten the better win overall across the series. And I thought he recovered so well in a lot of these fights.
Y con Terluche. Ay, esa huevada que, güey. Igual que el Shadow Peluche. Esas huevadas que cuando tengo a Tivers. Míralo. Casi que puede ver tu alma con sus ojitos de botón. ¿Verdad que es lindo? Tivers le está gustando el partido. Sí, güey, él está siendo muy feliz en este momento. Realmente lo está disfrutando mucho. ¿Soy yo o la chica pelinegra como que se ve medio incómoda? O como que se ve muy tensa, ¿no? Miren cómo coloca los hombros como súper hacia arriba, mientras que la rubia está como muy relajada. Cómo se mueve en la silla. La siento palteada.
We have the Faker Silas play, right? Where you probably know it's coming. He ends up stealing the Rakan ult.
Estás hablando de ti misma. No, la chica, es normal estar nerviosa en un evento así. Pues sí, o sea, yo estaría nerviosa, pero los otros tres no se ven tan nerviosos. Maybe su primera vez en una final así o algo por el estilo. Irónicamente el de Country es de edición limitada y no pagué ni un peso por él, me lo regalaron. Faker, I name my gods for you. After you.
Versus an LPL team in a situation
Recuerda que prometiste no ejercer.
Class is forever.
And then it's also the follow-up, right? Like,
¿Y por qué no me dejan, güey? ¿Por qué no me dejan ser feliz? ¿Cuál es el problema? ¿Sabían que en la fiesta de ayer, en la reunión del Riot, aparentemente te podías llevar los peluches que encontraras? Y yo llegué casi que de primera y vi un peluche súper bonito de un poro. Y no lo agarré porque yo no sabía que los podíamos robar. Así que me tuve que conformar con un cosito pequeñito de estas cosas de Maokai. Pero bueno, al menos ahora te tengo a ti, Tivers. Tú y yo juntos por siempre. Chócalas.
I mean, they're on blue side, so I'm super curious. I want to see.
Te dieron el título con la condición de que no ejercieras.
That composition that they had in the last game was good. It's like, do you really want Smolder? Even when Smolder is insane, but you want him on something with agency. You want him on something where he can control it. You see the players coming out now. That's what I want to see from BLG. Default to comfort. Play your game.
Hey, you get to
Mira lo que es lo que es.
Name there if you're team one from last year. Azale must give him some confidence.
I mean, it's engraved on the trophy. They can see it. You just have to reach out and grab it. And we'll see if T1 can pull it off on the
No le creas, Tivers, eso le hice a todos. Sí, ya sé que todo el mundo tiene su puta foto con Rubius, menos yo. Pero es que yo me tuve que ir temprano. Yo estoy en un lugar lejos de ellos. O sea, estoy en Londres, pero estoy en otra ubicación donde estoy como a media hora o a 40 minutos en transporte público. Entonces tuve que irme antes y justo cuando me voy aparece Rubius y estaba al mismo tiempo que Ibai e Ibai estaba al lado mío, pero no vi a Ibai. O sea, aparentemente todo el mundo vio a Ibai menos yo, aunque estaba al lado mío. ¿Por qué no reconocí a Ibai, Tivers? ¿Por qué no reconocí a Ibai? Oh, no le pegues. Está bien, ¿qué no ves?
It's a good question, Shox, and I don't think any of us here at the cast
Beef, Ibai.
answer that will
No es Beef, yo quería pedirle una foto y no la reconocí. Mira, se le puede sacar el sombrerito. Siento que se ve mejor sin el sombrero, pero bueno, ¿quién soy yo para juzgar?
Locking in, preparing himself for another Game 5 on the world stage. It has only happened 4 times in finals across the history of Worlds, and Faker has been in 3 of those. He has lost one to DRX. He has won one all the way back in 1-1 against Samsung Galaxy, in 2016. And now we'll see if he can win against BLG, who are on the blue side. Varus, their first ban.
So last time that BLG were on blue side, they did the Varus, Ashe, and Skarner bans. In T1, they did their duty in doing the Aurora and Yone bans, and threw in the Nico as well, as both Knight and Faker are very good on that champion, as well as on Incaria, this flex pick. But I'm really curious, will they still ban the Nico?
Mari, ya te sacaste la foto con Rubius y Ibai. Qué chistosa eres, Jim. Por favor, banéenlo, gracias.
Honestly, I agree with you. I just think
Mari, me preocupa, parece su descenso a la locura. Eso ocurrió hace mucho tiempo. ¿A qué hora termina el stream pregrabado? Como a las 8 más o menos.
But that does mean that in game 5, Bin is going to get his Jax, and without hesitation, he immediately locks it in.
All right, are we going to get the Zeus Gragas, the Zeus Gnar, perhaps?
I mean, you have to trust in Zeus. He's shown that his Gragas is an effective answer into the Jax. I would call it an old school counter pick, but it's the one that Zeus has been leveraging throughout this World Championship. I don't think they need to lock it in now. They could grab themselves the Vi if they wanted to, perhaps even the Renata for carrier once more.
Okay, Gragas.
Locked in straight away. Bin lays down the
Ahora peruana pues, hijita. No te puedo decir, güey.
Bin has only lost 3 times on his
Vale, un galio. Meh.
Twice against T1.
Personalmente no me gustan los galios.
Genji. Now we'll see if Zeus can stand in his way once.
¿No sería mejor que tuvieran el pelo fuera de la cara? ¿No les molestará para jugar?
In the mid lane here for Faker. And it's going to be locked in as well, so they have a very tanky front line already. Gragas obviously has a big sustained tank, the Galio as well, which is pretty much unkillable unless you can manage to get ahead of him.
I'm honestly surprised to see the Galio locked in this early for T1, rather than securing something like the Xayah Rakan for themselves. They've chosen to go for it maybe in anticipation
of mira, le está diciendo cosas desde una con una libretita. Ay, ¿qué se estará diciendo? Ganen o los despido, mierda. Podría ser, yo lo veo. Bueno, chat, última partida. ¿Están listos? Oh, una Ari. Esto no se ve tanto.
Champion combos are we gonna get in a deciding game 5 of World Finals? Knight on his Ari, Bin on his Jax. Those very well, if they win, would be their skins.
Es cierto, no han agarrado a Sylas aún.
World famous for his Ari.
Yo creo que Sylas o lo agarran o lo banean.
The best win rate for him, but you
Pero sería raro que no jueguen en Sylas.
The Xayah going to be locked in for T1. You imagine that Rakan is going to rise in priority. BLG likely looking to ban that one away.
100% agree with you there. It just works too well.
Estoy listo desde hace 2 partidas, pero BLG la hace larga.
Let's see, what will the
no me había fijado. Tiene el logo de Wolf aquí en la patita. Ay, qué bonito, Tiber.
Possible jungle takeaways here for sure.
I mean, if BLG continue down there.
Voy a comer, espero que gane BLG. Pues esperas mal porque eso no va a pasar. No me mira la canción de Ansi.
Such a no-brainer pairing with the Ari as well. True. But they do leave the Vi up there for Shun to take.
The Kindred ban is like, okay, we can see how much comfort you're drafting. We're not going to allow that.
Man, but Vi, I would even prefer a Vi over a Kindred if we're running. Ari, plus we have lots of dive on our side too. Renata, a no-brainer as well. Follow up to the Rakan ban there. Take away those 2.
A ver, qué bonito, me lo voy a robar de tu casa y lamer tus cucharas. ¿Qué clase de psicópata lamería las cucharas de alguien? ¿Será que van a sacar a Rakan? Ah, Rakan está bañado.
In terms of damage though,
it's so good at shutting down.
¿No lo escucharon? Ah, porque tengo muteado el coso este, no me acordaba.
decide after that.
Es cierto.
You're 100% right, Kobe. Poppy and its ability
¿Será que la
to
gente se está
mitigate
embriagando? ¿Saben que me he dado cuenta? Que acá en Europa les mama alcoholizarse desde las 2 de la tarde. Tipo, tú vas al mediodía paseando por ahí y encuentras a un montón de gente bebiendo cerveza. Un Blitzcrank, ok, esto sí es relativamente... ¡Ah, la mierda! ¿Qué? Un Jarvan. Un Jarvan es buenísimo, es un campeón que me gusta mucho. Pero creo que es la primera vez que veo un Jarvan ahorita en este mundial, ¿no? ¿En qué otra partida vi un Jarvan?
Is the Poppy going to support? Will Carrier be piloting it, or will Owner be the ones with his hands on it?
María, el directo va a quedar subido, probablemente.
Great record on this champ. My expectations are Carrier is looking through his support pool right now, wondering where they go, but it seems like perhaps T1 wants to flex it.
Okay,
I mean, we talked about the damage, and I was a little bit worried putting all that damage responsibility on Takumi Yushi. By bringing in the Xin Zhao, it does increase the amount of damage that they have. And we think about mid-jungles, it was kind of the story coming into the series.
¿De qué regiones son los equipos? BLG es China y T1 es Corea.
Finding advantages for BLG and have really been playmakers when it came to the team fight, and Faker and Owner are
de hecho, BLG son los campeones de China.
Here in this game, those mid-jungle synergies are going to be crucial, as I'm expecting standard lanes. It's Zeus's Gragas versus Bin's Jax on the top side. Faker's Campeon, a tried and true throughout his
Mari, ¿qué me pido de
legacy
hermosas recomendaciones? Chapulines.
To make his name on World's history with his signature champion. We couldn't have asked for a more exciting draft here in Game 5.
100% I agree. Already just with the draft, I think that this is the most exciting game of the entire series from what we've seen. Both of them have capabilities of fighting those critical, important topside fights around the grubs early on into the game.
O sea que Asia domina el LoL. El LoL y prácticamente cualquier videojuego, ¿no? Casi todos. Solo no unos pocos. Pero sí, más o menos. Creo que Asia siempre ha ganado los mundiales. Y creo que los únicos mundiales que no ha ganado es porque no participaban. Ayer escuché hablar que el único mundial que ha ganado Europa es uno en el que solamente participaban 2 equipos y creo que los 2 eran europeos. América. ¿Era América y Europa? No me acuerdo, güey. ¿Qué equipos estaban participando en el primer mundial de LoL? América, ¿no?
T1 looking to raise their 5th trophy.
Sí, creo que los shooters no dominan tanto.
So much on the line, and a single game will decide it all. A standard line of scrimmage to start off the game. I keep my eyes on, pathing up towards the top side. Lane swap possibility seems very
sí,
real.
El primero lo ganó Fnatic, pero creo que no habían equipos asiáticos hasta ese momento.
Looks like we are. The ward goes down in defense for T1. Sweeper comes out immediately though for BLG as they move in for that lane swap. Now we got to track, are they going to try and soak experience this time around for their level 2s to defend against these dives?
No tengo mod aquí ni es una señal.
And we'll head on through that mid lane once again.
Listo, a ver si ahí te sabes la de chambear.
On his wolves right now, Carrier spotting Bin out. Bin was trying to get to the wave to try and soak some of that XP, but couldn't get in range. Zeus has been able to get a little bit of XP out of mid as Knight is just catching.
Fueron solo 8 equipos y casi todos eran de Europa.
It's going to be a split map.
Tiene
Bin
sentido.
goes in with a counter strike here. Tries to get into range for some of those.
Mari, cásate conmigo. Si me eres infiel, yo me echo la culpa. No mames, güey. No me casaría con alguien que no tiene 5 pesos de amor propio.
I mean, every little bit. We're on pins and needles because of soaking experience in lane swaps. It's every little bit.
The war is source. Moshi, hi,
XP in the mid lane, and is now making her way towards top. On his path towards bot, preparing for the potential dive, knowing the split map has come through. Zaya's going to take a bit of damage, a lot of damage from
Interesante.
Elk, but he's going to tick over to level 2, and he should be fine now on the top side.
And they should be able to defend this dive. On was able to soak his level 2 before heading down. There's so much CC with a Rel plus Jax. I think that
Lo fuiste un poco dura.
So Bin's gonna
Lo
get
digo de
level 2 now.
bromis, güey.
Gonna farm this
Obvio.
experience underneath the tower on there as well.
Ojo.
Knight gets the charm onto
Ojo.
Faker, has to flash. The Justice hunts Faker,
muy buena.
punching in the opposite direction to get that little bit of an extension on that E.
And it might seem weird that he would do that, but it's because he knows that Owner is on the bottom side of the map, and he hasn't showcased on the bot lane dive, meaning that he's in the jungle, and the possibility of him showing up mid is very real. Knight showcasing that respect, doesn't want to give over first blood. He's getting pushed underneath this tower, but his farm is doing just fine as Faker on the Galio continues his pressure in mid.
Meanwhile, once they do teleport Bin back to that top side, he should be able to soak up his level 3 as Zeus already pushed the wave. Zeus is going to get the first move, but Faker under attack.
Has no flash.
Okay.
Punch gets hit. There's the charm as well.
Carajo.
And Faker might fall first
Carajo,
into the
güey.
finals.
Y le saca el dedo antes de matarlo.
Find first blood.
The Jarvan Ahri strikes first. First blood here into. Wait a second.
Elk
¿Vale?
has cleansed.
¿Nos
Campeon looking
atrapan?
for that flank position onto it. Use the shadowing striking. Knight goes down and Elk
No mames,
flashes.
ese que marqué,
You can
güey.
see Carrier trying to bait the early flash. They're on
No
just
mames.
able to escape to the relative safety of the other side of that wall.
Another game, another
¿Por qué
BLG
siempre
first
dan la primera
blood.
sangre, güey? Creo que en todos los 4 juegos que han pasado, T1 siempre ha dado la primera sangre. Es impresionante. O sea, si tuviera una moneda por cada vez que T1 ha dado la primera sangre, tendría 4. Lo que no es mucho, pero me sorprende mucho que haya pasado 4 veces.
Exactly, he has to come all the way down here. This Carrier and Guma are doing such a good job just holding it. Meanwhile, topside, easy trading up there. The Jax into Gragas matchup is so much denial there for the Gragas. The phase rush for Zeus, easily able to hold them off. But here comes Shun, as you mentioned, came to Shadow, make sure that they can move up to the wave.
Going in, looking for the damage onto Zeus there. Relatively even top lane after obviously the first few levels were spent on opposite sides of the map.
¿Qué mira estás hablando, Fer?
Tiny gold lead for BLG.
No juegues con mi mente, ¿ok? Cállate. No está sobrevalorado, ¿ok? Por algo han ganado tantas veces.
No flash on Faker. Pretty good movement so far from Shun, doing so much for his lanes, you know? Going towards Knight to make sure they can get their first blood, going towards bottom lane, make sure their wave is in a good state.
A mí me ofende que nunca hayan hecho un video musical de Faker como tipo Rey Demonio y los demás también como demonios. Y pues los equipos tratando de derrotarlo. Eso habría quedado bien chévere, güey. Hablo de los videos musicales que sacan siempre para los mundiales.
You look at the AD carry difference, and because of the farm that was denied from Elk and the wave that Gumiyushi was able to catch, he finds himself with about a 200 gold lead, and now he paths back up towards top. T1 have done this consistently, ready for the grub spawn. Faker ticking over to level 6 very soon. Nice trade onto Carrier. He's going to make this contest of the grubs very difficult for T1, but Ona has found an angle onto Bin.
And has the flash here. Ona dash forward.
Han hecho varios, yo sé que han hecho varios, pero me refiero a ellos como demonios. Por lo del título de Rey Demonio y eso.
Coming in from Zeus as well as T1 are bringing more members up towards the top side. Faker has the hero's entrance to come in from mid. On looks for the engage, the flash away is T1 disengaged for the moment. Ona jumping back in, there's the hero's entrance. Kevin gets the slam into the wall, it's on.
Dale, buenísima, buenísima.
And now Bin and Shun have to escape.
¡Oh, por Dios!
Does not want to let them get away.
Ok, esa estuvo muy buena de parte de Zeus, pero qué lástima que no los mataron al final. Igualmente muy buena que se llevaron las populares. Estuvo muy cerca. Dale, Moradín. Ey, pequeña, ¿por qué no estás en...? Porque pues, güey, ese evento de YouTube Gaming, no seas mamón, hasta me dieron un saquito y todo que dice YouTube Gaming.
Even though they conceded first blood, they set up for the grubs extremely well. And BOG got caught off guard.
You feel that, Medius?
Están gritando BLG.
That's a wave of T1 fans.
BLG.
If you look back at the replay, Ona walking into darkness, but he knows he has the support on. Not quite connecting on the stun. It could have been crucial, especially with Knight right there for the follow-up. The Galio ulti comes in, the connection into the wall, and then Faker securing that first.
Es que mira, ahí estuvo genial lo de Gragas, pero aún así lograron escapar.
He's the one who got it, and the grub secured, T1 with the early game lead secured. The reason we're so focused on that is because you can balloon these gold leads so quickly.
Does have the flash, will punch forward, just as one's coming out on. Misses the crash down, the charm connects though, and the chase continues as Shun dives forward. Faker save the flash, and in the end we'll use it to dash out of Shun's engage.
I can't believe in a 4 versus 1, he's still able to get out. The charm doesn't quite connect. Knight though very healthy, able to get the push, means that BLG should be able to secure the first dragon of the game. They haven't actually set their sights on it. No TP available for Faker. I am a little bit surprised. The bot push is going to come through for Gumayushi, who has sticked over to level 6. BLG right now, resets come through. Elk making his way back towards bot now.
More turret play money, more demolished procs. Void grub passes.
Faker, te la estás jugando, güey. Te la estás jugando un montón.
Absorbing in the mid lane. T1 now using that to garner a 1.7k gold lead.
Hola, ¿cómo van? ¿Quién va ganando? Pues mira, en este momento T1 tiene 3 bajularvas y mayoría de oro, así que podría decir entre comillas que ellos, pero no es bueno decir que van ganando porque es un poco como bufarla, así que vamos a decir que nadie está ganando por ahora. ¡Vámonos! ¡Dios mío! Gumayushi es muy bueno.
I mean, a masterful performance from Carrier in the top lane grub fight, along with this play in bot. He is just finding those angles for Poppy to connect.
¿Quiénes son los buenos en este juego? O sea, si tú te refieres a los jugadores, o sea, como quiénes son los más pros, o te refieres a quiénes son los buenos, como el bien y el mal. Nosotros estamos apoyando a T1. ¡Vamos! ¡Consiguieron dragón!
So much early into this game. It's going to be very hard for BLG to get their dive comp really online and get him scaling up into being a threat. Very far in the future, you're going to have to look before Elk is really a danger.
Knight felt the pressure of this position last year on JDG in the semifinals. It was T1 that denied JDG the Golden Road. Hoping to get revenge. He is one of the players that we will
Ojo, ¿se vienen 2 contra 2? Nah, no se viene.
Continues. His Ari has been
ya, pero ¿dónde está Letal? No lo veo jugando. Oye, sí, qué raro, ¿no? Mari siempre apoya a los malvados a que sí que ya tiene su respuesta. O sea, solamente porque esté apoyando al vato al que apodan Rey Demonio, no significa que sea malo. Significa que es lo mejor que hay. ¡Mierda! ¡Mierda!
Just as we talk about him, he makes the play. 3 kills now for Knight. A fantastic TP to bring BLG back.
Por eso les dije que no había que decir quién iba ganando tan temprano.
Just fully funded Malignance and the shoes upgrade. Lucidity acquired. That ultimate cooldown now for Knight will be so low. T1 though, looking back at the grubs, they want to get at least 4 for their Void Might spawn.
Sí, yo opino lo mismo, la verdad. Es que eso es muy complicado, Tibers. O sea, piensa que es literalmente el último juego, el que gana esto, gana el mundial, se convierte en el rey del mundo.
The idea of shutting Gumayushi down is so important because of how much of a threat he is. Bin gets a nice flash, 2-person stun off, and they give the initial kill over to Knight. On's then able to disengage, while Gumayushi does get away, Knight's able to secure the second kill as well. The kills in favor of BLG, but the gold still in the hands of T1.
So much pressure on the shoulders of these BLG players, and now even more so onto that of Knight, a player that is so well renowned in the LPL here, really looking to take that last step and acquire his first world championship. He is the richest player
Tal vez me equivoqué en escogerlo en él.
On Ari, such a playmaker. Can he do
it? esta no fue la mejor decisión que he tomado en la vida. Pero hey, se ve bonito, ¿no?
Baker so often leads the charge. Now it's Knight who has to take the charge into his own hands. Carrier looking at the sun into the wall. The TP coming in behind as T1.
Ya hizo frío. No, realmente solamente quería probarme a ver qué tal.
For that flank, BLG disengage. T1 can't quite find the fight that they were looking for right now.
Baker doesn't quite realize he's sitting on a ward, but chooses not to overcommit to the play. TP's in ready.
Te queda apenas. ¿A poco sí, corazón? ¿Tú qué opinas, Tibers? Ah, gracias, Tibers. Tú siempre sabes qué decir. La única solución es que engordes. Aunque engorde, no creo que me crezcan los brazos. No creo que se alarguen mis brazos. Así que no lo veo.
Elk catching that wave in mid is crucial for him as he tries to close that gold gap between the two AD carries.
Galio ult is available here. Remember, for Faker, you have to be careful as BLG. T1 have that safety net.
Wave clear from Knight though, coming through. The Malignance completed and level 9. The Q is going to be doing enough damage to help clear out those waves, but Gumayushi not slowing down. Going to catch another wave as the resets now come through from T1. Dragon spawning in 55. The Herald in 25.
And again, the reason we're focusing so much on Knight, him getting all of this gold is because Elk has been put so far behind in this game. It's going to be a while before there is another really big carry threat on the BLG side. And so Knight is their big threat of getting kills. Bin, of course, on the side lane is going to look to farm up and scale up some more money on the Jax, but that as well might take a while.
Le quitaron el war. Tremenda falta de respeto.
It's going to be even harder, and it becomes that question: as you highlighted in draft, Kobe, can the Jarvan actually lock the Zaya down? The flash is about to come off cooldown.
T1 ya tiene 2000 de diferencia de oro, minuto 15, no está mal. Aunque no vayan mejor en kills, de todas formas tienen 5 bacularvas, un dragón, una torreta y aparte la primera torre. Y ahorita van a sacar Heraldo, no está nada mal. ¿Qué pensabas de escoger L? ¿Que los británicos son más pequeñitos? No, es que no me di cuenta que había escogido L. Creí que era M o algo así. Ok, segunda torre, viene bastante bien. ¡Ojo! Y hay 3 pushando una torre tier 2. 4. Oh, pero BLG se llevó el dragón. Vendieron el dragón por una torre. Es que ni siquiera le alcanzan a tirarla. De todas formas, queda muy tocada. Que le quitaran el war es mejor decirle que su mamá se baña con tenis. Es que güey, o sea, quitarle el war a un soporte es como lo peor que le puedes hacer. Es como insultarlo a él y a toda su familia. Ah, claro, por el heraldo.
One of the things we were very excited about coming into this game was Bin versus Zeus, but T1 have actually put Gumayushi versus Zeus for the vast majority of this game. And remember that given that Elk has been so far behind, he's been either playing into the Galio or he's playing into the Gragas. And Zeus has quietly built up a very healthy lead for himself. Just a few moments ago, he was about 1k gold ahead. Now that he's back out onto the map, he's spent that gold. And Bin yet to actually complete his first item. Let's see if this back will secure it for him. And there it is. So now the Trinity Force finished for Bin. He's going to feel a lot more confident as we get closer to these mid-game fights.
Still about 1,000 gold lead for T1. A Drake piece, Hex Tech to T1, Infernal to BLG. The Grub's advantage as well with that Rift Herald in pocket means that T1 do have the pressure advantage on the map. They want to push in.
Ok, terminan de tirar la torre tier 2 de top.
3 towers to 1 in their favor.
Qué buena. Eso ya les da bastante ventaja. Mari, ¿quién crees que gane? Dímelo, por favor. No te puedo decir, güey. No te puedo decir, o sea... No te puedo decir. Debo mantenerme callada para no caer en la locura. Si lo digo, me banean. No, Zeus, no hagas eso.
tier 2.
Creí que se iba a suicidar.
Still finds himself very far behind. Is definitely a point of concern, but in terms of XP, he's been able to accelerate, actually get ahead of Guma, because T1 have been playing so much.
Y le va a pegar. Wait, what? No, pero no te me trabes, carajo. La puta madre, espérate, ya estoy arreglando. Listo, ya arreglado. Todos tranquilos, no pasa nada. Mari, ¿quién crees que pierda? Ustedes, si no gana el equipo que yo quiero. Mari habla como Jonathan Maicelo, no sé quién es ese.
Pulling the wave across a little bit here, but with the Counter-Strike, he will just start to push this one towards T1 again with 2 minutes on the Baron and 2 minutes on the Cloud Drake. Expectation is everything will calm down for these next 2 minutes until we start to see that vision begin to be established for the neutral objectives.
Como les quita el war, güey, que su mamá se baña con tenis, dice. Dale, pégale, querida, pégale. ¡Ojo! ¿Cae también torre de mí?
Very quick flank plays. Carol used for that crowd mid. Charge won't be enough to take the whole tower. Just a nice little chunk there. Soften it up.
Ay, yo sí quería que cayera. Yo digo que gana el que no pierde. ¿A poco sí, güey? ¿A poco sí? ¿A dónde tan nerviosa? Es que no lo entiendes. No lo entiendes, Guti. Hoy se juega todo. Se juega absolutamente todo. Si pierde, ya saben quién. Pierden ustedes, pierde mi familia, pierde Tivers porque lo mato. Es broma, Tivers, no te voy a matar aún.
I mean, Faker recognized the TP came out of mid, immediately pings back towards bot, wants to push out another wave, says someone has to catch it. It's Bin that's going to be forced to go back to base to head towards bot, because he's the one that has his TP available. They're going to send Knight now over to the top side of the map. The problem is, you've now got your TP-less mid laner on the top side with Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. So with the push they've been able
to get on yo gano. Cállate, Fer, porque te mato también.
Onto the map. T1 are going to have set up for this Dragon, and I feel like BLG is just going to force to concede it.
Yeah, BLG, they need to open up the map more so they can start to make use of some split pushing.
Es que realmente en ese momento van demasiado igualados. Literalmente, el primero que se equivoque es el que se jode.
They don't want to overextend too early for it though.
¿Por qué no dices que va a ganar T1? Asustada, Potterblog. La verdad es que sí, un poco, güey. Estoy un poco cagada. Es que, ¡ojo! ¡Ojo, Zeus! ¡Ojo, Zeus! ¡Es buenísimo!
That Fimbulwind and Cosmic Drive combination is causing a lot of headache for Bin.
That and the phase rush, some very useful tools for Gragas to always keep you at arm's length or belly's length in his case. Meanwhile, Knight did end up finishing off that outer tower, that extra gold that they wanted in payment for the Dragon. So they still got a bit of what they wanted. BLG kind of giving up the minimum amount here in order to still get some trade back.
Ultimately, yeah, I think it's the best trade for them, rather than try and force the fight around the Dragon at this point in the game, especially when you know that Elk still hasn't even completed his second item. Meanwhile, Gumayushi, Infinity Edge. Such a powerful.
Entonces, si te llevas a Ferris, gano yo. Qué mierda, güey.
It's 2 items on the Kai'Sa, but she scales up so well as the game goes on. And they get towards the
Me sorprende mucho que Mid no haya caído aún.
And there's so many things that he has to consider when he's going in for it. You know, he's playing against, like you said, the Poppy.
Aparte ya BLG está cortando la diferencia de oro.
BLG definitely going to be looking to control some vision first so that actually they can be the ones to try and set up some picks.
Now,
está demasiado reñido,
you said with confidence that you don't expect the game to end in 27 minutes. I feel like this game isn't going to end in 27 minutes with how tense it's been so far.
Solo es 1000 de oro de diferencia. Esto se decide en quién hace el mejor teamfight. O en el primero que la cague. Literalmente, el primer equipo en cometer un error es el que se chinga. Literalmente, un error en este punto de la partida significa varón gratis para el otro equipo.
as both of these teams fight for that crucial edge to help determine who will be the 2024 World Champion.
For Elk, for On, for Shun, for Knight, it's their first time here in a Worlds final. It's fallen short a couple of times in the past.
Toma, diga que ahora pelean. Yo también quiero ver sangre, mierda. Yo también quiero ver sangre. ¡Dale, T1! ¿Por qué no pelean? Ya mátalos, Faker. Vale, BLG ganando terreno. Están preparando varón. ¿Quieren forzarlo? No creo, ¿verdad? ¿Por qué hace todo BLG allá? Ah, están esperando a que alguien vaya a freeze chequear para matarlo. ¡Ojo! No, creí que Keria iba a ir para allá y dije, no, Keria, no vayas. Mari, explícame en términos de Pokémon. Hay 2 entrenadores Pokémon, cada uno con 5 Pokémon. Y el que logre... Es que no sé cómo podrías colocar el nexo. El nexo, digamos que representa... Es que no sé cómo decirlo, güey. Pero el equipo rojo son los buenos. Y el equipo azul es... el equipo Rockets, póngale. A ver, que T1 gana, te reto. Di que T1 gana, no puedo decirlo, güey. Me da miedo bufarlos, es que los quiero mucho. Oh, ya sé, en términos de Pokémon, Faker es... ¿Cómo es que se llama Dios? Asterius? Ya se me olvidó. ¿Cómo se llama el Pokémon que es Dios? Arceus. En términos de Pokémon, Arceus está en el equipo rojo. Faker igual a Arceus, exactamente. Eso es lo que yo dije. ¿Cómo se llama Faker? A ver si lo quieres mucho. ¿Su nombre verdadero? ¿Yo qué chingados voy a saber? ¿Si acaso crees que le importa su vida privada o qué mierda? Solamente a los psicópatas les importa la vida privada de sus creadores favoritos. Y a los idiotas. Es que mira eso, güey. La gráfica muestra que realmente se ha cortado mucho la diferencia de oro entre los dos equipos. Literalmente ya en este momento hay menos de 1000 de diferencia de oro, ¿no? Sí, hay menos de 1000 de diferencia de oro. Mínimo, pe. Es como... T1 es como Lionel y BLG es más como Ash. Entonces hay muchos psicópatas. La verdad es que sí, güey, hay mucha gente loca, ¿sabes? A mí, esa gente que se preocupa un montón por la vida privada de sus creadores favoritos, me dan un chingo de repelús. Es como que si a mí me gusta algo, pues simplemente lo apoyo y lo consumo. Pero pues ya su vida privada como que me vale 3 hectáreas de verga.
Sends it back to the fountain, and now BLG have to play a 4v5 if they want to try
and contest. I think
the decision will be not to. They'll just back away, clear out their own
Cuando grande quiero ser como él.
T1 immediately collapsed.
Again, T1, they're so confident, and we're like, they've got the Galio.
Mari, tú te llamas Mari. No, me llamo José.
They were not worried for a second during that pick. On definitely bit off way more than he could chew, and that is a 100% sacrifice of the dragon, of the objective. Critically, it is just putting T1 to that soul point.
Pero es que también le llamas vida privada a cualquier cosa. Mira, cualquier cosa que no tenga que ver como con lo público, con lo que muestran en plan de entretenimiento, entonces no me importa. Literalmente el número de Faker no tiene nada que ver con su carrera y lo que hace, entonces realmente no me importa. No te llamas Rubén, que no, que me llamo José, carajo.
Why wouldn't you with how strong Gumayushi is?
And so that's why maybe you see BLG wanting to rush into some picks whenever they see anyone, because they do kind of feel that unspoken mounting pressure facing them.
You can feel as well, just kind of
uy, les quitan visión y van y colocan otro guarcito. Me encanta.
Beginning to gain more control. BLG feels like that they're being pushed back even further onto their side of the map. T1 remaining calm. Of course, this game is far from over just yet. That deciding fight is yet to happen. All summoner spells are available for everyone on the
Siempre me he preguntado por qué los equipos competitivos no se pondrían de acuerdo para siempre llevar el mismo color de skins.
Secured that mid tier 1 from BLG. The Baron becomes a very scary point of contention for both sides.
How exciting is it that our entire year of professional League of Legends is going to be condensed down to presumably a big fight now to break open the entire series and determine the world champions.
It's just absurd for the players down there as well. That weight on your shoulders.
I'm nervous and I'm not even playing.
It's just monumental. It's not just.
Eso nada manos, pero imagina lo bonito que se vería.
It's your family, it's your region that have supported you through thick and thin. And
Ojo, ojo,
ojo,
que matan a Keria. Uf, Shun estuvo a nada de morirse. No, oh. ¿Se lo cargan? No, Keria. Uy, esa posibilidad. Mierda, están peleando en 3 contra 4. ¡Ojo! ¡Oh, pero se los cargan! ¡Se los cargan! ¡Vale! ¡Se lo cargas, se lo cargas, se lo cargas! ¿Se los dije o no se los dije? El primero que la cague significa darle un varón gratis al otro equipo. Y gracias a Dios que fue BLG el primero en cagarla. Nice, 3000 de diferencia de oro.
The flank that comes in from Bin to follow up the engage from Jun, and crucially you're gonna see a charm come through from Knight that forces Gumayushi's flash.
La bestia de experto, dice.
Bin is enough. Taking out Gumayushi should have been the key. So look, the ultimate comes in from Shun onto Gumayushi. He's gonna ulti because he has no choice. He has to in this situation. And then the charm from Knight there forces the flash from Gumayushi. Bin sees the angle, so he flashes, sidesteps the.
Es que güey, Oner está muy fuerte, míralo.
At this point, you think the fight is over.
Exactly. Then they're on the chase. Knight goes. He just barely doesn't have the range on his charm.
Ahí literalmente era un 3 versus 4. Güey, se borraron a la Ari. Se borraron al Jarvan. Se borraron al Jax. Ahí Zeus tuvo un poquito de miedo, pero también se la borraron definitivamente.
Teleport. The 4-second channel time and T1 strike. Wait a second, topside, Zeus under fire!
Zeus caught out, killer instinct in by BLG, collapsing 4 members strong, the heroes entering.
Oh, Zeus!
Elko joins the fight! Elko with the stop
No,
watch,
no,
in the middle of the
no,
ball.
no, 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 ¡sí! ¡Sí, sí, 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 mierda! ¡Corre, güey! Carajo. Aguanta, Feke, aguanta, aguanta. ¡Ojo! 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 ¡Oh, Dios mío, es buenísimo! ¿Cómo mierda está vivo?
The unkillable Demon King! Unkillable one more time!
Unbelievable once more! How does he keep doing it?
Es el rey demonio. Es y siempre será el rey demonio. Se los dije, mierda.
T1 send their sights on the Nexus.
Larga vida al rey. ¡Ojo! ¡Quiere matar a Faker antes de que termine la partida! ¡Es Faker sobrevive! ¡Vamos! ¡Sí! ¡Sí, sí, 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 sí! ¡Otra vez son reyes del mundo! ¡Oye, todo el mundo está celebrando! Yo se los dije, les dije que era el rey demonio y no me creyeron. Ay, güey, pero me da mucha pena el equipo de BLG, güey. Estuvieron tan cerca.
3 World Finals in a row for this roster. 2 of them
Güey,
victories, Vedius.
estuvieron muy
Crazy
cerca.
from this entire
No, y ahora ya me sentí mal por el equipo de BLG, güey.
For Faker to make the plays that he did. He is the GOAT for a reason.
Literalmente, T1 pentacampeón.
We are witnessing such a legendary resurgence from T1. A new era for T1 and an incredible performance.
Ay, quería estar llorando. Porque es tan lindo, carajo.
Together again. That right there is a new T1 dynasty.
¡Míralo! ¡Es adorable, mierda! ¿Cómo lo carga, güey? Ayuda a la llorería, pero es que es tan lindo, güey. Si veo llorar a alguien tan adorable, me dan ganas de llorar también.
From 4th seed in the LCK, 1 game away from not even qualifying to the World Championship, to making it all the way to the final, a full 5-game banger. They will lift the Summoners Cup once more.
Oh, those steps must feel so sweet. A 5-game banger, as you say, Betty. T1 take to the main stage, and they deserve every accolade that is bandied towards them. It's back-to-back. London, Europe, the world, give it up. It's T1, your 2024 World Champion.
No, ni me haces llorar. Es que, güey. Ellos se lo merecen, porque querías adorable y Faker es un rey demonio y los demás se ven bien buenas personas. Mira lo que bonitas que son.
Faker said, "This one's for you."
I think it's a little bit for them as well.
A little bit.
Oigan, pero en serio, como Yushi es muy bueno, ¿no? Genuinamente lo que jugó fue una locura. Porque a mí no me tocan ese tipo de ADCs en mis rankeds. Qué épico. Qué épico, mierda.
Zeus, Owner, Faker, Gumayushi, Carrier. Remember the names, legends, all of them.
Estás diciendo que está bueno, lo estás clasificando. Dije que es muy bueno. Qué verga, güey. Ni aún sabes que es ADC. Ay, tú cállate, güey, estúpido. Obviamente sí sé.
Gumayushi supporting Campeon. He transcends League, he transcends esports. Faker is one of a kind, to say the least, as he raises that trophy for the 5th time. The team around him obviously deserve all the praise as well, but
I mean, I think it's fair to say the greatest roster in League of Legends history.
Güey, él lo levantó con un chingo de emoción, ¿eh?
And the one that they didn't win. It was a full 5 games. It's truly incredible what this roster has accomplished.
Ay, el
Built
besito.
through the academy system of T1 with the addition of Carrier. Phenomenal stuff.
Incredible stuff from them through all of Worlds. Let's take a look back at T1.
챔피언으로 참가했고 챔피언으로 떠날 계획입니다.
Summer continues to put access into the back of Zeus. Han's now in the middle of the minions, doesn't have a ward to play. Zeus can open up and Zeus finds it.
D1 may have limped through summer, but this is Worlds, and they are here to stay. T1 again managed to find a favorable fight.
A ver, ¿dónde está el pendejo que decía sobrevalorados para banearlo? Repítelo, estúpido.
T1 refused to lose a best of 5 to the LPL, and they move on to the semifinals.
우리 선수 미래를 원한다면 증명하세요.
On the fake of the knockup, and he's dead, and it's going to be Yushi taking matters into his own hands. The spears go wide and the poppy goes
Ay, estuvo muy bueno, chat. Ay, se me acalambraron las patitas. En un momento quiero revisar algo.
It's T1's home ground. The reigning world champions will return to defend their title versus BLG now.
Ladies and gentlemen and everyone else, it is our divine privilege to bring you the World's Finals.
It's just a bloody brilliant re-engage, isn't it, from T1?
Se pasa. Faker MVP de la final seguro. Uy, es que estuvo demasiado bueno.
And the future, a new era, the same empire.
¿Y esto? Wait, what? Wait, what? ¡Qué bonito, güey! Un castillo con la bandera de T1. ¿Tú qué opinas, Tivers?
London, please give it up for your reign.
Lee lo que quiere. Faker sobrevalorado. Tu tía, güey. Yo fui, pero aquí está el ban.
We have G-Sun here with us to help with the translations as we continue on. And also a quick note, Zeus will be joining us very, very shortly, but we do have Chris Greeley here to celebrate T1 as well, the global head of LoL Esports.
Thank you, Shox. What a series that was. Congratulations, T1, our 2024 World Champions.
Arreglado, por favor, güey. Estás celoso de lo buenos que son.
And welcome you to the legacy of greatness.
2024 월드 챔피언십 우승을 다시 한번 정말 축하드립니다. 이 자리에서 함께 여러분들의 위대한 유산을 이루어내는 시간을 함께 보낼 수 있게 돼서 정말 큰 영광입니다.
Your journey throughout the season and the tournament was nothing short of incredible. It was a joy to watch you rise to the top and claim your victory. You have made your fans, all of these fans, and the LCK very proud.
올 한 해 T1의 여정 그리고 이번 월즈에서 T1의 여정은 정말 경이로웠습니다.
Celoso de jugar LOL, sí, así es, celosísimo. Muy celoso te veo.
만들어 주셨습니다.
To celebrate this outstanding achievement, you will each be awarded one of these beautiful championship rings, handcrafted and presented courtesy of Mercedes-Benz.
¿Qué?
오늘의 월드 챔피언십 우승을 기념하기 위해 또 한 번 메르세데스 벤츠에서 특별히 제작하는 챔피언십 링도 수여받을 예정입니다.
I also want to take a moment to thank the City of London for being such gracious hosts to us. Yeah, that's right. Your hospitality has made this event unforgettable. And of course, a huge thanks to all of the fans who joined us here in person, as well as everyone watching from around the world. Your passion and excitement have made these worlds truly special, so thank you all.
Ay, qué bonito, güey. Qué bonito.
I'd like to invite Riot Games co-founders Mark Merrill and Brandon Beck, League of Legends executive producer Paul Beleza, and Riot Games CEO Dylan Jahada to share their congratulations as well. GG to your world champions, T1.
Ah. Ya no escucho nada, tengo el volumen bajo por si Mari grita. No, ya, prometo no volver a gritar. Créanme, chat. Confíen en mí.
Thank you so much, Chris. Now it is of course time to hear from our winning team. We have gathered that perhaps the players don't have the perfect audio, but we will go along as we see and hope that they can understand us as we ask these questions. So let's fire off the first one. Faker, I have to go to you first.
Güey, su carita.
In 2013, you won your very first world title. We are now more than a decade later. How do you reflect on the journey that you have made over those years and that you can celebrate your 5th world's title in League of Legends?
페이커 선수는 2013년도에 첫 월드 우승을 기록하셨는데요. 이렇게 10년의 세월이 지난 뒤에 다시 한번 월드를 우승하시면서 5번째 챔피언십을 얻어가게 됩니다. 지난 10년간의 본인의 여정을 되돌아보시면서 어떤 길을 걸어오셨다고 생각하시는지 이번 5번째 우승은 어떻게 기념하셨을까요?
네, 또 이렇게 우승이라는 기회가 찾아와서
Es que, güey, muestra su cara y todo el mundo enloquece. Yo estaría igual.
네, 우승을 할 수 있게 돼서 정말 너무 기쁘고 또 여러분들 앞에서 이렇게 우승할 수 있어서 너무 좋고요. 또 이제 이번 우승은 또 팬분들이 열심히 응원해 주셨기 때문에 있었던 것 같습니다.
Traduce, Mari. Pues me diste cara de hablar coreano o qué?
I'm very happy to be able to lift up the trophy in front of you guys. And this 5th title was possible thanks to all the support from my fans.
Ay, este 5º título fue posible gracias al apoyo de todos mis fans.
Carria,
¿Cómo lo quiero, güey?
Congratulations, and once again we saw how you react to these big moments, be it in the moments where you can't grind out the victory and in the moments where you can. Can you look back on these last 3 years and what you've done with this T1 roster and tell me about how proud you are at what you have achieved?
캐리어 선수 그리고 또 한 번 굉장히 주요한 순간마다 멋진 플레이를 보여주셨습니다. 지난 T1과 함께
Muy fácil hablar ese idioma. Ya suéltame el puto brazo,
있었고요.
mierda.
졌을 때도 있는데요. 이제 오늘 우승과
Mami,
지난 세월을 되돌아봤을 때 팀원들과 어떤 얘기를 걸어왔다고 생각하시나요?
Claro, chat, me trajeron un regalo, así que vamos a ver qué es, ¿ok? Tigers, ¿estamos acá?
Sí.
¿Ojo?
Alex.
¡A la madre! ¿Y esa cajota?
Alex es de Google. Sí. Digan hola, Alex.
Digan hi, chat.
Ella fue la
muchas
persona que
gracias.
nos trajo aquí. Gracias, Alex.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for doing this. We appreciate you.
Oh, this is so cute. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. So, ¿la puedes enseñar si quieres?
La voy a escribir, la voy a abrir acá.
Bye.
Thank you. Chat, güey, qué pedo con la cajota que me regalaron. What?
많이 배워가지고 이렇게
Ojalá que sea un fake tamaño real. No mames, entraron acá y yo estoy sin zapatos. Qué vergüenza, ojalá no lo haya notado.
감사한 것 같습니다.
Ay,
First of all,
ay, está muy difícil de abrir.
everyone. Thank
No
you.
mames, ¿cómo abro esto, güey?
Ever since I joined T1, I was surrounded by amazing people, and thanks to them, I was able to mature and grow so much as a player, but also as a person. And because of that, I was able to claim this back-to-back championship.
Tal vez sea del otro lado. Espérate.
As a follow-up to Carria in 2022,
era del
you
otro
said
lado,
you
chat.
wanted to win. In 2023, you said you really wanted to meet New Jeans. What
Wait,
was the
what?
motivation in 2024?
No mames, ¿esto es un vídeo?
이제 22년도 결승에 진출하시고는
Ok,
정말
esperen,
우승하고
esperen,
싶었다.
esperen.
23년도 결승을
Lo voy a
진출하고는
acercar un poquito,
유진스를
¿listo?
정말 만나고 싶었다라고 하셨는데 올해 결승은 어떤 게
Vean
가장
esto.
기대되셨나요?
일단 이번 결승은 좀 준비하는 과정에서 되게 후회요.
A ver, a ver, a ver. Vean, para que vean bien lo que me regalaron. Ok. No tengo ni idea, pero ni idea de qué es. Vamos a quitar esto que viene con el cosito este de YouTube Gaming. Uy, me da miedo que se me caiga, pero creo que es plástico, no debería romperse. ¿Y cómo se abre esta huevada? ¿Será que tengo que hablar de acá o algo así? O tal vez solamente lo saco así. ¡Ay! Es un llaverito de YouTube Gaming. Es un osito. A ver. Uy, es un saco con una capucha de osito también. Es un saco con capucha. La caja es más grande que Mari. Es que sí, güey. Incluso está difícil mantenerlo en mis piernas. Espérate, espérate. Voy a colocarla en el piso. Y les voy a mostrar. Ay, ¿dónde está, güey? No mames. ¿Y esto qué es? Pues, ¿cómo se pone esto? ¿Qué? Wait, what? Wait, what? ¿Qué es esto? No entiendo. Es que... Ah, ya entendí. Es como... Espera. Ya entendí cómo... Estaban como de... No entiende cómo se pone, no tiene ni puta idea. Aplaudieron cuando supe cómo ponérmelo. Ya, mira, es así. Y luego llegas y te colocas esto así. Quiero que... Es que sí está difícil de entender cómo se pone, ¿eh? Está complicado. Es como un poncho más o menos. A ver, espérate. Hay más cositas por acá. ¿Qué más me dieron? Me dieron... Ah, no mames, es un bolso. Un bolso de YouTube Gaming. Miren, se abre por acá. Una vez vi un video... Ay. Pues cae en mi mano apenas. Pero está chévere, güey. Me gusta. Un bolsito de YouTube Gaming. Aparte es un osito, así que siento que combina mucho conmigo. María Faker está atrás. Faker está en el estadio, yo no estoy en el estadio. Y este es... ¡Ay! Esto ya es directamente un osito. Míralo, qué bonito. Miren, Chad, está precioso. Me encanta. Oye, qué bonito estuvo este regalo, ¿eh, Chad? Ok, revisamos que no se nos vaya a quedar nada en la caja y cerramos. Creo que la caja no la voy a llevar y el resto de cosas me los voy a llevar así por aparte afuera. Igual creo que sí me alcanzan a caber en las bolsas que ya tengo. A ver, déjame ver si puedo meter todos los osos acá. A ver, tú vente acá. Abraza a Tivers por acá. Y llego y coloco esto por acá. ¿Listo? ¡Tachán! Quedó chévere, ¿eh? Está muy bueno el regalo. Me encantó. Yo no voy a decir. Es un oso. Ay, es que me dieron muchos osos. El osito de YouTube Gaming. A ver, esto lo voy a colocar por acá. Dios mío, qué vergüenza. Aparte entró y vio el desorden que tengo acá. O sea, literalmente tengo mi pañuelo de mocos. Tengo este chocolate colombiano que me comí. Me traje de Colombia. Más pañuelo de moco. Ah, no, esto es una servilleta de cuando comí. Mi vasito de café. Mi vasito de agua. El maquillaje regado. Verga, güey, qué vergüenza. Va a pensar que soy desordenada. ¿Y qué nos vas a regalar, Mari? ¿Creen en Dios? ¿Sí o qué? A ver, espérate un momento. Voy a cambiar esto porque creo que otra vez se volvió a chingar el audio. A ver, esto por acá y esto por acá. No, ¿qué pedo? ¿Por qué no lo escucho? Ah, es que no, yo lo muteé, soy una hueva. No me acordaba que lo había muteado.
돌이켜보자면 힘들 때도 오너 선수가 언제나 단단한
Ya pensó que era su casa.
같습니다. 지난 2년간 T1의 이연속 월드
La verdad, sí.
여정을 돌이켜볼 때 오너 선수가
Paltaza.
팀에 어떤
Es que, mira, tengo el coso este también del helado, tengo la hamburguesa por acá, tengo una salsa por acá, tengo más vasos por allá, tengo la manilla que me quité por acá. O sea, ¿qué es esto, güey?
선수들과 함께 할 수 있는 거에
No mames,
대해서
Candy, güey.
너무나 좋게 생각하고 있어서 그래서
Voy a empezar a recoger mi reguero también.
그리고 저희가 힘들 때는
Hay 6 segundos de delay, no te vamos a contestar apenas preguntes.
팬분들이 너무나 많다고
Yo creo que no me contestan apenas pregunto porque me odian.
안 좋은 상황에서
Son unos odiosos, egoístas, que me ignoran. No me quieren lo suficiente, ese es el problema. Yo les he dado los mejores años de mi vida, chat, los mejores. Sacrifiqué toda mi juventud por ustedes. Y así es como me pagan, con su indiferencia.
I can say for sure that I was surrounded by amazing players, so we were able to accomplish this greatness together. Also, sometimes there were moments where the hardships were getting us, but thanks to the support from the fans, we were able to overcome it, and you guys are my biggest motivations.
Ay, qué bonito. ¡Qué bonito! ¿Cuál juventud?
I would
La
also
que
like to
tenía
ask you
antes de
about this huge
conocerlos a ustedes.
achievement and what you want to say about your group of players that have worked through, as we heard, these hardships and came out on top once again.
톰 코치님께 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 정말 올 한 해도 여러 가지 역경을 딛고 산전수전 다 같이 함께한
¿Acaso dijo juventud?
선수분들께 해주고
Sí,
싶은
así
말씀이
es.
있을까요?
Lo que yo tenía antes de conocerlos.
저희가 올해도 작년과 비슷하게 힘들었던 순간들이 많았다고 생각하는데
¿Hace cuántas décadas?
서머에 되게
Como unas
힘들었던
3.
시절에 캐리아 선수가 형 플레이오프만 가자, 또 플레이오프 가니까 형 경주만 가자, 경주 가니까 뭐 결승 가자, 그렇게 계속 목표를 수정을 해 나가면서 저희가 좀 높은 곳을 바라봤기 때문에 이렇게 좋은 결실을 맺었다고 생각합니다.
I feel like it was pretty similar to last year. We were going through
¿A poco tener 52 se considera joven aún? Sí. No saben lo que dicen, los 52 son los nuevos 20.
Let's just make it to the playoffs and we'll see. And then we made it to the playoffs and he was like, let's
Te
just
ves
make it to the
hermosa.
road show.
Ay,
Let's just
gracias,
get to the host
Elio.
city
Gracias
of,
al maquillaje.
CK finals. And then we made it to the road show. And then he was like, let's just make it to the finals. We kept on adjusting our goals and somehow we were able to make it up so far up here and we accomplished it.
Amazing.
A ver.
Gumayushi, congratulations on another world title.
Ya se deshizo costumbre lo de ganar Worlds. Ni que el maquillaje hiciera milagros. Vete a la verga, Moradín, vete a la verga.
Naguma, Ruler, Uzi, Bang, Def, all names that have so much meaning in our scene that I think you should be named in the same sentence as. Where do you see yourself amongst these heroes of the role you play with what you have achieved?
또 하나의 월드 챔피언십 우승 타이틀을 얻게 되신 것
Como
정말
que dieron ganas de jugarlo,
축하드립니다.
¿no?
위대한
Sí,
원거리
güey.
딜러 선수들을
Siempre que
보면서
veo
봤을 때
Worlds me dan ganas de ir a mi casa, jugar Worlds, jugar una partida, un arranque, decir, no, güey, yo también quiero ser tan buena como ellos. Luego perder todo, deprimirme, irme a llorar a un rincón de mi cuarto.
봤을 때 본인이 어느 정도까지 올라왔다고
Traduce.
생각하세요?
¿Qué opinan de haber ganado? Eso fue lo que dijo. Me lo juro, güey.
일단은 작년에 이어서 하나님께 감사와 영광 먼저 돌리고요.
Me gusta mucho, muchas gracias.
지금은
MaryBlog es la mejor co-streamer. La quiero mucho.
최고의 선수들과
Best chica.
아직 뭐 비슷하다고도 말할 수
No
있겠지만
importa que tenga
아직
52,
모자랄 수
es una
있다고
persona muy
생각하고
agradable.
하지만 제가 데뷔하기
Eso es lo que está
이전부터
diciendo, te
제
lo juro.
목표는 역대 최고의 원딜이 되는 거였기 때문에 언젠가 반드시 정상에 서겠습니다.
Mari, ¿qué tan lejos estás del estadio? Como a una media hora en metro.
Just like I said last year, I want to thank God, thank to my God that I was able to accomplish this great result one more time. Also, adding on to the question, yeah, I can say that I am now on the similar level compared to those legendary AD carries, but also I can say that I still have a long way to go. But just looking back at the days when I was dreaming about
Voy a empezar a amontonar la basurita en un solo lugar para que no se vea como todo tan desordenado. La basura y los platos sucios. Ay, no, puse el micrófono en la hamburguesa, vete a la verga.
We have to ask Guma, because of the croissant last week and now spending a week in England, how have you been enjoying the cuisine here in London?
그리고
Sí, lo digo, me banean.
파리에서 멋진 크로아상과 함께 파리의 여정을 마무리하셨는데 이제 런던에서 일주일 머무르셨잖아요. 런던에서 미식 생활은 좀 즐길 수 있었나요?
¿Ya habrán probado el pescado con papas?
It's good.
Nadie te cree, amigo, nadie te cree. Pero bueno, ¿quién soy yo para juzgar?
Do you need to translate that? I don't think so. Okay, now while you are, of course, all champions, it is now time to acknowledge the contribution of one player in particular, our Oppo Finals MVP.
¡Puedes ser el MVP! ¿Quién es?
To present the award, please welcome Lord to the stage.
Aquí era tu entrevista con Faker. Algún día.
Thank you so much, Sharks.
Oye, qué bonito vestido de esa
Congratulations
chica.
on winning
Es
Worlds yet
impresionante.
again, and congratulations on an amazing season from you. London, once again for T1, please. Based on votes cast by a panel of experts, each representing the regions competing at Worlds this year, your 2024 Oppo MVP is... Faker!
No es como que no lo supiera, pero igual me emociona. ¡Qué guapo! Lo quiero mucho. ¡Míralo! ¡Ah! Y la toma como si nada, como si ni siquiera le importara. Es que es impresionante. ¿Cómo va a ser sobrevalorado? Literalmente es MVP.
MVP trophy. The first one was in 2016.
Sabía que gritaría de nuevo.
¿Me perdonas? When you think of 2016, how much of a different player are you today?
다시 한번 이렇게 결승전 MVP에 선정되신 거 축하드립니다.
Ay, no mames,
16년도
¿dónde se
이후
mi
두 번째인데요.
sombrilla?
또 이렇게 두 번째 FMVP 수상하는 선수는 페이크 선수가 처음입니다. 16년도에 본인을 돌이켜 봤을 때 선수로서 얼마나 달라지셨다고 생각하시나요?
네.
No, vete a la verga, güey. ¿Dónde puse mi sombrilla? ¿Tú sabes? Mi billetera, mi luz. Ah, no mames, la sombrilla está aquí adentro. Soy una hueva porque no la vi.
네, 16년도 때 뭐 MVP 받은 게 잘 기억이 안
Qué
나가지고 네, 정확히 뭐 신경을 안 쓰였는데 이번에도 사실 MVP는 별로 신경 안 썼었는데 이렇게 또 받게 되니까 되게 감사한 것 같고 그때나 지금이나 저는 뭐 좋은 팀원들이 잘 해줬기 때문에 이런 결과가 따라오는 거라고 생각해서 중요한 거는 저는 우승했다는 게 가장 기쁜 것 같습니다.
Dijo que yo soy la mejor co-streamer y que me quiere mucho también. Se los juro, eso fue lo que dijo.
FMVP back in 2016, it was very vague in my memory, but saying for today, because I was not paying too much attention about winning the finals MVP, what matters to me the most is just winning the finals, and I'm very happy. Well, comparing the 2016 myself and me right now, I don't see a big difference because still I am surrounded by a wonderful teammate, and I was able to accomplish this great result all together with my team, and that is exactly the same back then.
¡Ay, qué bonito, güey! Ganó por el poder de la amistad. ¿Ahí decía Colombia?
I know that you don't
no
care
mames,
about
son mis
milestones.
compas.
I know that you don't care about breaking records. So 11 years in, after everything you achieved, what is your motivation? What do you fight for?
또 페이커 선수는 사실은 기록도 나에게 크게 중요하지 않다. 업적을 쌓는 것 크게 중요하지 않다. 승리하는 것이 가장 중요하다라고 언제나 말씀해 주신 선수인데 이 오랜 세월 동안 활동하시면서 또 한 번의 우승, 또 한 번의 FMVP 수상을 하셨는데 여전히 본인에게 가장 큰 동기부여나 동력은 무엇인가요?
일단 뭐 가장 큰 동기부여는 저는 이제 팬분들이
Compas decía, sí, güey, son los chicos latinos con los que estoy.
열심히 준비하고 스스로 굉장히
Compas es una palabra muy fuerte, pero sí los conozco. Ese vato me ayudó a arreglar mi camisa. O sea, yo le había puesto las letras mal y él me dijo como de, mira, que te la devuelvan y colócale esto, esto y esto.
My fans, because
Tú eres venezolana.
I
¿Qué?
believe spreading positive energy and influence to my fans is the most important thing to me, and it means a lot to kind of realize that you guys are actually getting a great influence from me, so that's my always biggest goal.
Now, last question that I have for you. 11 years ago, you were winning your first world title. When you think about the person you were back then, if you were to send a message to this young boy who was about to win his very first world championship, now that you have 5 stars on your jersey, what would you tell yourself?
11년 전 13년도에 첫 월드 우승을 하셨고 정말 또 오랜 세월이 지나서 다시 이 자리에 와서 또 한 번의 우승을 이루어내셨습니다. 그 시절의 어린 소년 페이커 선수가 막 월드 우승을 하려고 했을 때를 지금 바라볼 수 있다면 어떤 감정이 들 것 같으신지, 이제는 정말 엄청난 경력을 쌓으셨고 5번째 별을 유니폼에 달 수 있게 되었습니다. 그 어린 페이커 선수에게 하고 싶은 말씀이 있을까요?
즐기라고 하고 싶습니다.
Go ahead and have fun.
Sigue y diviértete. Ah, es el mensaje que se habría mandado a él mismo hace 11 años.
Congratulations yet again, Faker. Congratulations to Team on London. One more time, please.
Now, before our champions lift the trophy one more time, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge all of those who made Worlds 2024 the incredible event we've lived and breathed over the last 6 weeks.
The 20 teams who traveled from every corner of the globe, their support staff, their families, their friends, all of you guys, the host regions we had, Germany, France, the UK, all of the teams we have competing all around the world all year long. Our tireless effort, the support team, our production, the event teams we have, thank you to all of you.
Ah. ¿Tú qué mensaje te hubieras mandado, Mari? Si yo hubiera ganado el mundial hace 11 años, si hubiera ganado 5 más, somos lo máximo, mierda.
Dedication and passion for this game has built this community over the past 15 years. Thank you so much from all of us. GG, well played.
Well played.
We love you, and now
Bueno,
one
gente.
last roaring time for T1 as they lift the trophy again as your 2024 League of Legends World Champions.
Uy, Dios mío, ¿cómo voy a meter todo esto, güey? Son un chingo de cosas. Creo que tengo que ir primero al hotel a dejar todo esto. Menos mal estoy cerca. Era hipotético, no imaginario. Te da mierda. Bueno, chat, yo creo que ya aquí me voy a ir despidiendo. Estuvo bueno. Ganó el que queríamos, estuvo muy épico. Lo vimos desde Londres. Ay, gracias, Dios Gallo. Ta madre, no grites. Perdón, es que me emociono. Ojalá Rubius sí vaya a estar en la after party. Yo creo que sí, ¿no? Le quiero pedir una foto. Te queremos, Mari. Disfruta tu estancia en Londres. Ay, gracias. Que tengas un buen fin de semana. Gracias, Elio. Yo también te quiero, para amada. Bueno, chada, ahora sí. Güey, esto estuvo muy épico. Sin nada más que decir, me despido. Nos vemos mañana.